Chapter 581. Among the few people, only Feng Chen was left, who had not come out of the space. Turning his head, he saw two figures still fighting fiercely in the stone tablet picture that belonged to Feng Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but take a closer look. It turned out that one could actually see all the pictures in the formation space from outside, but Lin Chen didn't dwell on it. However, when he saw the power exerted by the black-clothed Feng Chen opposite Feng Chen, Lin Chen still frowned. Is it really exactly the same? He muttered to himself. Feng Chen and the others around him, except for Xiao Yun's special situation, the power and means displayed by the clones of the other three were exactly the same as the original body. For example, the black-clad Feng Chen who was fighting with Feng Chen with swords, the domineering and sharp sword energy soared into the sky, and the two streams of light went back and forth, which was very lively. However, as time went by, Feng Chen still relied on his passion to slowly gain the upper hand. Everyone watching felt a little speechless, and Lin Chen even wanted to hold his forehead. The black-clothed Feng Chen in the picture didn't like to talk much, but Feng Chen himself seemed to be a chatterbox, shouting something like bond, courage, brother and sister-in-law, and rushed forward blindly, not giving the black-clothed Feng Chen a chance to breathe. Lin Chen felt that this more middle-school momentum and fighting style should be somewhat compatible with his clone. After a while, the space cracked again, and Feng Chen walked out of it dragging a broadsword and a broken breath. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Tang Yu, who was beside him, was quick to support him. "Thank you, brother Tang." Feng Chen looked at him. Soon, he felt something was wrong. Tang Yu was clean and had no obvious injuries. Then he looked at himself. Wow, I was covered in wounds and bleeding. I was almost missing an arm or a leg. Hey brother Tang, is your clone weak? Not weak, about the same as me. Then why do you look so energetic? It's a long story. Tang Yu immediately sighed. Is this the time to worry about this? After hearing what Tang Yu said, Feng Chen also immediately became serious. The 5 people around him were here, and the surrounding space was still imprisoned by some kind of time method. From a distance, they could see that Gardenia and Sister Tong Tong were locked in the time restriction and had not come out yet. At this time, Lin Chen and the other 5 looked at the mysterious man opposite again. Just like before, the mysterious man was still mysterious. His face would blur every few seconds, or suddenly change to a very strange appearance, which was not clear at all. At this time, the mysterious man couldn't help but clap his hands, his tone full of admiration. Amazing, amazing. He stood up. I am very surprised that all 5 of you can break out of the hard demon formation. Hard demon formation? Everyone understood that the so-called clones they just faced were all hard demons triggered by the formation. It is said that a person's greatest enemy is always himself. Seeing that everyone was silent, the mysterious man suddenly sighed, then crossed his arms and looked ahead with interest. What are you going to do next? Continue to fight me, but I want to remind you, you are not in good condition now, so you can't beat me. Go back, you shouldn't come here. Seeing that the other party issued an order to expel them, and had no intention of killing them all, Lin Chen was a little curious. Is Mengzi Flower Corridor really like this? What is the meaning of this copy? Also, what role does this mysterious man play here? Lin Chen can be sure that this person cannot be the designer. Not to mention the feeling he gave him. His status alone is not enough, but his strength seems to be stronger than the 3 system administrators of the Judge Pioneer. So who is he? Of course we will leave, but before we leave, I really want to know the secret of this dungeon. Lin Chen finally spoke. He put away the sword in his hand, and his tone was much softer. The mysterious man stared at Lin Chen's face, and suddenly shrugged. You all know the secret of Mengzi Flower Corridor. Why are you still asking me? Seeing the other party say this, Lin Chen was a little confused. We know it. Yes, there must be a reasonable explanation for the birth of the second round. Otherwise, why would so many players carry the first memory when they reincarnate in the second round of the Land of the Hunting God? Otherwise, why would someone become a cheater like you? Just because of this? Everyone felt a little dazed. What other explanation do you want? The mysterious man laughed. Could it be that the selection of the second round players is decided by drawing lots? Come on, there are so many players in the Land of the Hunting God. There are at least 100,000 players who entered the Dreamsay Flower Corridor in the first round, and there are not a few who died there. It is very reasonable to resurrect these people and make them second round players. The mysterious man spread his hands. Try it carefully. Lin Chen and the others were finally speechless, but Xiao Yun stood beside them, wanting to speak but hesitant, and finally did not speak. It seems to be the case. Feng Chen was the first to react. Isn't this just a trigger condition? There are often such settings in online games, it's not uncommon. But Lin Chen still felt something was wrong. If the existence of Mengzi Flower Gallery is only to screen the second round of players, why did the Mengzi Flower Gallery in this round become like this? What about those children of various races? It seems to have become a kind of shelter at this time. And then why are you here? Lin Chen pointed at the mysterious man. Although I can't guess your identity, at least your authority and status are higher than the system administrator. You are guarding here. Does it mean that there are other secrets in this place? Lin Chen said, while looking behind the mysterious man. Because the surrounding space and time were locked, Lin Chen could only see some vague outlines through the solidified space behind the mysterious man. There must be other secrets behind the mysterious man. The children just said that Uncle was guarding the altar in the east. What is the altar? Facing Lin Chen's questioning, the mysterious man remained silent. His face, whose expression could not be seen clearly, kept staring at Lin Chen. After watching for a long time, people only felt a sense of horror. After a long while, the mysterious man finally sighed, as if he had compromised. He walked to the front of Lin Chen. This action immediately made the others around him feel like they were facing a great enemy. Elena was the first to react. Compared with Feng Chen, her condition was actually better, but the female elf's breath was also weak. Even so, she immediately raised her bow and arrow and aimed at the other party. Feng Chen and Tang Yu also stood on Lin Chen's left and right, ready to attack. Lin Chen did not move, watching the other party approach step by step, and finally whispered something in his ear that only he could hear. Have you collected all your creation fragments? If not, even if I tell you, you won't understand. So the only thing you have to do now is to kill the level 90 world boss, take out the last creation fragment he dropped and come to me. As he spoke, the other party began to slowly retreat. Wait until you have collected all the fragments and let the Book of Creation show, then you will understand everything. Chapter 582. Okay, everyone. The mysterious man suddenly raised his voice, like a leader in a meeting who raised his hands to attract the attention of his employees. Please go back. I look forward to seeing you next time. Seeing everyone staring at him with complicated eyes, the man added, Oh, I forgot to mention something important. Originally, according to the setting, as long as there are players entering this dungeon and coming to me, I will fight with you. But in view of your outstanding performance just now, next time you come, I will make an exception and take you to visit and play here. How about it? The mysterious man snapped his fingers, and then everyone could feel the air flowing in the confined space around them. A breeze blew the messy hair on the faces of several people, and the sticky time in the space was passing slowly. Sister Tong Tong and Gardenia looked around in a daze. When they saw the terrible injuries on Feng Chen and Liliana, they were stunned. They really didn't understand why the two of them became like this after blinking their eyes. Even the aura around Lin Chen's body was a little empty. Obviously there had been a battle. What happened? The two women had a vague guess, but the current situation was not suitable for asking, so they could only walk silently behind Lin Chen and look at the mysterious man in the distance with some vigilance. When the time confinement of the surrounding world was lifted by the other party, Lin Chen realized that this person did not use the time hourglass at all. He stopped time by himself. You? Lin Chen stared at the other party in a daze, and suddenly felt that there was still a huge gap between him and the other party. He had previously accumulated nearly 1,000,000 attack power, and had skillfully used the power of the divine props in the previous battle, thinking that he might be able to fight this man after he came out. This was the confidence given to Lin Chen by his strength. It was no wonder that Lin Chen was conceited. If he returned to Rusang Realm and fought the Beast God again, it was estimated that the Beast God would not even be able to touch his body. But now? The mysterious man flipped his palm, a beam of light fell from the sky, the space began to twist, and a portal appeared not far from Lin Chen and others. Let's go! Lin Chen whispered. The others beside him silently put away their weapons, and followed Lin Chen cautiously and retreated. The other party did not chase him, and still stood there motionless. During the process, Xiaoyun looked at him deeply. In a place where Lin Chen and others did not notice, Xiaoyun frowned and seemed to be entangled in something. The mysterious man also looked at Xiaoyun. The two looked at each other. The mysterious man suddenly grinned, then raised his index finger in front of his mouth and made a gesture of silence. Xiaoyun frowned, and a flash of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. But a few seconds later, Lin Chen suddenly turned around and looked at her. Xiaoyun? Ah? She came to her senses. Ah, here we come! Then Lin Chen and the others disappeared directly in this world. After a while, everyone stepped onto the huge square of the ruins of the gods again. They seemed to have been away for a long time, and spent a lot of time fighting with their clones in the Mengzi Flower Corridor, But for the people outside, this group of people only went in for more than 10 minutes. After all, after Lin Chen and the others met the mysterious man, the time around them was frozen. Seeing Lin Chen and the others come out of the dungeon safely, not to mention the players, who were still struggling to choose which dungeon to go to, the staff were also a little confused. Everyone. You came out so soon? The staff who just organized the ceremony for them blinked. Lin Chen nodded at him. What do you say next? Do you need to reselect the dungeon? Ah. No, the dungeon portal only appears once a day. You can move freely now, or you can go back to the low-level main city, but if you want to return to the ruins of the gods, you still need to step on the long steps to the gods. The players who were originally planning to leave here and go to other lower-level main cities hesitated when they heard that they had to step onto the long steps to the gods again. They didn't want to endure that kind of painful feeling for the second time. Okay, thank you very much. Lin Chen thanked them and led everyone to leave the ruins of the gods. For Lin Chen, entering the highest level main city is actually a necessary condition for entering a higher level dungeon. The rest of the functions are equivalent to nothing. After all, other places cannot enter the dungeon of the level 90 world boss, nor can they enter the Mingza Flower Corridor. After returning to the eternal airspace, Lin Chen was ready to continue consolidating his strength in order to lay a solid foundation for defeating the level 90 world boss God King. Brother, should we go find some dungeons now? Feng Chen asked in a low voice. Lin Chen looked at their levels and shook his head helplessly. No, my level is too high, causing our average level to exceed that of ordinary dungeon monsters by too much. The combined attack power can only kill monsters that are not lower than 3 levels of our own level. Well, it is indeed a problem. Tang Yu nodded. If we want to play the dungeon of monsters of a certain level, it seems that we can only enter the ruins of the gods, but the ruins of the gods dungeon is limited to 1 entry per day. Then, doesn't that mean we can't stack attack power? Everyone looked at each other. They also wanted to go to the wild to kill monsters, but the number of those monsters was too small, and the average level was not enough for them to kill too many. The number of these monsters was very rare, at least not too many around the high-level main city. Can't enter the ruins? Sister Tongtong asked. Ruins are also dungeons. Dungeons that can stack attack power now need to be entered from the ruins of the gods. Xiaoyan said, you can only enter 1 dungeon every day. This restriction prevents us from stacking attack power at will. We can only choose the dungeon with the best cost-effectiveness, such as... After Xiaoyan finished speaking, he and Elena looked at Lin Chen. Facing the gazes of the 2 women, Lin Chen nodded silently. Well, I plan to enter the level 90 world boss dungeon in the next dungeon. After this, except for Xiaoyan and Elena, the rest of the people were silent. So soon? They just walked out of that weird dungeon, and were not mentally prepared, and they were going to fight another tough battle. Chapter 583. After that, Lin Chen and others were busy in the eternal sky. Let alone the others, Lin Chen alone was very busy. The time was too short, and he had a lot to do. After returning to the eternal sky, he first sorted through the various artifacts and props in his backpack, and selected many that he could use. He compared the rest with other people around him to see if they could use them. If they could not use them, he would directly put them into the guild warehouse with the title and rights of the guild president. As long as the artifacts were put into the warehouse, the guild members could complete some specific tasks, and these equipment and props could be distributed as rewards to the members. These are all artifacts and props with an average level of more than 80. For most members, these are top quality items that they have never seen before. After that, he returned to the professional guide NPC to collect all the rewards that the system had given him before. At first, he didn't know how many rewards were stored in the guide's warehouse. After all, every time the system gave him rewards, Lin Chen's backpack was basically full, so those rewards were finally placed here with the professional guide NPC. But when he saw the dazzling array of props and equipment in the guide warehouse, Lin Chen couldn't help but cover his forehead. There were too many. If he wanted to clean and select all these props, he would have to spend at least a whole day, so he decided to throw them all away. But looking at the unfamiliar players around him, Lin Chen still decided to keep the benefits within the family. So he tagged all guild members in his guild chat room as the president of the Fu2 Guild. Everyone, please note that if you are free now, please gather at the following coordinates. After sending this sentence, Lin Chen continued to write down his coordinates. Then he sat on a stone pier on one side and waited in boredom. During the process, an NPC on the side looked at Lin Chen with some curiosity. As the exclusive NPC of the healer profession, he was responsible for storing the extra rewards of these players, so that they could come and take out the corresponding rewards one day. But he had never seen a player show a helpless expression after seeing his items. And from the looks of it, he seemed to be complaining about having too many items. The chosen one. The NPC finally asked curiously, "Are you still going to take out your items?" Lin Chen looked up at him. He was still wearing a mask just in case, so the NPC couldn't see his face. "Oh yes, sorry, I'm waiting for someone." "It's okay." The NPC was very polite. He sat next to Lin Chen very familiarly, and then rubbed his hands. "I want to ask, is our hunting god land going to be shut down soon?" The NPC looked at Lin Chen, and seeing that he didn't answer him immediately, the NPC added, "Don't look at me as an NPC. I know more than you in some aspects, but in fact, there are many things we don't understand. We don't communicate with each other. I know that if I leak any secrets, I will probably be killed by the system administrator." He suddenly lowered his voice and looked around cautiously, like a thief preparing to steal something. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. "You are afraid that I will be killed by the administrator, but you want to get the answer from me?" Hee. The NPC scratched his head awkwardly. "I don't really know if this question will embarrass you. If answering this question will cause you to be sanctioned by the administrator, then I won't ask." At this time, you can already see a few players with Foot a Guild member on their heads, coming here according to the coordinates. But when these people came to this place, they were a little dazed, looking left and right, and seemed to have no idea why they came here. At first, the NPC thought that these people were looking for him, and was about to stand up, but after a careful look, he found that these people had a variety of professions, but there were only a few healers. As a guide exclusively for healers, he never had any contact with other players. So he sat back down. At this time, Lin Chen beside him spoke. "The land of the hunting god is indeed about to be shut down." After receiving Lin Chen's affirmative answer, the NPC shrank his neck. "Can this kind of thing be said? Since you asked me, you should have the answer in your mind. Are you afraid now?" Lin Chen smiled. "That's not what I meant. It's mainly what if that administrator comes?" "It's okay." Lin Chen interrupted the other party, and seemed very calm. "Even if the judge comes, he is not my opponent now." The NPC was stunned, and didn't understand what Lin Chen meant. "What do you mean he is not my opponent now?" In a trance, Lin Chen had stood up. The open space in front was already crowded. Players of various professions swarmed in. These players all had Foot a Guild members written on their heads, and one or two of them also had Foot a Guild XX Hall Deputy Master written on their heads. Some of the players watching from afar looked over here, their faces changed slightly, and many people even watched and discussed. "What the hell is going on? Why are all the people from the Foot a Guild here? Is this a guild team building? I'm so envious. I really want to join the Foot a Guild." "Stop it, the top of the guild rankings in the entire hunting god land. Everyone here is a tough guy. I heard that the programmer who ranks first on the ladder list is the president of their guild." "That's right. The first to 7th places on the ladder list are all theirs." Listening to the discussions around them, the members of the Fu 2 guild seemed somewhat calm, but they really wanted to know where their leader was at this time. The leader, who usually kept a low profile, suddenly sent a gathering message, which made the entire guild excited. Some players, who were still in the dungeon, couldn't help but use the return stone directly, and many people even gave up the main quest and ran over. As time went by, this area was occupied by onlookers and guild members. The discussion and noise became louder and louder, and Lin Chen finally came into everyone's sight. The chaotic atmosphere a moment ago suddenly became quiet, and many people looked at Lin Chen with surprise and enthusiasm. Although some old players who first joined the guild could not see Lin Chen's face through the mask, they had seen Lin Chen's aura and figure. Immediately, a deputy hall master shouted, "President, President!" So everyone looked at Lin Chen in unison. Chapter 584. Lin Chen turned around and waved to the stunned NPC. "Open my warehouse." The NPC came back to his senses. Okay." The NPC hurriedly opened the warehouse that belonged to Lin Chen. He was actually a little curious why Lin Chen opened his warehouse in front of so many people, but unfortunately as an NPC, he couldn't see what was inside the warehouse. Lin Chen didn't say anything, but suddenly started taking things out of the warehouse and throwing them on the ground. Yes, he just took something out of his warehouse and threw it on the ground. Many guild members looked at Lin Chen's actions in a daze, and then took a look at the equipment he threw on the ground. The next moment, the equipment suddenly emitted a purple glow. Purple equipment? Someone exclaimed, but soon everyone was shocked to find that Lin Chen began to throw more and more things, not only purple equipment, but also all kinds of special props and consumables. In less than half a minute, The ground under his feet was already full of Lin Chen's things. This? People still didn't understand what was going on. They looked at each other, and even the crowd standing far away looked at this place in confusion. When Lin Chen threw a divine weapon emitting black light on the ground for the first time, the guild members were completely excited. Pick it up! A hall master shouted immediately. The rest of the members finally reacted. It turned out that the main reason why Lin Chen called them over was this. The area immediately became lively, and the onlookers saw that the members of the Fuda Guild suddenly bent down one by one. They were very excited to pick up things on the ground, and they looked like they were enjoying it. Some curious people came closer in confusion, and then they became restless. Your mother, they are picking up artifacts. I saw the artifacts. As soon as this sentence came out, many people started to run forward. But the reason why the Futu Guild is the first guild in the land of hunting gods is that these onlookers can't covet it. Some players, who have the intention, but not the courage to steal, stopped after getting close to a distance, and dared not move forward. If you make these killing gods unhappy or hate them, you will have no good days in the land of hunting gods in the future. If you meet this group of people in the wild, you will probably have no good results. The land of the hunting god can be added to the hatred option by remembering the opponent's ID. However, some people are not afraid of this. They rely on the fact that players cannot attack each other in the main city and bravely approach, and immediately want to bend down to pick up a top-level diamond. This person's eyes have revealed undisguised greed, but when a trace of irresistible power appears, this player can't even bend down, he is even pushed out by an unknown energy. Hey. He tried hard to control his body to stand firm, but he couldn't do it at all. The force directly pushed him more than 10 meters away. Not only him, but all non-guild players who tried to approach were cleared out by an unknown force. What the hell? Some people didn't believe it and took a step forward, then bumped into invisible glass, and their foreheads made a crisp sound, and then they sat down on the ground. It hurts. People reached out their hands in surprise and touched the front, and they really touched an invisible wall. Why did something like a barrier appear in the main city of the hunting god land? Some people immediately took out their weapons in a hurry. Many of them had experienced the massive attack by Su at Lin Chen's wedding. The appearance of those ghost things would cause something wrong to happen in the land of the hunting god. Could it be that Su ran in again now? But they waited for a long time and watched these members of the Futu Guild pick up things randomly for a long time. But nothing happened in the land of the hunting god. Except for the invisible barrier in front, everything seemed to be the same as before. What is going on? Can a player break the rules in the game? Just when Lin Chen seemed to be enjoying throwing away the garbage, he suddenly paused. There seemed to be a lot of strange things in the warehouse, and he didn't know how many things were thrown away just now. But at this time, he could only turn his head and look at the mysterious man wearing a hood not far behind him. At this time, Lin Chen didn't even need to look back to feel that the time around him was frozen. Lin Chen looked at the time hourglass held in the hands of the judge, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that your ability is not yet up to par, and you need to use external objects to solidify time. Lin Chen teased. The other party was not angry, but took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Lin Chen. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, the judge suddenly sighed. According to the rules, I came here this time. To kill me? Yes. The judge did not hide it. You openly used abilities that do not belong to players in the land of the hunting god, which has violated the rules of this world. Lin Chen smiled but said nothing. He did this on purpose because he knew that he would not be targeted by the judge just because he said a few words to the NPC. However, with his current understanding of power, he only needed to use abilities that did not belong to this place in the world of the hunting god, which was built step by step and constructed by some code, which naturally violated the rules. He guessed correctly. The judge had to come. Then you want to attack me? Lin Chen looked at the other party. The judge seemed very helpless. He scratched his head, not knowing how to answer Lin Chen. After a long while, he finally sighed. You know, with your current ability, if I attack you, this eternal airspace will probably be destroyed by us. Lin Chen did not speak. The judge said honestly, and I really feel that I am not your opponent now. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Chen shrugged. There is no way. If you really want to attack me, you can't let me sit and wait for death. This time, the judge was silent. I won't attack you. Oh, will you be punished for not completing the task? You don't understand our work, and I can't explain it to you. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, let alone the 3 system administrators, in the current land of the hunting god, players, NPCs, world bosses, and even some specific monsters all perform their duties, and work hard to maintain the normal operation of this world. They were all somewhat confused about each other's rules, as if they were incompatible. Come to think of it, how could an NPC know about the players? Just like the professional guide around him. No matter how curious he was, he could never become a player. No. Lin Chen suddenly thought of someone. Xiaoyun? A strange emotion flashed through his mind, and Lin Chen always felt that something was wrong. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the judge. Let me ask you a question. The judge was a little serious. Don't try to pry anything out of me, I won't tell you about. No. Lin Chen shook his head and interrupted. A very simple question. The judge looked at him curiously. You ask. In the land of the hunting god, can NPCs become players? The atmosphere suddenly became very silent. After more than 10 seconds, the judge suddenly laughed and answered word by word. Are you crazy? Answer me. Lin Chen suddenly growled. The judge frowned slightly and changed his answer. Of course not. Chapter 585. Lin Chen looked at the judge, his expression changing. Why do you ask this suddenly? The judge asked. Lin Chen felt that it was a bit absurd, and asked subconsciously. Have you never seen the female swordsman next to me? Seeing Lin Chen's serious tone and expression gradually becoming serious, the judge looked at him again and nodded. I have seen her, what's wrong? She is a player or an NPC in your eyes now? Lin Chen whispered. Of course she's a player. Why, was she an NPC before? The tone of the judge was actually a bit puzzled. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a little dazed. He was about to blurt out yes, but finally swallowed it back. It seemed that in Lin Chen's impression, he had never seen the judge and Xiaoyun have an intersection alone, but Xiaoyun was a forger in the intermediate main city Emerald Paradise before. He had strengthened and upgraded his equipment many times in front of her stall. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. Now Lin Chen even has a good impression of Xiaoyun, and even Elena seems to be deliberately trying to match her with him. In this context, the system administrator, the judge, suddenly told himself that it is impossible for an NPC to become a player. Then, what's wrong with Xiaoyun? Is she lying? But if Xiaoyun is lying, there is no reason why the judge, as a system administrator, could not see through Xiaoyun's tricks. Seeing that Lin Chen suddenly stopped talking, the judge tried to ask some details, but Lin Chen remained silent, just frowning and staring blankly ahead. The judge waited helplessly. After more than 3 minutes, the judge had already picked up the hourglass in his hand and looked at it impatiently. I'm not here to chat with you about this nonsense. He looked at Lin Chen and said, time is running out. I want to ask you something now. Lin Chen also came back from his contemplation just now. There was no need to dwell on these things now. If he wanted to know the truth of the matter, he could only ask Xiaoyun in person. What's the matter? You went to Ming's Flower Gallery before, right? Lin Chen did not hide it, and nodded, yes. You can come out of Ming's Flower Corridor alive, which means you have passed the test of that adult? It was hard for Lin Chen to accept the words, that adult, from the mouth of a system administrator of the level of the judge. People of your level call the person whose face you can't see clearly as that adult. I am very curious about his background. Lin Chen finally asked. He should not be the designer you are talking about. The judge shook his head. No, but I can't tell you the details. Since you have passed the test, you only have one destination next. Level 90 World Boss? Lin Chen continued. Well, no one expected that you would appear in the land of the hunting god. According to the situation of the land of the hunting god in this round, it is estimated that there will not be a leader who can lead all the races in the universe until the server is closed, but now, it seems that you are the only one. Lin Chen seemed to remember the countless screens he had seen before, and the tens of thousands of races on the screens. He opened his mouth, but did not continue to talk about what the other party said. The judge said, and now the only one who can shut down the land of the hunting god normally is you. You came here specifically to let me participate in the level 90 world boss dungeon? Lin Chen was a little curious. Yes, no one wants the land of the hunting god to shut down normally more quickly than the three of us. The judge nodded. That's better than being forced to shut down after being breached by Sue. What's the difference? It's a huge difference. The judge was very serious. If the server is shut down normally, the server shutdown rewards reserved by the great designer will be issued normally, and most importantly, at that time, the rule power used to maintain the entire hunting god land will be transformed into rewards for all players. Lin Chen was stunned. The judge grabbed Lin Chen's collar. Have you ever thought that the hunting god land is a true miracle, and the energy that maintains the normal operation of this world is so great? If the hunting god land is breached by ruins, those powers will completely disappear, and no one will get them. So as long as I defeat the level 90 world boss, the game will shut down? That's what common sense says. Then do you think I can be a match for the God King? Lin Chen suddenly asked. In the first round, no player in the entire god hunting land had seen the guy. You seem to have a lot of confidence in me. The judge was silent for a few seconds. To be honest, not only you, but even I have never seen a level 90 boss. Oh, that's strange. I always thought that the world bosses were also under your jurisdiction. The judge shook his head. Of course, low-level world bosses are under our management, but starting from the level 80 world boss Beast God, our management authority has been somewhat limited. In some cases, the power of the Beast God is not less than ours. When Lin Chen was in the Rusang Realm dungeon, he did not see the conversation between the guide and the Beast God, and of course, he did not see the attitude of the Beast God towards the administrator. Let alone respect, the identities of the two were almost equal in conversation. Since the status of the Beast God is already so high, what about the level 90 God King? At this time, the effect of the time hourglass has begun to gradually disappear, and the space in front has begun to recover. The members of the Fu 2 Guild who are excited to pick up equipment are finally not like puppets. Some people have begun to move slowly. Don't worry, even if you don't come, I will go to attack the God King, but I still have some things to do, and it won't take long. Lin Chen sighed. The judge stared at Lin Chen and didn't continue to speak. For a long time, until the scene in front became chaotic again, the judge seemed to pat Lin Chen on the shoulder. Lin Chen turned around and saw that there was no one around. Lin Chen sighed, walked to the warehouse, hesitated for a while, and threw things out again. It lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Lin Chen finally threw away all the unused equipment and props in the warehouse. Amid the flattery and gratitude of the guild members, Lin Chen spent a few more minutes to send these excited members away. After doing all this, Lin Chen returned to his home. This time, the miscellaneous rewards included a lot of things to decorate the home, including furniture, accessories, and some other home-related props, but Lin Chen didn't have much time to take care of it now, so he just placed some more useful and cost-effective furniture and left in a hurry. After that, Lin Chen dealt with some undelivered tasks in the Eternal Airspace, and also learned several very useful skills in the guild hall with the newly obtained guild contribution points. When all the things were done, it was already the early morning of the next day. But in the end, Lin Chen still felt that time was not enough, as if there were still many things to do, but when he calmed down and thought about it, it seemed that there was nothing to do. Lin Chen looked at the time helplessly. According to the agreed time with others, there were still a few hours left, and Lin Chen suddenly wanted to go somewhere. After a while, Lin Chen left the Eternal Airspace and went to the intermediate main city Emerald Paradise. Near a huge flowerbed turntable, even in the early morning, Lin Chen could see many players active nearby. The number of players in the entire intermediate main city has increased exponentially compared to when they were level 40 or 50. At this time, Lin Chen sat on a bench with his legs crossed, looking at a stall in front of him calmly. In front of the stove specially used to strengthen equipment, the orc NPC had just respectfully sent a player away, and then was holding a small razor to shave his exposed fangs. From time to time, new players would come over, and the beast god would smile and put down his razor and help them strengthen their equipment. After that, he would bow his head respectfully, as if to say, "Please take care, guest, and come back next time." Lin Chen found it interesting, and finally stood up and walked forward. "Ah, Honorable Chosen One, welcome. May I ask how I can help you?" The orc NPC folded his hands in front of his lower abdomen, giving him a strange feeling of a beautiful female dealer dealing cards online. But when he saw Lin Chen slowly taking off the mask on his face, the orc was stunned. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere, but he saw too many people every day, and he couldn't remember it for a while. Lin Chen didn't take out his equipment. He opened the small door of the stall and walked in. Under the surprised gaze of the orc NPC, he sat on a stool inside. "Heaven. Chosen One? Do you have any melon seeds here?" The orc was a little confused, and then he actually took out a handful of melon seeds from the front pocket of his blacksmith apron. "Really?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. "How do you eat with such big teeth?" "My fangs are just big, look." The orc chuckled, picked up a melon seed, and threw it into his mouth. With a crisp sound, 2 pieces of melon seed shells were spit out. The orc chewed it, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "We orcs can also eat beautifully with our teeth." Lin Chen paused and suddenly asked, "Who gave you these melon seeds?" The orc was stunned, then coughed nervously. I brought them myself." "This Chosen One, if you don't want to strengthen your equipment, please go out and don't disturb me doing business." You can close at night in the land of the hunting god, right? You don't have to stay open all the time. Lin Chen didn't mean to leave, he just kept eating sunflower seeds. The orc was a little embarrassed, and could only stop talking to Lin Chen. But Lin Chen kept talking to himself. Big guy, these sunflower seeds were given to you by a girl, right? The orc remained silent, turned around and didn't look at him with a guilty conscience. In fact, the orc NPC was a little confused. This person was just a player, and there was no need for him to be so scared. The other party is right, but for some reason, whenever he communicates with the other party, he will inexplicably feel guilty, and the other party came here to ask about the secret, so he began to panic. Oops. He can't tell the other party about these things. If he tells it out, the system administrator will kill him directly. I don't know what you were talking about. I brought these melon seeds myself. Don't think that only the human world has melon seeds. When did I say the person who gave you the melon seeds was a human? The orc shuddered. Let me guess, you have always been the equipment forger of Emerald Paradise, right? Lin Chen stood up, walked to the side of the orc very familiarly, reached out and grabbed a handful of melon seeds from his pocket, and then sat back down. He continued, then suddenly one day, a human girl came to find you, and she made a deal with you. The content of the deal might be that you lend her the stall for a period of time, and she will take you to become an NPC of Emerald Paradise? The orc had already started shaking uncontrollably. Although it was very subtle, Lin Chen could still see the clues at a glance with his current observation ability. Lin Chen smiled. Your transaction was carried out under the noses of 3 system administrators, and did not attract anyone's attention. I am very curious whether your identity is special or she is capable. The orc swallowed his saliva, and still did not speak. Lin Chen was not in a hurry, and continued with a smile. Don't worry, no one will come to trouble you, you can talk to me without worry. The orc then looked around carefully. I don't know when it started, but a layer of transparent film appeared around, which seemed to be a layer of acrylic glass. The orc was shocked. He reached out and touched it, and found that it was actually a barrier composed entirely of energy bodies. This is what you did. The orc looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen finally finished eating all the melon seeds. He stood up and dusted off the melon seed shells on his body. Okay, now you can tell me what deal Xiaoyun made with you. The orc took a small step back with lingering fear, then looked around again, and whispered as if doing an experiment. She said she could send me back to Azeroth for a while. He paused when he said this, and raised his head with some fear, fearing that something would fall on his head. But the surroundings were very quiet, and even the players passing by didn't even look at him. Is it really okay? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Azeroth? Well, our orc world is like your human Earth. Lin Chen understood. Did you agree? I agreed, because my family died in the land of the hunting god a long time ago, and I am not a player, so I cannot have the ability of returning to the abyss in the second round. I can only wait for the land of the hunting god to be shut down, but she told me that as long as I agree to her, I can go back to see my family for a while. After saying all these words in one breath, the orc's eyes kept turning, and he was obviously still a little afraid that the judge would suddenly come and kill him. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then, did she reveal more information to you, such as the purpose of making a deal with you? No, to be honest, I still don't know who she is. She doesn't look like a player, but she shouldn't be an NPC. It's strange, why can she do those things? Chapter 586. After that, Lin Chen had no way to get any useful information from the orc NPC. The other party should not have lied. The orcs knew nothing about Xiaoyun's identity and methods, and were very afraid of him. Moreover, in front of Lin Chen's methods, the orcs did not dare to hide anything from Lin Chen. In a situation where he could not please both sides, this miserable NPC seemed to have no choice but to tell the truth. After not getting any useful information, Lin Chen took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket before leaving. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. It's too late. Let's close early and have a rest. Hey, okay, take care. After saying goodbye to the orc, he sent a private message to Xiaoyun. It's really interesting. Xiaoyun should be a thorough player now. They have added each other as friends and have privately chatted many times, but this time Lin Chen seemed very serious. He really wanted to know what this little girl was hiding. But he waited for a long time, and Xiaoyun didn't reply. Lin Chen directly made a private voice call. The other party did not answer. Lin Chen could not help but frown. He sent messages to Elena Fengchen and others to ask about Xiaoyun's whereabouts, but everyone said that they had not seen her all day. Lin Chen looked at Xiaoyun's avatar and name in the friend list. It did not turn black, and still showed the status of online. After pondering for a while, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. After explaining to others, he stepped onto the god-ascending stairs again and entered the ruins of the gods in the highest level main city. At this time, there were still a large number of players in the square of the ruins of the gods, who were choosing dungeons with the help of the staff. There was still some time before the gathering time, so Lin Chen did not hesitate and walked directly to the square. A staff member came over and said, "This honorable." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen interrupted him directly, "I'm looking for your boss." The staff member was choked and felt a little embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "Our captain is a little busy now. You can tell me directly which dungeon you are going to enter." Lin Chen glanced at the board captain standing in the center of the square, then turned to look at him. "Can you open the challenge field for the level 90 world boss?" The ordinary staff member was startled, and then looked up and down at the masked player in front of him. "Heh! Chosen One, are you sure?" He just felt that he had heard it wrong. The level 90 world boss, this copy is the most difficult in the land of the hunting god. It is at the top of the pyramid, no one else. Moreover, the conditions required to open the dungeon are somewhat harsh, and it is definitely not something that can be opened just by saying so. Now that this man specifically asked to go to this dungeon, he felt that this man was making fun of him, and he had begun to not want to pay attention to him. "Are you sure? Can I open it now?" "Go away, I don't have time to argue with you now." The staff rolled his eyes. Lin Chen was not annoyed, he just smiled and waved to the staff, and the next moment a special energy suddenly appeared from Lin Chen's palm, and then the man was shocked to find that he suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away. Lin Chen's body also disappeared from where he was just now. When he continued to see Lin Chen, he had already appeared in the center of the square. The captain of the staff, who was responsible for opening the Mingzi Flower Corridor for Lin Chen and others, was obviously stunned. He didn't know when Lin Chen appeared in front of him. When he suddenly saw Lin Chen appear, he even looked around subconsciously. Chosen One, what are you? What are the conditions for opening the copy of the level 90 world boss?" Lin Chen got straight to the point. Just as he thought, the captain in front of him was also stunned. It took him several seconds to come back to his senses. "Are you going to challenge the God King alone?" "Yes. Is there a limit on the number of people?" "Of course there is." Before he finished speaking, this guy seemed to be interrupted by someone, and then he suddenly covered his ears, and then raised his head, as if talking to someone. During the process, he listened to someone talking to him, while looking at the man in front of him in disbelief. Lin Chen looked at this person with great interest. He looked like he was talking to someone on the phone. If he guessed correctly, the person on the other end of the phone was most likely one of the administrators, the judge. After all, he had just gotten rid of himself and entered the challenge field to kill the God King. Of course, the other party would help Lin Chen through the back door at all costs. Soon, the staff member put down his hand, with a complicated look in his eyes. "Okay." He exhaled and took out a token from his waist. However, he confirmed with Lin Chen more than once during the preparation period. After Lin Chen's affirmative answer, the staff finally stopped talking. He threw the token forward, and a space crack suddenly appeared. It was a little different from the way to enter other copies. The portal to the God King's secret realm was very simple and plain. It was just a space crack that could be entered by one person, and it was not even a portal. Lin Chen opened his mouth to say something, but seeing the staff's somewhat struggling expression, Lin Chen could guess something. "Thank you." After saying that, he patted the other person's shoulder and strode into it. When Lin Chen disappeared in the square, the staff immediately took back the token, and his face turned pale. He was breathing heavily, and wiping the sweat from his forehead from time to time. Dare to enter the secret realm of the God King alone. He looked at the space that had been restored to its original state and murmured, "What a madman." After a while, Elena Fongchen Tanya Gardenia and Sister Tonton also returned to the square one after another. They looked around in confusion, but did not see Lin Chen. Moreover, they tried to contact Lin Chen through private chat with friends to no avail. More than 10 minutes had passed since the gathering time, and Fongchen was the first to lose patience. He looked at Elena strangely and whispered, "Could my brother Lin have gone on a date with Xiaoyun?" At first, Xiaoyun could not be contacted, and at this time, Lin Chen had no news either. Both of their avatars were lit, but no matter how they contacted each other, they would not reply. It's hard not to let people imagine. "I go find him." The female elf couldn't help but said immediately. However, Tang Yu pointed to the center of the square. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, why don't we ask the staff first?" When several people came to the center of the square, the captain of the staff, whose face was still not fully recovered, stood up from the ground with difficulty, Everyone, what copy are you going to choose? Ah, that's it. Did you see the player wearing a mask who was with us before? Tang Yu asked. The staff member did not hide it. Well, you came a little late. He just entered the God King's secret realm alone. Everyone was stunned. Feng Chen immediately asked, what is the God King's secret realm? Level 90 World Boss Dungeon. The other party replied. As soon as this was said, Elena and others were stunned. Without waiting for a moment, Elena came to her senses and immediately said in a stern voice, open the God King's secret realm, we want to go in too. Yes, yes. Feng Chen and others nodded repeatedly. Sorry, to open the God King's secret realm, at least 10,000 players must agree at the same time, otherwise it cannot be opened. The staff member replied in a deep voice. Elena looked around. Including the 5 of them, there were probably less than 3,000 players in the square of the ruins of the gods. She quickly turned her head and looked at the other party. Then why did you let him go in alone? I'm sorry, I can't answer that. Chapter 587. On the other side. Inside the so-called God King's secret realm, Lin Chen was frowning and looking at the world in front of him. No, it was better to say that he was feeling rather than looking. Lin Chen was sure that he was not in the land of the hunting god. Like the Rusang realm, this was also a real world. Feeling the breeze blowing from the sky and earth, and the elemental breath blowing from the mountains and rivers, Lin Chen felt relaxed and happy. In fact, he had thought a long time ago that if he had to enter the challenge field of the 90-level world boss one day, he would never bring other people in. After experiencing the incident, when the 80-level world boss beast god abducted Xiaoyun, Lin Chen made up his mind that he could come alone in such a dangerous dungeon. To put it more selfishly, other people would hold him back. He had no time to care about other people. But when he thought of Xiaoyun, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. He was too concerned at that time. If according to what he knew now, even if Xiaoyun was captured by the beast god, if the beast god wanted to harm Xiaoyun, it might be the beast god himself who would be unlucky. Lin Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked around and found that he was standing in a lush mountain with a gentle breeze and gurgling water. After feeling it for a long time, Lin Chen could not detect any dangerous atmosphere here at all. Let alone the level 90 world boss. There was not even a living creature within 100 miles. Lin Chen was no longer in a hurry. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground and took out several god props from his backpack one by one. Soon, Heart of God, Soul of God, Body of God, Eye of God and Soul of God were placed in front of him. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath, and his eyes became very serious. He was going to do something very dangerous. Fusion of these props. Ever since the first time he used the body of the god, Lin Chen felt that these god props and the powers he had sensed were somewhat complementary. Then, when he was fighting with his clone in the special formation of Mengzi Flower Corridor, he used the Heart of the God and the Eye of the God in succession, and that feeling was even stronger. At that time, Lin Chen was thinking, if he refined and fused these props, would it be successful? This world is the real world, which is the most suitable for Lin Chen. Thinking of this, Lin Chen waved his sleeves lightly, and a touch of energy suddenly appeared and hung leisurely in the air. The light and purple tree heart power on it actually began to turn into slurry, flowing slowly, and finally gradually deformed, turning into a form similar to Tai Chi Bagua. Lin Chen's palm moved slightly, and began to touch the divine props one by one. At this time, when he touched these spheres, Lin Chen felt a gentle and powerful breath quietly flowing into his skin and penetrating into his body. These pure and majestic forces came from nowhere, mixed with violent fluctuations that split the sky. After entering Lin Chen's body, they rushed through his muscles, blood vessels, and bones, bringing waves of extreme pain. Huh? Lin Chen gritted his teeth and exhaled a foul breath. Before, he had been borrowing the power of these props, but now his goal was to fuse and refine them. He only felt that these powers were very manic and hostile. Such an extremely risky method actually made Lin Chen a little nervous. He was concentrating, and if something went wrong, he would give up immediately. After all, these things were exclusive props of the hunting god land, and he didn't know if he could fuse them. The power in Lin Chen's body seemed to be awakened by the violent energy contained in these props, and then it started to work automatically. Then his whole body was like a greedy beast, swallowing this external force fiercely. Lin Chen's whole body trembled violently. He could clearly feel that the power impacting his meridians and blood vessels came from the god's body. This power was constantly tempering his body, and every flush and impact made his body more resilient. Lin Chen grinned involuntarily, and there was a subtle flash of lightning in his eyes. The special energy of God's eyes was also moving in his eyes at different times. Seeing this, Lin Chen flicked his fingers lightly, and the third God prop was suspended above Lin Chen's head. God's soul, the spiritual light around him was like stars, dazzling and dazzling. A majestic and pure breath spread out, forming a mist, gently wrapping Lin Chen. Lin Chen had used the three props of body, heart, and pupil, but it was the first time he had contact with the two items of soul and spirit, so Lin Chen was extremely careful. After all, it is not a simple matter to be linked to the two words soul and spirit. If you are not careful, you will die without a burial place. Open, Lin Chen said calmly. Then, a surge of energy surged from his palm and swept out, landing accurately on those lights. The Tai Chi Bagua diagram immediately lit up those energies one by one, and then rotated to connect into a network, and finally gathered in front of Lin Chen's eyebrows. Swish! Powerful energy burst out from the Tai Chi and shot directly at Lin Chen's crown. At the same time, the surface of God's soul also shone brightly, and a majestic beam of light broke through the air, covering the entire body of Lin Chen sitting on the ground from top to bottom. At this point, all 5 divine tools were in operation. The next moment, 5 streams of pure energy like springs converged into one stream, surging and rushing into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen immediately raised his head and groaned. He didn't need to refine it at all. This energy was like returning home. It was very compatible, and was absorbed by Lin Chen's body and soul. A ring of spiritual light began to linger around his body, as if pieces of scales appeared layer by layer around his body, and the glittering waves were stirring inside and outside Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen was stunned. He was confused by this very familiar and natural feeling. He was ready to face the heart-wrenching pain, but it seemed to be too smooth. The 5 energies seemed to have been circulating in his body, as if they had gradually become Lin Chen's own energy, just like the power of the tree heart. Feeling the gradually stable energy in his body, Lin Chen put his hands together. He was ready to stabilize these energies, and refine them into his own things. Time passed quietly in this mountain and river, and before he knew it, it seemed like a long time had passed. During this period, Lin Chen's body seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and there was no movement from beginning to end. Even if the energy light around him disappeared, Lin Chen in the world just sat cross-legged quietly, and even his breathing was so weak that it was difficult to detect, like a dead person. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The whole world suddenly moved at this moment. Chapter 588. At the same time, he stretched out his arms, and the whole person left the ground under his feet. He slowly rose up, and the elemental laws of this world and this world began to gather around his body. Endless light lingered around him, lifting him up to a towering sky. Lin Chen's body had some special changes. The inside and outside of his body began to burst out with rich rule power. It was no longer purple or white. Those transparent, even unclear and indistinguishable powers poured out from Lin Chen's mind and spirit, and finally hung above his head. After floating for a while, it soared into the sky and sank into the sky like mist until it disappeared. As time went by, the sky where Lin Chen stood in the void was constantly changing, the endless clouds kept rolling, thunder rumbled faintly, and the surging air currents fell from top to bottom, squeezing and blowing away all other free elements in this world, turning the area of dozens of miles where Lin Chen was located into a dust-free land like a vacuum. Lin Chen breathed evenly, and at this moment he was like a spider. The perception radiating from his body was like a huge spider web with no end in sight. Every corner of the earth covered by the web structure was fed back into Lin Chen's mind in a special way. This kind of god-like power made Lin Chen feel extraordinary. Almost half a minute passed. Lin Chen almost instantly turned his head and looked in a certain direction with a sharp gaze. He didn't have time to sigh at how refreshing the power of God was, nor did he have time to savor the power in his body that was so different from before. Lin Chen seemed to sense something. If he was right, he had found the so-called God King. The next moment, Lin Chen disappeared directly on the spot. When he reappeared, the surroundings were no longer the gorgeous mountains and rivers he had just been in, but a vast plain with no end in sight. Occasionally, a few scattered villages could be seen on the plain, but there was no living life inside. Lin Chen looked around with some curiosity. The special fluctuations he had just sensed came from this place, but when he came here, he found nothing. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen gently made a pulling motion, which looked like tug-of-war. Crack! As the space twisted, a strange wave suddenly flashed from the void, and then a dark figure was pulled out of the void by this irresistible force. Huh? Lin Chen looked at the thing in front of him that looked very similar to Su, and couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. It was said to be like Sue because it was completely black, and there was black mist flowing up and down on the surface of its body, but it was not quite the same as Sue, and even gave Lin Chen a very familiar feeling. Just like. Lin Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and he almost subconsciously said, Shield Mountain? No one answered. Lin Chen continued to call Chilo and Altair, but still no one responded. Finally, Huang Dachui and others also fell silent. The whole world could only hear Lin Chen talking, as if he was mumbling to himself. The next moment, Lin Chen's wrist shook, and waves of space flashed one after another. Black figures were pulled out of the void one after another. They only had human outlines, but no human souls. At this time, the black shadow standing in front of Lin Chen was motionless in the void, like a puppet. Lin Chen just felt that it was a bit outrageous. These were not ruins, but the undead followers summoned by the resurrection of the undead. Except for their dead bodies, they were the same as Dun Shan and Huang Dachui. So that's how it is. Lin Chen finally knew how the undead followers, like Dun Shan, came from. If he guessed correctly, the reason why there was a fluctuation in the atmosphere in this place was because these undead followers were hidden. The undead followers resurrected by Lin Chen's bug skill, resurrection of the undead, were all transported from this place. Could this place be the rear supply station of the god-hunting land? Just as Lin Chen was thinking, he seemed to notice something and turned back. Something seemed to be approaching quickly in the distance. When Lin Chen came to his senses, the black shadow was already close at hand. God King? Lin Chen only had time to mutter a sentence. Then the other party carried a heavy breath and turned into a fierce siege cannon. Boom! The huge sound was like a loud bell. Lin Chen was knocked into the crack of the void by this person, who suddenly appeared. After a moment, the space reappeared several kilometers away. Lin Chen flew out backwards, smashing the space into countless pieces like glass along the way. Lin Chen waved his hand violently to release the force, and he actually stopped directly in place. Looking up, a tall middle-aged man was standing in front of him and looking at him indifferently, but he was all black, and waves of black energy lingered around his body. If he didn't look carefully, Lin Chen would even think that this person was also a follower of the undead similar to Shield Mountain. But if he looked closely, Lin Chen felt that the person standing in front of him was not a person, but an active volcano ready to erupt. He had never seen such a powerful force. Except for the mysterious man whose face he had met in Mengzi Flower Gallery before, the person in front of him was the strongest person he had ever seen. Even the black-clothed Lin Chen could not compare to him. Are you the level 90 world boss, the God King Osper? The other party neither admitted nor denied it. He just put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Chen coldly. Lin Chen brushed off the wrinkles on his clothes and looked at the other party with a smile. Do you want to fight directly or talk first? What responded to him was the raging sea of blood that suddenly roared out from the void behind the God King. The space above this land began to fluctuate violently, and a space crack spanning several kilometers opened wider and wider, and then surging blood gushed out from it, as if the endless power factor turned into water drops in the waves. Lin Chen clearly witnessed that the endless sky had completely turned into a surging sea, transforming power into such a magnificent sea of blood. Between the waves, there is the magnificent scene of sky-curtained ocean. Lin Chen could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. Can he do this now? Maybe. However, Lin Chen had just merged the divine things and had not yet mastered them, so he was naturally a little dazed when he saw such a scene. The waves rolled, and the blood-red seawater was all under Lin Chen's feet and in his sight. He was standing on a plain a moment ago, but now he was on the endless sea. The bone-chilling sea breeze blew, and the God King stared at Lin Chen, who was not afraid of the waves on the opposite side. The other party did not even have much power fluctuations. Lin Chen was standing between heaven and earth at this moment. After gradually getting used to these blood seas transformed by power, Lin Chen turned his eyes to the God King on the opposite side again, and everything around him seemed to be ignored by him. Compared with the tall God King who was dressed in dragon and phoenix robes, Lin Chen was as inconspicuous as an ordinary person, but his eyes were fixed on the God King. The waves beat, and Lin Chen continued to ask, "Are you sure you don't want to talk to me?" There was a hint of subtle curiosity in his words. The God King's expression changed slightly because of Lin Chen's words, and a hint of anger flashed across his cold face. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned, held his head with both hands, and showed a look of pain. Lin Chen's eyes below lit up instantly, but this change was fleeting, and the God King quickly returned to normal. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen ushered in the first wave of fierce attacks from the God King. Die! The God King's voice was as cold as ice. As his voice fell, the sea-like air suddenly emerged with a blood-red color, and various powers surged out of his body, directly crushing everything in the space within his sight. As soon as he made a move, he was murderous. Crack, crack, crack. The black starlight flashed inside the blood sea, and under the beating of the blood sea, cracks appeared in the space along the way. Looking at Lin Chen again, the blood sea under his feet suddenly bubbled, and then a black vortex took shape. The next moment, countless dark powers emerged from it, and turned into a huge demon shadow in the waves, like a beast in hell, dressed in dark red, surrounded by a strong smell of blood and corrosion, and the surrounding space was corroded and cracks appeared. Facing this strange demon shadow, and the pungent black energy, Lin Chen could not help but frown. How could the power of the God King be so evil? Even so, Lin Chen still felt an unprecedented pressure. With such an attack, even if the 80-level world boss beast god appeared here, he would be killed in a moment. He was right to choose to come here alone. If Elena Fengchen and others were here, they would have no time to protect themselves. Lin Chen shook his head and chuckled, then took a breath, with a snow-white light flashing in his eyes. This was the first time that Lin Chen released his power after integrating the divine object. Energy gathered from Lin Chen's body and finally lingered in his chest. The next moment, he clenched his palms, and the snow-white power flowed to the palms of Lin Chen's hands. He spread his palms and pressed down. Suddenly, bursts of cold light flashed, and a large amount of white mist flowed around Lin Chen, and the inside was icy and bone-chilling. These cold airs spread and enveloped the entire sea surface, and through the endless space, this turbulent space gradually calmed down. Crunch, crunch. As the fog spread, you could occasionally hear the creaking sound of the sea surface being frozen. After a moment, the whole world seemed to be frozen. The huge demon shadow that emerged from the sea of blood behind Lin Chen was also shrouded in cold air and frozen. In an instant, the world turned white, and every place was covered with white ice and snow. The boundless cold air that gathered like a snake kept swimming in the sea of blood, and the seawater was frozen wherever it went. Lin Chen shook his hands and looked at the void in the distance. However, a huge demon shadow that was several times larger than the previous demon shadow stepped out of the void. As soon as this demon shadow appeared, it pressed the space to be extremely unstable. It's really exaggerated. Lin Chen looked up at the demon shadow that could not see the end and complained. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky. Compared with the demon shadow, Lin Chen's body was almost impossible to capture by the naked eye. However, the power fluctuations flowing from his body were enough to completely suppress the energy of the demon shadow. Against the black background of the demon shadow, Lin Chen's figure was as dazzling as a star. Roar! The demon shadow roared when it saw Lin Chen attacking. It grabbed with its big hand, and the demon energy gathered into a black knife. The black knife chopped down, and the space collapsed. The blade light was like a dark thunder, and slashed at Lin Chen fiercely. Lin Chen's figure passed by easily, and his finger pointed slightly at the demon shadow. An endless ice cone larger than an iceberg directly pierced through the void, and hit the demon energy blade light heavily. Boom! A startling chill spread out, freezing the blade. The sound of freezing made a shrill sound along with the chill, and the ice even began to climb up the black shadow's arm along the black knife. Afterwards, Lin Chen's tiny figure shook slightly, and appeared above the demon shadow. The ice attached to his palm, and the chill condensed, instantly turning into a huge spear-shaped black ice thousands of feet long. Although this black ice was insignificant compared to the tens of thousands of feet long demon shadow, the heavy feeling made the demon shadow roar. Then, Lin Chen threw the demon shadow, and the 1,000-foot-long spear of black ice fell heavily on the demon shadow. Roar! The terrifying cold air that was enough to freeze the demon energy in the sky came with a huge black ice. The demon shadow roared to the sky, and its body expanded wildly at this moment. The demon energy that was already raging raged in the entire space. The demon shadow roared, and punched out with a 1,000-foot-long body. The surging demon energy was like countless demon dragons, and it blasted the falling ice away with one punch. As the ice chips flew all over the sky, the eyes of the demon shadow actually reflected Lin Chen floating in front of its pupils. The man smiled warmly, and he gently stood in the void in front of the demon shadow's eyes, with a sharp blade in his hand. Suddenly Lin Chen held a sword with both hands, and the overwhelming power of rules and murderous intent permeated every corner of the blade in his hand. Then he shouted in a low voice, and used both hands to force the sharp blade in his hand into the pupil of the demon shadow. The sharp blade forged by pure power was accurately stabbed into the huge pupil of the demon shadow by Lin Chen. Roar! Roar! The power of the rules of the gods exploded in the eyes of the demon shadow. No matter how hard the demon shadow struggled and wailed, the sharp blade that was as thin as a gossamer as poison to it continued to corrode every inch of its body. The glass-colored light moved down from his pupils and penetrated his whole body in a short moment, spreading rapidly from his head to his feet like a plague. Woo woo woo. With a series of strange sounds, the power of the demon shadow that covered the sky and the sun began to gradually dissipate, and then exploded. Lin Chen's body was falling rapidly, and finally left the center of the chaos in the deafening roar of the demon shadow explosion. Bang! The demon shadow completely collapsed, and boundless demonic energy surged out from where it dissipated like a tide, interweaving with the ice that originally covered the sky and the earth, covering this space with a deeper layer of black mist. In the destructive explosion, Lin Chen's figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor, and finally disappeared under the clouds, landing silently in a hidden mountain range. Chapter 589. Lin Chen, who had fallen to the ground, looked up at the sky. Something was flying over his head at a speed so fast that it seemed to flash. He retreated slightly, and then his whole body pressed against the ground, like a streak of light that cut through the sky and rushed past. Swoosh! The land had become devastated by the fight between the two just now, and the broken walls and a few hills also looked dilapidated. On the ruins, Lin Chen's figure was rushing like a phantom, and behind him seemed to be chasing a whole black world. Lin Chen looked back, and behind him was an endless dark sky, like a collapsed sky, and at the end of the chaos, the figure of the God King was looming. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's mouth curled up a helpless smile, and he suddenly turned around and stopped running. You are really persistent. Lin Chen said, God King, I will not show mercy next time. After saying that, his expression suddenly became cold, the previous smile disappeared, and a visible momentum surged in his body. It seemed that in just an instant, Lin Chen turned into an evil ghost that was even more exaggerated than the God King. He couldn't even completely suppress this powerful force, and exhaled a sulfur-like foul air from his mouth. The God King did not retreat. He was covered in a huge black curtain, standing between heaven and earth, dyeing the earth and the sky with a strange blood red. He opened his hands, and his state was like welcoming a storm. The black power in the chaos turned into a phantom, blood and she rolled, and even the broken space turned red. Lin Chen took a deep breath. His intuition told him that he must keep some means to deal with a more difficult existence than the God King. Therefore, he needed to fight quickly. This feeling was not groundless. He always felt that there was something hiding behind the demigod, and even said that he had an illusion that the guy in front of him was probably not the real God King. But even so, the strength of the God King in front of him was very scary, but his realm had never reached the height that Lin Chen thought. From the feedback from the fight just now, although the opponent had enough power to destroy the world, Lin Chen did not fully exert his full strength. Oh! The God King looked down from above, and finally said the first sentence in a cold tone, I want to see how you can be merciless. He laughed angrily, raised his hand suddenly, and the black curtain around him instantly turned into a rolling blood-red torrent, whistling out. In just a few breaths, the land turned into a blood-red ocean again. But in that sea of blood, there were white bones, as if there were endless resentful spirits roaring, emitting an extremely cold breath. Blood curse. The God King stared at Lin Chen with sinister eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the sea of blood roared out like a wild horse. It seemed that he had sensed that Lin Chen's strength was a little unusual, so he did not dare to be careless at all. At this moment, he was different from before, and his first move was a killing move. Hua-la-la. Under the God King's gaze, the sea of blood surged wildly, and the power in it exploded to the extreme, even suppressing the power of rules flowing around Lin Chen, so that he could not breathe, and even the sky in this area was burned. It was red, like a huge boiler. The space was shattered by this force, making bursts of cracking sounds. The blood sea was raging, but the God King gradually noticed something was wrong. He focused his eyes slightly, and saw that the blood sea was becoming shallower at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swish! The God King's face changed slightly, and then he waved his hand, and a blood-red blade appeared in his hand. The other hand was slightly bent, and a jade plate appeared in the palm of his hand. He needed to find out what happened to the blood sea, and be prepared for the next round of attacks. However, just as a look of doubt and uncertainty appeared in his eyes, he suddenly felt an irresistible suction coming from the sea of blood. Under the influence of that suction, the sea of blood rolled down at an astonishing speed, as if there was a bottomless black hole in the depths of the earth swallowing everything. In just a few breaths, the originally surging sea of blood gradually shrank, and finally, only Lin Chen's figure was left looming in the sea of blood. However, behind Lin Chen, a huge shadow appeared. Looking closely, it was the shadow of a monkey. The shadow opened its mouth wide, and the terrible suction came from its mouth. At this time, under the effect of suction, the vast sea of blood was swallowed into its mouth continuously. Lin Chen did not give the God King time to be shocked. His eyes locked onto the sharp blade and jade plate in the hands of the God King almost instantly, and his wrist trembled slightly. Shwa! A spear and a shield appeared in his hands on the left and right. The next moment, as the sea of blood completely disappeared, his figure had already approached like a shadow. The God King shouted, looking for death. Then, the two figures suddenly disappeared from the spot. At the moment of collision, the surrounding space completely collapsed, and the bodies of the two disappeared into the void one after another. There was only a gap in the void that was slowly healing. In the depths of the void, two figures kept shuttling back and forth in the boundless black space. To the naked eye, they looked like two bright stars, shining brightly in the endless collision. The sound of dong 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 echoed at the edge of this lonely universe. Two rays of light, one red and one white, intertwined and entangled, outlined by countless intertwined lines of light, and each ray of light was a gathering of countless fine white lights. Until the two figures retreated after a fierce confrontation, Lin Chen and the God King kept an immeasurable distance. The surroundings were no longer reality nor the land of hunting gods. The two seemed to have come to some kind of boundary or universe, at least beyond the reach of reality, so the two of them gave their all without reservation, otherwise the aftermath of their confrontation alone would be enough to plunge the world into chaos. Boom! Lin Chen and the God King stumbled back, until they barely stabilized their bodies at the edge of the distant sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The God King stared at the scarlet blade in his hand, which was mottled with cracks, and the tip of the blade was curled. The magic weapon in the other hand was also covered with a layer of dimness. The spear in Lin Chen's hand had broken, and the iron shield was shattered, but both were transformed by his power, so the loss was not heavy. For Lin Chen, this was the first time he had fought with such a powerful strongman so far, and his eyes were actually shining with unprecedented excitement. Lin Chen took a step forward, and the whole void seemed to tremble when he took this step. A vast sea of blood similar to the one used by the God King before suddenly appeared all around, but it was only flowing out from around Lin Chen, and the blood sea released by Lin Chen contained a pure power of rules. The blood wave formed by this power was tens of thousands of feet high, rolling towards the God King, making the God King look as small as dust in front of it. Wherever the blood wave passed, the space was distorted. Lin Chen's power could affect the structure of the void, and the energy contained in it was enough to easily wipe out a figure of the level of the 80th level world boss beast god. Good trick, the God King exclaimed. After saying that, the God King put his hands together, and an unprecedented mighty energy surged out, which was completely different from the blood sea of rules released by Lin Chen. This was a direct display of the power of a demon god, turning into a tide of corpses, carrying endless strange energy and countless dry bones, rushing endlessly, like the collapse of the world, tsunamis and landslides. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have seen this ability somewhere. It seemed that in the mysterious man's formation, the clone of himself seemed to have created these corpse tides and seas of bones. The corpses surged into the sea of blood instantly, making a sharp sound like metal burning. White mist rose, the sea of blood was suppressed, but the corpses were still powerful and rushed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was prepared. As he exhaled softly, the void cracked open a huge abyss again. The edge of the abyss was actually a low-level main city in the land of the hunting god. Some low-level players, who were just eating and waiting to die, were startled, and then looked at this end of the crack curiously. Why is there a big crack here? Back off, you are risking your life, be careful not to fall down. Damn, is there a texture bug in this damn game? The voices of these players were faintly heard from the other side of the rift, but along with the voices, there was also energy from the inside of the hunting god land. The next moment, the elements of heaven and earth, and the mechanism power of the game rushed into the abyss, like a fountain, from the hunting god land. Lin Chen was actually going to use the rules of the hunting god land to suppress the opponent. The two energies suspended above Lin Chen's head, and turned into a huge wave composed of pure elements, crashing into the boundless white corpse tide. Boom boom! The power elements from the land of the hunting god were completely released, intertwined and merged with the corpse tide. The attacks of the God King and Lin Chen were blocked by each other, and the former's eyes were fixed. How did you do it? The God King was shocked, and immediately stepped on the void and pointed his finger in the direction of Lin Chen. In an instant, the empty space surged with boiling gas, and the sharp sound was endless, as if the space itself was boiling at this moment, and then suddenly poured down. Boom! As the boundless gas fell, the void sky collapsed, and something was spreading rapidly, tearing the darkness apart. The next moment, the gas suddenly expanded, and countless energy beams that could instantly destroy mountains poured down like raindrops. Each beam of light contained a destructive force between the elements of heaven and earth, and the power of the devil. The God King's methods were endless, and every move was enough to destroy the world. Huff! A tiny flame jumped in Lin Chen's eyes. Wow! Gorgeous flames burst out from Lin Chen's body, and at the same time, the flame elements floating in the void suddenly shone. Then, endless flames burst out from Lin Chen's eyes, as if at this moment, Lin Chen was the so-called god of blazing fire. Swish! The fiery red flames instantly swept over his body, turning into various raging fire waves, and finally condensed into a giant beast made of flames that soared into the sky. Along with the blazing flames, it illuminated the entire dark void. Roar! The beast opened its huge mouth, and a gorgeous red flame burst out, completely igniting this dark world. Then, huge pillars of flame shot out from its mouth, colliding head-on with the falling beams, and a deafening roar broke out. Boom! In the heart of the dark void, gorgeous flames bloomed like fireworks, intertwined with the power fluctuations that splashed everywhere, and the entire void trembled under this violent energy fluctuation, instantly turning into a purgatory raging with flames. The players in the land of the hunting gods, who had been curiously staring at the void crack, were now stunned. They gathered more and more, but compared to before, they retreated farther and farther. I seem to see two people fighting. Is that a fight? Are you sure it's not a fight between gods? Get out of here. Don't watch it. Keep your voice down. The players held their breath and dared not talk loudly. They surrounded the void crack and carefully watched the two figures fighting fiercely inside the void. After an unknown amount of time, the flames that covered the sky gradually disappeared, and a strong wind suddenly rose. The black energy was engulfed and gradually dissipated, and the heavy earth-yellow energy and the moonlight flickered one after another. Sounds like cosmic explosions erupted from the void. No one knew what kind of battle was happening on the other side of this void crack. These players, whose average level was only 20 or 30, didn't even know how this crack came about. They stared at the fierce battle inside with their eyes wide open, completely forgetting how dangerous this place was. Fortunately, until the end of the battle, no extra power leaked out of the crack. Otherwise, even a little bit of energy would have directly destroyed the main city of the hunting god land. It seemed that more than 10 minutes had passed, and the relatively thin figure finally suppressed the other force, and the energy fluctuations around the two figures disappeared one after another. It seems that the winner has been decided. People were a little curious and wanted to get closer to take a closer look. The gap in space suddenly healed, and in less than a moment the huge void crack disappeared. The low-level players looked at each other, not knowing what was going on for a moment. Lin Chen exhaled the depressed air in his chest, gently patted the wrinkles on his clothes, and stared at the tall figure in front of him with an interested look. How is it? Are you willing to fight again? Lin Chen knew the current situation of the God King. In the void, the God King's attack would gradually show fatigue over time. After Lin Chen opened the crack in the hunting god land and released the power of the rules in the game, Lin Chen's suppression became more obvious. In the end, Lin Chen had an advantage far beyond the God King in the protracted battle. If the two people had equal power, the outcome might still be undecided. The God King, who was wearing exquisite armor, could no longer maintain the omnipresent power. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at the man in front of him with a faint smile on his face. Why do you have these powers? Seeing the God King's reaction, Lin Chen's expression relaxed a little. He completely ignored his surroundings and clapped his hands, and a chair appeared out of thin air behind him. Lin Chen sat down directly. Seeing this method, the God King's eyes condensed. Creating something out of thin air, even he couldn't do this method. Can we chat now? Lin Chen looked at the God King with a smile on his face. I have nothing to talk about with you. But as soon as the God King finished speaking, a chair strangely appeared behind him. Lin Chen motioned for the other party to sit down and snapped his fingers at the same time. Snap. The scenery in front of them suddenly changed. The moment before, they were still in the dark void, but with the sound of the snap, the two of them actually returned to the world just now. But because of the fierce fight between the two just now, this world has become chaotic, and the originally beautiful landscape has long been filled with blood and ashes. The God King stared at Lin Chen's tricks. He sighed, smiled bitterly, and slowly sat on the chair. At this moment, the God King's body trembled suddenly, and the chair began to gradually change. Countless chains formed by the power of rules bound him tightly, and a huge formation emerged from the ground under his feet, which closely connected him with the source of Lin Chen's power. A breath from the depths of his soul completely locked the God King. You cheated? The God King was furious. However, he had consumed too much power at this moment, and coupled with the special effect of this formation on the soul, the God King could not leave the formation. Lin Chen did not explain much. He slowly stood up. Sorry, the person I wanted to talk to from the beginning was not you, but... Lin Chen said word by word, and at the same time raised his head and looked at a certain void. After watching the show for so long, it's time to come out. Chapter 590. After he finished speaking, accompanied by a sharp sound of tearing the air, the God King, who did not know where the power came from, actually broke free from Lin Chen's formation restraints, and the whole person suddenly attacked. In such a short distance, Lin Chen could not dodge at all. A more powerful force than before spread from the palm of the God King's hand, and hit Lin Chen's face quickly. However, at the moment when he was only a few feet away from Lin Chen, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of the God King, and with a slender jade hand, he stopped his steps. This God King was a little different from before. His body and strength seemed to have returned to the state before the fierce fight in just a few breaths. His breath was full and his strength was strong, as if it was someone else who had just fought with Lin Chen. But he seemed to have lost his intelligence and memory. Like a puppet being manipulated, his eyes were empty and dead. Lin Chen only glanced at him briefly, and then his eyes did not linger for too long, but kept looking at the woman who suddenly appeared. Since this woman stepped into this chaotic ruin, everything around her began to quietly transform. The ground under her feet was no longer a vast wasteland, and the sky around her was no longer scarlet after being poisoned by the sea of blood. Gorgeous flowers bloomed around the two of them, and the mountains that rose abruptly from the flat ground in the distance, the gentle wind, the fragrant earth under her feet, and the bright blue sky above her head all told that this place was not any place Lin Chen knew. Coo coo coo. A few white doves with wings as white as snow and eyes shining with scarlet light flapped their wings and landed lightly on the eaves of a stone pavilion next to Lin Chen. Looking further away, a woman in a colorful dress was seen, with her back to Lin Chen, quietly gazing at the mountains in the distance. If Lin Chen's creation of a chair out of thin air just now could be considered as a creation out of thin air, then the ability of this woman at this moment was comparable to that of a true God King. She was graceful and elegant, and her back alone was enough to make people feel awe and dare not look directly at her. In addition, the surrounding scenery was as poetic as a painting. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chen's hands still had traces of the battle with the God King, he would almost think that this was an illusory dream. He looked at the woman's back from afar, and an inexplicable trance surged in his heart, as if this scene and this feeling should not be staged at this moment, but should appear in some bloody soap opera. Xiaoyun. This name lingered on Lin Chen's lips. He wanted to call, but he never opened his mouth. After a moment, reason finally overwhelmed emotion. Lin Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm, with a hint of unnatural stiffness in his tone. Is this place the special territory of Lord God King? Lin Chen spread his hands, turned slowly, and his eyes were full of surprise. What a good trick, I admire you, I admire you. These words from a stranger came out of Lin Chen's mouth. He didn't know what kind of impact it would have on the woman, but he couldn't help but be stunned. Because he had never thought that one day he would talk to Xiaoyun in such a strange and unfamiliar tone. It was like going back to the first time he met this woman. At that time, Xiaoyun was sitting with her legs crossed, eating melon seeds, and didn't care about anyone. For a moment, he stood there in a daze. The breeze blew by, gently ruffling the hair of the woman in front of him. Lin Chen frowned slightly, and his heart was also full of waves. Xiaoyun today is no longer the black-bellied and playful girl in his memory, but a world boss who can create a God King. There is no need to say more about her terrifying strength. In some ways, Lin Chen can be said to have been fooled by Xiaoyun. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quietly took a step back. At the same time, the power of rules in his body shone brightly, ready to go. He must always be vigilant and adjust his own state to the best. After all, the woman in front of him is the most powerful boss in the land of hunting gods in some ways, and even the judge, one of the three managers, has never seen such an existence. Lin Chen was confident but not arrogant. He might be able to fight Xiaoyun, but he might not be able to do it, so if he made a mistake, Lin Chen might die. After a short silence, Xiaoyun broke the awkward silence. She raised her hand and brushed the hair that was blown by the wind behind her ears. A faint smile appeared on the face that Lin Chen was very familiar with, as gentle as the spring breeze. There was a hint of cunning in Lin Chen's tone, as if the person standing there was really the Xiaoyun he knew well, with a slightly dark temperament. "Brother Lin Chen, why are you so polite? What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? I am Xiaoyun. Your attitude is really chilling." However, Lin Chen just smiled faintly after hearing this. "You are too polite. The Xiaoyun I know is not the God King. She is just a girl who likes to eat melon seeds and speaks a little bit venomous." Lin Chen smiled and said, "If we have a chance in the future, I will bring her to visit." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere froze again. Xiaoyun covered her lips with her hand. "Alas, it seems that Sister Elena is the most important in your heart." "That's right, one night of marriage means 100 nights of love. I should be considered a third party. Thanks to Sister Elena's generosity, she hopes that I will serve you together with her, just like the ancient 3 wives and 4 concubines, but you actually pretended not to know me, alas." Lin Chen's expression became more and more solemn, and his fists clenched. Although he has now merged several divine props, strictly speaking, he is now a god, and as his power increases, his mental toughness is far from what it used to be, but facing the woman in front of him, he still feels a little uneasy. In fact, after parting with the orc NPC last night, Lin Chen has begun to guess Xiaoyun's true identity. During the process, he has also thought about the scene of meeting Xiaoyun again several times, but when the two really look into each other's eyes, his heart is full of mixed feelings. Unexpected, but reasonable. Huh? Lin Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He stared at the woman opposite him. "Why is it necessary for Lord God King to act so hard?" Lin Chen's voice gradually became colder. "You even have to make up so many lies." "I am really flattered." Hearing this, Xiaoyun finally sighed softly, and a complicated look flashed across her beautiful face. "Lin Chen, it was indeed my fault to conceal my true identity. I lied about my identity, and the fact that the NPC became a player. I didn't lie to you about other things." She slowly raised her eyes. "I am indeed an earthling. I was indeed only 7 years old before entering the land of the hunting god, and I indeed have a father who depends on me for everything. All of this is true." Lin Chen remained silent. "Will you hate me?" Xiaoyun's words suddenly became somewhat bleak. She stood not far in front of Lin Chen. A gust of wind blew her hair away. She looked lonely and extremely lonely. Chapter 591. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to say it. He looked at Xiaoyun helplessly, but found that this girl's eyes were red with the appearance of a god king, and she looked like she was about to cry. Lin Chen sighed. "It's not hatred." What he wanted to say was, "It's not hatred. After all, you haven't done anything bad, and you haven't done anything bad to me." But before he finished speaking, Xiaoyun smiled very happily, and Lin Chen blinked and swallowed the rest of the words back. Seeing Lin Chen's hesitation, Xiaoyun immediately stopped smiling and said awkwardly, "Lin Chen, can you listen to my explanation?" Lin Chen couldn't really describe this feeling. Before what happened today, Lin Chen could tell himself that Xiaoyun really liked him, and even agreed with Elena. Elena, as an elf, had her own unique understanding of the relationship between the sexes and marriage, but Xiaoyun, as a native of Earth, was willing to have 2 women share one husband, which was enough to explain this. Lin Chen seemed to be the most hesitant person in this emotional tangle. After all, the reason why Lin Chen could become a second-round player was because of his emotional failure. If he had not entered the Mengzi Flower Gallery with Zhao Yuding and Li Tianhua, Lin Chen would not have been killed by the 2 dogs and bitches. In fact, Lin Chen had to thank those 2. Without them, he would never have had the opportunity to enter the Mengzi Flower Gallery, and would not have died in that copy. Therefore, Lin Chen seemed to be very cautious about emotional matters, and even said that he was walking on thin ice when it came to his feelings for Xiaoyun. Even though Elena had taken the initiative to express her attitude, Lin Chen still hesitated and did not dare to cross the line. He had been betrayed before, so he was very resistant to being promiscuous with 2 women at the same time. But how did Lin Chen view Xiaoyun? He spoke so righteously, but sometimes Lin Chen felt that he was very hypocritical, because his feelings for Xiaoyun could no longer be described as complex. He could not deceive himself. Not only did he have Elena, but he also coveted Xiaoyun. At first, Lin Chen sneered at the harem stories he had read before, but now he felt that he had wronged those brothers. This made Lin Chen even more entangled. But he never thought that things would develop to this point. The beloved girl who made him not know how to face her was actually the most powerful boss in the land of the hunting god, the 90th level world boss, the God King Osper. If you want to explain, then explain. Anyway, I have no right to refuse now. Lin Chen said like a bad guy. Xiaoyan pondered for a while, and finally said, Lin Chen, whether you believe me or not, I still want to tell you that I actually noticed you a long time ago, and the reason why I deliberately approached you is indeed for a special purpose. Lin Chen frowned. You noticed me a long time ago? How early? During the first round. No, the first round is strictly speaking a failed work. Everything started from this round. This round? When did you notice me? When you used the bug ability to stack attack power for the first time. If I remember correctly, you were still killing fireflies in the novice village at that time. So early? Lin Chen was stunned. In other words, you noticed it when I used the bug? Yes, although I am the God King Osper, I am also one of the frame guardians of the God hunting land. As long as there is something wrong with this world, I will sense it immediately. Lin Chen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that Xiaoyan, the level 90 world boss, had noticed him since the first day of the second round of the server opening, and he had been wantonly stacking attack power under Xiaoyan's nose. He bit his lower lip with his teeth, and suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth, but Lin Chen quickly caught something wrong and immediately asked, Frame Guardian? One of them? Yes, the man whose face you couldn't see clearly that you met in Mengza Flower Corridor 2 days ago, is also a guardian. There are only 2 of us. Our status is higher than that of the judges. Xiaoyan shrugged. It's just that he and I have never seen each other, and no one knows each other. That contact was also the first time I met him. Lin Chen was speechless. No wonder when he came out after defeating the black-clothed Lin Chen with great effort, Xiaoyan was already standing outside safely, and it seemed that there was no trace of fighting. Lin Chen smacked his lips. Go on. Xiaoyan, although I noticed you a long time ago, you are not the only cheater. For example, Tang Yu and your team also knows some bugs to stack mana and fireball damage. The hunting god land is so big that countless players have entered it. I have also noticed many cheaters. But the reason why I really valued you, it can be traced back to the first time you changed your job. I met you once at that time. First job change? Lin Chen frowned. Then his eyes lit up. Yes, he remembered. When he changed his job for the first time, Lin Chen met an old man in a room in the church. He looked like a clergyman. Lin Chen felt that this job change was a little different from the first round, but he didn't take it seriously. What made him feel strange was actually another thing. The NPC directly said to him second round, however, when Lin Chen asked again, the NPC ignored him completely. Is that old man you? Lin Chen's eyes widened. Not me. Xiaoyan said, as he patted the puppet-like God King beside him. Lin Chen was speechless, as if he knew something. And then? Lin Chen stared at the beautiful eyes of the girl. What is the purpose of your subsequent series of operations? Later. In order to observe you more carefully, I came to your intermediate main city at that time, Emerald Peach Blossom Land, and bribed a stinky orc NPC to let him give me the NPC position. Lin Chen's eyes twitched, and he felt sorry for the orc for a second. I was just planning to observe you in this way, but... She raised her head and looked at Lin Chen. I just didn't think of what happened later. You haven't answered me yet. What is your purpose in approaching me? Xiaoyan shook her head. I can't say. She looked very painful, and touched her chest with her jade fingers. Lin Chen, you must remember what I said. Don't go to Mengza Flower Gallery again. Chapter 592. Lin Chen looked at Xiaoyan with a puzzled look. Don't go to Mengza Flower Corridor? What's the reason? Xiaoyan sighed softly at this moment. Her jade hand slowly turned over, and with a flick of her wrist, this world originally created by Xiaoyan once again underwent earth-shaking changes. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound accompanied by the pungent smoke of war violently impacted Lin Chen's senses. When his sight was refocused, Lin Chen in such a state still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Ding! The huge bell rang, and the stench rushed into his nose. Looking around, he and Xiaoyan were surrounded by layers of grayish flames, like sea waves. These flames seemed to come from the ancient wilderness, but they were also holy at the beginning of creation. Accompanied by the bell, they spread endlessly under the starry sky. The land they stepped on had already transformed. The black stones and strange rocks that Lin Chen had never seen before formed this strange land. Lin Chen gathered his strength under his feet and stamped his feet slightly. Crack. The ground only cracked slightly, with a range of only a few hundred meters. You have to know that Lin Chen now has divine power, which is enough to easily destroy the territory of an entire country in the real world. The space and land here are completely different from any reality he knows. Lin Chen can't even easily break through the space here. Looking up, The surroundings are shrouded in dark smoke, the flames of war are endless, and the gray and dim light is intertwined. Lin Chen can vaguely see countless creatures roaring past him. In the sky, endless armies pass by like meteors, completely ignoring his existence. Roar! Kill! These creatures that Lin Chen had never seen before, as well as those strange power fluctuations, made his brows gradually furrow. These powers were very complex, but they were all completely different. Lin Chen even saw the existence of the feathered people among these creatures. They flapped their wings and followed the huge creatures to kill into the distance, and the familiar tree-heart power swayed in the distance. Lin Chen's thoughts returned to the time when he was on the cliff of the ruins of the gods and looked at the countless space screens below. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Even if he didn't see the other side, he could imagine the appearance of countless ruins. He looked around, the land was devastated, and the shouts of killing were deafening. With a posture comparable to that of a god, he could hardly stand firm under this chaotic sky. The whole earth was shaking violently, like an agitated drum. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever Lin Chen's eyes reached, in the dark sky, the void was torn into holes, and light beams of different colors shot out from the cracks. These light pillars were like sharp arrows, easily penetrating the space of this world, and then violently hit Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen turned his head suddenly, and saw behind him was a wall composed of endless troops. Among those strange races that looked like reptiles, countless strange creatures stood in the air, speaking human language, but Lin Chen could not understand what they were saying. The light pillars fell on the defenses of these creatures, and with a wail, a huge creature comparable to a mountain roared out from the army. Lin Chen could even feel the power fluctuations of this thing, each of which was comparable to the level 80 world boss beast god. Roar, roar, roar! However, before Lin Chen could be surprised, the waves behind the army surged again, allowing him to finally see their number clearly. There were hundreds of them. With a flash of light, they finally came into Lin Chen's sight. In an instant, the whole world was in turmoil, and Lin Chen's eyes finally penetrated the endless war and smoke, and found Xiuyun's vague back. In the end, Lin Chen uttered a sentence. Is this the battlefield where the universe and the world fought? As Lin Chen's words fell, violent power fluctuations submerged him, and then quickly spread across the land. They turned into streams of light, and rushed towards the unknown army. In an instant, the space was broken, and the army from all directions roared. Countless forces rose and gathered. The terrible power fluctuation surged like a raging wave, and the mountains collapsed, the rivers dried up, the ocean evaporated, the forests were destroyed, and the grasslands turned into scorched earth. Lin Chen even saw some high-tech shadows in the chaos of these fights. But these Star Wars ships that used lasers and kinetic weapons were obviously not up to the task on such a battlefield. Almost at the first sight, with a huge black palm print pressing down, more than a dozen starships exploded. Huh? Lin Chen sighed, and did not continue to pay attention to the increasingly chaotic world around him. The sounds of fighting and killing seemed to have nothing to do with him. His eyes were always fixed on Xiaoyun, who was shaky in the chaotic world not far away. Then, Lin Chen no longer paid attention to everything around him, and walked forward on his own, as if everything around him could not affect him at all. This world is what Xiaoyun wants Lin Chen to see. It is beyond Lin Chen's cognition, and does not belong to any place in this world. As Lin Chen's footsteps gradually approached, Xiaoyun also cooperated very well, and made way for Lin Chen to stand beside him. At this moment, under the endless explosions and fighting, the pungent smell of blood permeated the air amid the smoke and fire. Lin Chen and Xiaoyun stood there quietly, revealing an indescribable beauty. Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen coming and smiled, her face as beautiful as a flower. How about it? What do you think? Lin Chen opened his mouth, and it was obvious that he also didn't understand the situation in front of him. Everything around was in chaos and turmoil, and it seemed out of place under Xiuyun's extremely tender words. What is this place? Lin Chen asked. Xiaoyun shrugged and looked at Lin Chen with her seductive eyes. Unlike before, Xiaoyun, who became the God King, seemed to have light makeup on her face that Lin Chen had never seen before. Under this makeup, Lin Chen was a little dazed. Looking at Lin Chen's evasive gaze, Xiuyun's mouth corners rose, and she seemed to be quite satisfied with Lin Chen's performance. But she did not point out Lin Chen's embarrassment, but whispered, "This is one of the thousands of borderland battlefields." As the war spread, this battlefield was even more remote. It was just a sub-battlefield that happened more than 100 years ago. Xiaoyun gently stretched out her jade hand in this violent battlefield. The sunset shrouded by the flames of war was as red as blood, and it sprinkled on her face through her fingertips. Lin Chen frowned and looked around. Just one battlefield had such a momentum? Those creatures that kept attacking in the air were like locusts in succession under the huge momentum. The power fluctuations flowing through them were obscure and powerful. After a rough estimate, Lin Chen could assert that each of these cannon fodders had the strength of a player over level 50 in the land of the hunting god. Their numbers seemed endless, just like an endless plague of locusts. But here, these armies fell in droves, like harvested ears of wheat. Waves of deep-level power that Lin Chen could not imagine or touch roared through the sky, making him shudder. What was going on in the universe outside? Lin Chen was silent, and everything he knew began to slowly change at this moment. Why, do you feel like a frog in a well? Xiaoyun had a sly smile, just like a proud little girl who was secretly happy after winning a certain competition. Lin Chen was stunned, looking at Xiaoyun's appearance, which was obviously a little absent-minded. Realizing their own loss of composure, they both coughed lightly at the same time and regained their seriousness. Although Xiaoyun had a little bit of the God King airs, she still had a hint of a black-bellied little girl in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his foot, stretched out his hand to pinch the dust under his feet, and continued, "Have you been to this place?" As soon as this was said, Xiaoyun chuckled, "More than 100 years, how can I go there? My grandfather's grandfather may not have been born at that time." Lin Chen, then did you deliberately create this place based on your own guess? It is a real thing. Although I have never been there, but... Xiaoyun sighed, "Anyway, it really exists." Xiaoyun hesitated and still had some reservations about Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at this gradually broken world and remembered what the old patriarch said in Rusang Realm. The feathered people took the initiative to fight with the Rusang Realm in the plain battlefield before the Rusang Realm was almost destroyed, so the ones with snow-white wings on their backs that he saw just now were indeed the feathered people. What does this have to do with me not going to Mingzi Flower Gallery? Lin Chen turned to look at Xiaoyun. This time, Xiaoyun did not hesitate for too long. After a few seconds, she sighed, "You can't win. Whoever goes there will die." Lin Chen thought Xiaoyun was talking about the mysterious man in Mingzi Flower Gallery. He smiled, "That's hard to say. This time, that person may not be my opponent." "No. I'm not talking about him." Xiaoyun also turned her head to meet Lin Chen's gaze. "What I'm saying is that the war with Su will not be won. Even the designer is helpless." "How can you do it?" Listening to Xiaoyun's somewhat confusing words, Lin Chen frowned and whispered, "How do you know that the designer is helpless about this? Since the designer is not sure, why did he spend so much effort to design the hunting god land?" "That's because..." Xiaoyun almost blurted out, but swallowed it back when it came to her lips. She remembered what the mysterious man who was also a frame guardian said to her a few days ago. "Don't think that the teacher can't see the little movements of the students below on the podium. With your identity, you should know the real purpose of creating the hunting god land. If you make a mistake, you will be miserable." Xiaoyun's face became more and more ugly. "Anyway, you can't go to Mingzi Flower Corridor again. I won't let you die." Lin Chen was completely stunned. He could see a very determined expression in Xiaoyun's eyes, and he was even willing to fight with him to stop him from entering the Mingzi Flower Gallery. But, Lin Chen sighed, "Xiaoyun, to be honest, if I really listened to you and stopped entering the Mingzi Flower Gallery, who would be the unlucky one in the end, you or me?" Xiaoyun was stunned. "So you stopped me from entering the Mingzi Flower Gallery because you were disobeyed?" Lin Chen pointed to the top of his head and said, "Are you risking your life to say these things to me?" Xiaoyun took a step back involuntarily. She had been with Lin Chen for so long, and for the first time she felt that this man's mind was so active. "Nonsense, you have so many inner dramas." Xiaoyun denied it flatly. "Oh!" Lin Chen took a step forward, almost sticking to Xiaoyun's chest. "Is it me who has too many inner dramas, or you who has something to hide?" Xiaoyun's face began to turn red, and as Lin Chen got closer and closer, Xiaoyun even began to bend back, looking like Lin Chen was about to come over and kiss her. The jade hand pushed Lin Chen's chest away. Xiaoyun turned around suddenly. She was embarrassed and annoyed, and waved her hands around. At this moment, the sunset was like a painting. With a slight turn of Xiaoyun's wrist, the surrounding world disappeared completely, replaced by a beautiful world under the extreme sunset. The flowers, trees, mountains and rivers here are breathtakingly beautiful. Compared with this world, even the most gorgeous scenery on Earth seems extremely dim, which is completely different from the riotous world just now. Lin Chen looked at this quiet and peaceful world, and then turned to look at the woman immersed in it. Xiaoyun's eyes were full of stars at this moment, and she sighed softly. "It's beautiful. This is what the world looked like before it was destroyed by Xian. It is billions of years older than the Earth. Compared to it, not only the Earth, but also Azeroth and Emer continent. They are like a newborn baby." The races living in this world all practice the elements of heaven and earth. Those who reach the middle level of strength are enough to enter the latter list in the current land of the hunting god. Listening to Xiuyun's mumbling, Lin Chen did not interrupt. But as the story progressed, Xiuyun's tone became more serious and angry. But when ruin spread, this world became a ruin almost instantly, and all living creatures on it were killed. Xiuyun's voice was sad and desolate. Lin Chen sighed. Okay, you don't have to let me see this. Let's be honest. If I insist on entering Mengzi Flower Corridor, will you kill me here? Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment, and then Lin Chen laughed in anger. I stopped you just to save you. How could I kill you here? Lin Chen was silent, waiting for the next words. Xiaoyun sighed. Oh, it's really troublesome. In fact, I still don't know you very well. What kind of person are you? While talking, Xiaoyun sat on the ground and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her. The girl lay on the grass and looked up at the sky. The white clouds above her head floated slowly, and occasionally changed their shapes into strange shapes. The tension just now disappeared instantly. Lin Chen looked down at the girl who stretched out her white hands and gestured, as if she wanted to manipulate the clouds above her head into the shape she liked. If it was Sister Elena, would you listen to her? Lin Chen still didn't speak. He was a little confused about what this girl was going to do. Xiaoyun continued to talk to himself. Lin Chen, do you know that I had already made up my mind when you entered this copy? If you don't agree to me, I will beat you into a cripple even if I don't kill you. Instead of letting you die, it's better to stay here with me forever. I am the master here. In this space, as long as my power is enough, I can even condense the time of this world for hundreds of years. She sighed. But when I saw you, I changed my mind. I thought to myself, if you insist on going to Mengzi Flower Gallery and insist on becoming the leader of the universe, take me with you. I will go with you. I will accompany you wherever you go. Even if you have Sister Elena by your side, I will accompany you. I will accompany you to the plain battlefield and to the 18 levels of hell. She said, and suddenly smiled. Hey Lin Chen, I like you. Do you like me? Chapter 593. Faced with Xiuyun's sudden confession, Lin Chen seemed a little embarrassed. He turned his head away from Xiaoyun, and then reached out and touched the back of his head. Lin Chen hesitated, as if he was doing some psychological construction. Xiaoyun stood up, with her hands behind her back, and leaned down to look into Lin Chen's eyes. I'm asking you a question. Do you like me? Lin Chen hesitated for a while, suddenly put down his hand, and looked at her without avoiding. This moment made Xiaoyun feel shy. She didn't expect Lin Chen to be so bold. She was about to retreat, but Lin Chen grabbed her and pulled her forward. Xiaoyun exclaimed that the God King had fallen into Lin Chen's arms so easily. Before she could raise her head, Lin Chen's lips came close and found the warmth accurately. You? The girl's body suddenly became very stiff, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. It was not until Lin Chen opened her lips and pried open her teeth that Xiaoyun slowly relaxed and let Lin Chen do whatever he wanted. After a few minutes, Xiaoyun was finally let go by Lin Chen. She gasped for breath, her face red as if bleeding. Your hand. Xiaoyun hurriedly pulled Lin Chen's dishonest hand off her body, and then hurriedly arranged her hair and clothes. As the most powerful boss in the land of the hunting god, she, who holds the title of Ozpul, dared to bury her head, and did not dare to look into Lin Chen's eyes. TSK, I thought you were so powerful. Lin Chen showed a winner's smile, and suddenly said teasingly. You? Xiaoyun stretched out his hand and pinched the flesh on Lin Chen's waist, with an angry look on his face. Did you treat Elena like this at that time? Lin Chen was speechless for a while. This girl never confronted Elena when she was with Elena. She always called Elena sister, and seemed to be very sociable. Why did she start to be jealous behind Elena's back? TSK, I was wrong. You are actually a pervert who accepts everyone who comes. Xiaoyun stared. You're a pervert, but let me ask you, does that mean I've defeated the level 90 world boss? Lin Chen held Xiaoyun's slender hand. I passed the level, right? Xiaoyun wanted to pull her hand back in displeasure, but she seemed to have underestimated Lin Chen's shamelessness after confirming the relationship. Seeing Xiaoyun wanted to leave, he instead held her tightly in his arms, with no emotion on his face, as if he was doing something very normal. The reason why Lin Chen was entangled in the relationship between Xiaoyun and himself before was because he had not confirmed what the relationship was. But now that he has made up his mind to take Xiaoyun down, the last bit of grudge in his heart has been thrown out of the window. He has to go all out, and now Lin Chen dares to do something even more shameless. Xiaoyun was stunned, and obviously did not expect Lin Chen's psychological preparation to be so strong. It was obviously he who confessed first, so why did he seem to be controlled by the other party? You want to pass the strongest copy of the hunting god land without bloodshed? Xiaoyun simply stopped struggling and let Lin Chen hold him. Then, let's have a symbolic fight. You can't beat me now. Xiaoyun wrinkled his nose proudly. That's not necessarily true, I'm very powerful. Lin Chen suddenly smiled evilly. Seeing Lin Chen's malicious smile, Xiaoyun immediately reacted, You. Shameless. Lin Chen rubbed Xiaoyun's head. Okay, let's talk business. This copy seems to be your domain in space. Do you want to open it directly and let me out? How will the system judge? Lin Chen was actually really unwilling to fight Xiaoyun, partly because he knew that if he fought with Xiaoyun, he would probably not be Xiaoyun's opponent. This time, Xiaoyun easily broke free from Lin Chen's arms. She helped Lin Chen tidy up his clothes, and patted them when the wrinkles were smoothed. You really don't plan to stay here longer? Xiaoyun smiled cunningly. My power can sustain this world for at least 500 years. After 500 years, when you go out again, it will probably only take 1 minute to pass in the hunting land outside. Lin Chen was startled. He thought Xiaoyun was joking at first, but now it seems that he is ignorant. Are you serious? Lin Chen blinked in disbelief. Yes, live here with me for 500 years. You should forget everything about the female elf after you go out, right? Looking at Xiaoyun's fairy-like smile, Lin Chen stared at her in a daze. Xiaoyun had a smile on her face all the time, but looking at Lin Chen's somewhat confused expression, she was obviously scared by herself. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. The girl felt a little bored, turned around and waved at the sky. Lin Chen came back to his senses, and was about to say something, but he saw the sky suddenly cracked open, the clouds staggered in both directions, and something was falling rapidly from the sky. Xiaoyun continued to wave, and the stream of light suddenly turned and flew towards Xiaoyun. The girl tiptoed, and the light fell into her palm. She didn't stop at all, turned around and handed the object in her hand to Lin Chen. Here for you. Lin Chen looked down, and saw that Xiaoyun was holding a round glass ball in his hand, which was the same shape as other god props. This is God's will, Xiaoyun said. Lin Chen has now obtained the heart of God from the 30th level moon goddess, the soul of God from the 40th level blazing fire god, the eye of God from the 50th level fierce wind god, the body of God from the 60th level earth god, the power of God from the 70th level ice lord, and the soul of God from the 80th level beast god. Now, he got the latest item from Xiaoyun, the 90th level god king. God's will. While Lin Chen was staring at the sphere, Xiaoyun suddenly spoke. How long did it take you to fuse other items before? Lin Chen looked up. I don't know, anyway, it happened when I just entered this dungeon. Then do you know how long it will take to fuse this God's will? It won't take 500 years. Lin Chen joked. You guessed right. Chapter 594. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew around, an extremely cold wind. Lin Chen felt a chill on his spine, and even got goosebumps all over his body. Well, 500 years may be a bit long for you, but 300 or 400 years should be enough. Xiaoyun put away the smile on his face and added, and the process is very dangerous. If you are not careful, your spirit will be messed up. Even I have never seen what will happen after these things are fused. You have already fused 6, and this is the last one. When it also merges into your body, all the gods' props will respond to it. They may make you reborn, which also takes a lot of time. Xiaoyun was not exaggerating. Lin Chen could actually guess why. He looked down at the ordinary glass ball in his hand. Since it was called God's will, it meant that the energy contained in this item was mainly related to will and spirit. Although he didn't know why the fusion took so much time, the difficulty alone was enough to make Lin Chen a little worried. In addition, this was the last god's item. After fusing it, it would be equivalent to completely refining all the god's things. What kind of existence would he become by then? A true god? It takes so long? Could it be that your ability to stop time is specially set up for me to fuse props? You are so self-indulgent. You are so shameless. Xiaoyun snorted, but did not completely deny it. Lin Chen continued to look down at the prop, and suddenly sighed. Why are you scared? Xiaoyun smiled. These props were originally for people to use, and players can control the power inside for their own use. You just fuse them all. Now it's too late for you to regret this god's intention. You can only bite the bullet and fuse it, otherwise, all your efforts will be wasted. I'm not scared, I'm just worried that there might be. Lin Chen paused, then sighed. Forget it, Xiaoyun, then I start the fusion. Looking at Lin Chen sitting on the ground, Xiaoyan sighed. Fusion, we've talked so much just now. Can I still stop you? I will maintain the time of this world for you. But I warn you, don't make me wait too long. If you really make me wait for 500 years, I won't forgive you. Thank you. Lin Chen reached out and hugged the girl tightly. Oh, you're so annoying. Xiaoyan pushed him away impatiently. Hurry up, you're so slow. Lin Chen smiled, then sat cross-legged, placed the will of God in his palms, took a deep breath, and then tried to infiltrate the power into the props in his hands. At the same time, Xiaoyan's voice also rang in his ears just right. Remember, if you want to integrate will of God, you first need to strengthen your spiritual power. Don't be too aggressive in trying to refine it. Wait until your spiritual power reaches a certain level before starting, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Got it. Lin Chen replied. Gurgle. His power had just come into contact with the will of the gods, and Lin Chen suddenly found that the whole world had become empty. Not only that, at this moment, there were a large number of heaven and earth elements in the world. He looked up suddenly, and the world around him was no longer the world of birdsong and flowers. Xiaoyan was nowhere to be found, and he seemed to be sitting cross-legged in the universe. But before he could fully adapt, he was suddenly trapped in some kind of cramped energy prison. It was dark all around, as if he had come to a dark cage. Lin Chen knew that he must have entered a special state. He simply emptied his mind and concentrated on feeling the ripples of life gradually emerging around him. Xiaoyan just said that we should not rush. Only when the spiritual power is strong can we try to refine the will of the gods. Now Lin Chen probably doesn't even have the qualifications to start the fusion. Thinking of this, Lin Chen soon became motionless like a sculpture. He put on a posture of cultivation. Strangely, there were strands of the laws of the elements of heaven and earth gently swirling in his limbs and bones, like a fairy dancing. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Chen, who was sitting in front of her, and quickly curled her lips. She walked to Lin Chen's side and sat down, then turned her head to look at him. Lin Chen was now sitting down, and it was estimated that his spirit had entered another unknown space. For Lin Chen, the next step was very dangerous and important. Xiaoyan wanted to help him, but she didn't know how to help him. She held her cheek and looked at Lin Chen's profile, and the more she looked, the more she wanted to laugh. She didn't know why she laughed when she looked at Lin Chen, and she even wanted to reach out and touch him. But the little hand was suspended in the air and retracted. Ah! Xiaoyan was bored and grasped the air, and actually took out a handful of melon seeds from an unknown space. She once again became the same as when she first met Lin Chen, sitting on the ground with her legs stretched straight, her little feet swaying constantly, and then she looked at the beautiful colorful clouds in the sky and ate melon seeds. Occasionally, the wind blew, and with Lin Chen sitting next to her, Xiaoyan felt that the whole world seemed so soft and soft. Deep in an unknown world. Lin Chen absorbed it briefly, and his eyes suddenly opened, full of surprise. He found that the elements of heaven and earth here were several times, or even dozens of times richer than those in the outside world, and the hunting god land, and the absorption and transformation were unimpeded and smooth. In this strange world, Lin Chen's soul and spiritual seed became extremely active, as if they were reborn. Lin Chen no longer thought about it, and closed his eyes again. Time passed quietly, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 month. Several months. In this world, there is no change of seasons. The world is eternal, and although time is flowing, its speed is so slow that even the naked eye cannot catch it. It is true that 100 years here is a moment in the outside world. The 3rd year passed quickly, and Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. 2 bright beams of light burst out, piercing with spirit. His mental power achieved several levels of breakthroughs at this time. Lin Chen's use of mental power was equivalent to that of a layman at the beginning, but now it is different, and now he has steadily stepped into the category of entering the hall of mental power. This breakthrough has given Lin Chen a brand new mental outlook. Although he has been practicing in this world for 3 years, Lin Chen has no idea. He just thinks that only a short moment has passed. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Although he didn't know how long it would take for him to merge with the divine will in his current state, he had to give it a try. With this in mind, he finally concentrated all his spiritual power, and suddenly touched the divine will. However, in the next moment, a repulsive force, like a tidal wave suddenly erupted. Boom! Before Lin Chen was ready, his whole body was blasted away like a cannonball, and he hit the edge of the cage not far behind him. His face was full of astonishment. Because with his current mental power, he was not even qualified to perceive the will of God. He had never felt such a comprehensive gap, as if there was a natural chasm between him and the will of God, or 2 completely different worlds. Lin Chen's mental power was still lacking. Damn. Lin Chen frowned and cursed inwardly. Is it really going to take hundreds of years to practice? After that, Lin Chen sat cross-legged again, and the elements of heaven and earth around him gathered towards him like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. And time began to flow in an orderly manner. Chapter 595. Lin Chen was like a quiet sculpture. In this world where time had frozen, Lin Chen's body was in perfect harmony with the surrounding environment, motionless. Only the surging power ripples and elemental laws around him showed the vitality of this space, while everything else was immersed in a dead silence. This boring cultivation life lasted for more than 200 years in this space world. Yes, according to the passage of time, Lin Chen had quietly passed 200 years since he officially sat cross-legged and tried to integrate the meaning of the gods. During these long years, Lin Chen has been trying tirelessly to break the invisible shackles between him and the will of God. However, countless attempts have resulted in countless disappointments. Once, twice, 3 times. Every setback makes Lin Chen feel dignified. Even if his strength has increased a little, he seems unable to shake the shackles. The gap between their mental powers is more difficult to cross than the chasm. In the end, Lin Chen's mental power began to become extremely manic, and the impact became more crazy, which resulted in a stronger backlash from the will of God. Lin Chen's willpower was almost on the verge of death. The power was based on the strength of the attacker. The stronger the attack, the more violent the backlash. The most serious one happened around 160 years ago, and even shattered Lin Chen's body. Xiao Yun was right beside Lin Chen at the time, and when she saw Lin Chen's miserable condition, she couldn't help but prepare to wake him up. But thinking that if Lin Chen woke up, all the previous efforts would be wasted, Xiao Yun gave up. Luckily, Lin Chen has now merged with the rest of the god's things, making his flesh and blood very strong. Although his body was broken, it quickly recovered. Spring goes and autumn comes, and another 100 years has passed like a fleeting moment. Xiao Yun would stay with Lin Chen most of the time, and occasionally leave without a trace. Lin Chen was spotless, still sitting cross-legged very quietly, as quiet as if he was asleep. In the spiritual world, Lin Chen has tried to touch the divine will with his increasingly powerful spiritual power for no less than hundreds of thousands of times. Such a boring day, even Lin Chen, who has no concept of time, feels extremely boring. No player can do this better than Lin Chen. This kind of fantasy-like behavior is unimaginable for Xiao Yun, let alone persistence. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Lin Chen has already merged the other 6 divine objects. Now there is no other way but to continue to refine the divine will. Although Xiao Yun said that even if 500 years have passed here, it is only a moment for the outside world of the hunting god and the real world, but the world created by Xiao Yun is constantly running inside, and time here passes day by day. 2 more months passed, and when the 4th month came, time had quietly accumulated to 350 years. Xiao Yun hadn't been here for more than 80 years. It was winter in this world. Not to mention Lin Chen's body, the area where he was already covered by heavy snow. Only the special energy fluctuations that lingered around this world indicated that there was still a person sitting cross-legged inside. The sky was snowing heavily, and except for the sound of some cold wind, the surroundings were still dead silent. Lin Chen sat quietly in the ice and snow, like a mosquito in amber, motionless, and even his breath was integrated into this world. After an unknown amount of time, this world had been condensed by black ice. The crust inside this world evolved like a real thing, and the plates moved, causing this place to rise. The terrain was too high and snow fell all year round, so a snow mountain was formed here. The top of the mountain was covered with snow all year round, and the place where Lin Chen sat cross-legged was lifted. Arrived at the top of the snowy mountain. Xiao Yun's body suddenly appeared at the top of the snowy mountain. She looked around in a daze, and then subconsciously looked up. This world is maintained with the help of Xiao Yun's power. As long as her power is enough, the world can evolve on its own. The originally lifeless world has become lush again, and even some life has gradually emerged from the bottom of the ice under the water. 200 years have passed since she last sat next to Lin Chen. During this period, Xiao Yun left this world and went to the land of hunting gods. Only half an hour had passed in the outside world. Xiao Yun spent more than 10 minutes meeting with Elena Fengchen and others, briefly telling these close people about Lin Chen's current situation, and then Xiao Yun continued to return here. But even she had never thought that 200 years had passed in this world. And Lin Chen had really been sitting in this world for almost 500 years. 500 years. Sun Wukong was only suppressed for such a long time. Not well yet. Xiao Yun frowned. She felt that she could no longer maintain the time of this world. If she continued like this world would eventually disappear. By that time, if Lin Chen had not woken up, the time in the god-hunting land would not stop for him. No one knew how long Lin Chen would need to continue to practice. But 500 years had passed. Should we wake him up at this juncture? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Alas, I wait for you for a few more years. Xiaoyun muttered to herself. But just as she was about to do something, the figure inside the ice finally trembled slightly, and the tightly closed eyes slowly opened. As the eyes in the black ice space opened, this solidified space suddenly had strange fluctuations, and the still world seemed to cast its eyes on this Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes were dark and deep, and for a moment, the whole world trembled, as if it could see through the vicissitudes of all things in the world. This kind of vicissitudes penetrated the soul, and could not be disguised. It was not something that an ordinary Lin Chen could have. Only an old monster who had experienced countless years could have such eyes. Lin Chen stretched his muscles and bones, and the black ice suddenly broke into pieces. Then the ice melted, the snow faded, and Lin Chen appeared in the sun. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fists lightly, and then took a deep breath, with a smile on his lips. Lin Chen slowly opened his mouth, and after a moment, a slightly hoarse voice with an ancient charm sounded softly from the space. If someone around heard this sound, they would be shocked. This voice was completely different from the Lin Chen of the past. Boom! A huge sound wave burst out from Lin Chen's mouth, like the roar of a giant beast, and like thunder rolling in the sky. However, as the ancient voice fell, the vicissitudes in Lin Chen's black eyes gradually converged until they disappeared completely, as if they had completely retreated into the depths of his soul, and no one could detect them. After hundreds of years of precipitation, Lin Chen completely stretched out at this moment. Then, Lin Chen restored his voice in the past, echoing in this world. Xiaoyun, are you still there? After saying that, Lin Chen prepared to stand up. His body had grown together with the ground, and the transparent roots transformed by power broke inch by inch as Lin Chen stood up. When the roots were pulled up and torn, the world was rapidly breaking up at a speed visible to the naked eye. A series of void cracks suddenly appeared, which was a precursor to the collapse of the world. Lin Chen turned around and smiled at a certain place. The next moment, the space fluctuated slightly, and Xiaoyun's body suddenly appeared with a pleasant laugh. Xiaoyun hugged Lin Chen's arm, excited. Lin Chen, you finally woke up. I was thinking that if you didn't wake up again, I would wake you up. Lin Chen looked at Xiaoyun in a trance for a moment. It seemed that he had only been away from Xiaoyun for a few seconds, but it seemed that they had been separated for hundreds of years. He reached out his hand and touched Xiaoyun's head lovingly. Xiaoyun, thank you so much this time, Lin Chen said very sincerely. Xiaoyun rolled his eyes. TSK, if Elena did these things, would you also thank her so politely? Lin Chen was speechless again. Xiaoyun pouted, and although he said something full of jealousy, he hugged Lin Chen's arm more tightly, and at the same time he was very surprised in his heart. You actually really integrated God's will. Lin Chen nodded. Well, I feel omnipotent now. Lin Chen's mind moved, and the world that was still crumbling a moment ago was actually recovering in reverse. Because Xiaoyun's power could not be maintained, the world that should have disappeared was forcibly restored by Lin Chen at this moment. Such a method, Xiaoyun, as the God King, was stunned. You are so powerful? Xiaoyun looked at everything around him in surprise, then looked up at Lin Chen with admiration. Are you much more powerful than me now? Listening to Xiaoyun's words, Lin Chen was stunned at first, then smiled. Well, I guess you are not my opponent no matter where you are. Xiaoyun was stunned, and obviously did not immediately react to what Lin Chen meant by no matter where. Lin Chen drove very steadily, and Xiaoyun did not react at all, but without waiting for her to react, Lin Chen asked, by the way, how long have I been fused? I have no concept of time when I practice. Xiaoyun hit Lin Chen's chest complainingly. I get angry when I talk about this. According to normal time, you have practiced for 500 years. 500 years. Lin Chen lost consciousness instantly. It turned out that it was really as Xiaoyun said, and he had spent 500 years in this space without knowing it. 500 years. How long? But he had no such concept of time. Lin Chen only remembered that he practiced madly in a mental cage, tempering his mental power and soul day after day. After becoming strong, he madly wanted to pierce the mental barrier of the gods. After he completely integrated the divine will, he spent a lot of time to completely integrate the 7 divine things in his body. Now Lin Chen has truly become a god. With every move, he is like the master of the world. But I didn't expect that so much time had passed without me noticing. Thanks to Xiaoyun's help, if it were in the outside world, Where would Lin Chen have so much time to integrate? 500 years? Just kidding, I guess he can't even last 5 weeks. 500 years. Huh? Lin Chen exhaled a breath of foul air. You are still feeling sentimental. Xiao Yun's complaining voice continued. I am almost worried to death, thinking that if you don't wake up, if my domain disappears, there will be no one else in the land of the hunting god who can do this. Do you still expect the judges to use the time hourglass to extend your time? Lin Chen laughed dumbly. Time hourglass? Forget it, that prop can only freeze time for a few minutes. Well, maybe that mysterious person can. Don't count on him. His duty is to guard Ming's flower corridor, and he can't come out. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Xiao Yun suddenly remembered something. By the way, this is for you too. She waved her hand, and something else appeared in her palm. Lin Chen looked down, and found that it was a piece of cloth. Fragment of creation. Lin Chen was stunned. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, you should have other parts of the fragment in your backpack. Is this the last piece? Yes. Lin Chen reached out, and took the cloth from Xiao Yun. Okay. Xiao Yun immediately showed a relaxed expression. After returning to the land of the hunting god, you can collect these fragments, and then you can make the Book of Genesis. Lin Chen put away the fragments, then raised his head and faced Xiao Yun. Well, let's go, we should leave here. When Lin Chen was about to leave, Xiao Yun continued to hold him. Lin Chen, are you sure you want to leave so soon? I don't mean anything else. I'm just reminding you that if you return to the land of the hunting god, have you ever thought about what level you would be? Level? Lin Chen was stunned. Yes, according to the system of the land of the hunting god, no matter if he has been in this world for hundreds of years, or just a few hours, Xiao Yun has now handed the spoils to Lin Chen. He is already a player who has successfully defeated the 90th level world boss. As long as he returns to the land of the hunting god, the system will give him a reward for clearing the dungeon. His level. Will it not reach the maximum level? Lin Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. If he reached the maximum level directly, the land of the hunting god would not be shut down. He still hadn't entered the Dreamland Flower Gallery yet. Did he have to become the leader of the universe and lead countless races to fight against Su? I don't know. After all, no one has ever seen anyone reach the maximum level. Not in the first round, not in this round. Xiao Yun told the truth. Lin Chen was silent for a while, then sighed. No matter what, we have to get out. He stretched out his hand to Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun also interlocked his fingers with Lin Chen's. Lin Chen closed his eyes and concentrated, with a trace of energy flowing in his hands. Then, the energy became more and more dense, and finally completely enveloped Lin Chen and Xiao Yun's bodies. Suddenly Lin Chen opened his eyes. Boom! A huge storm was set off in this world, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. A portal was actually created by Lin Chen. Xiao Yun's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. It was the first time she saw a player create a portal. This method can only be done by system and administrator level people in the entire hunting god land, not to mention NPCs and players, but now Lin Chen has ignored the restrictions of the system and created a portal. Lin Chen? Let's go! The two of them moved their bodies, and then disappeared from the spot. Then, this world began to gradually dissipate, turning into dots of white light and dissipating into the invisible. Chapter 596. A portal suddenly opened somewhere in the land of the hunting god. This was a sparsely populated area. Occasionally, a few neutral monsters would pass by with unpleasant noises, and a few players would flash by. This portal that no one cared about began to fluctuate constantly. After a few seconds, Lin Chen and Xiao Yun walked out of the portal hand in hand. They did not choose to return to any of the main cities, but instead came to the wilderness of the land of the hunting god, because no one knew whether Lin Chen would cause any panic after returning to the land of the hunting god. After all, he and Xiao Yun suspected that they might directly reach level 100. Once he came back, after confirming that there were no players around, Lin Chen almost instantly focused all his attention on his basic attributes. He wanted to know how the system determined his level. Sure enough, a few seconds after they came out of the portal, Lin Chen saw that his level began to change. The characters began to jump strangely, rising and falling, and finally his level rose directly from over 80 to level 95. This was not over yet. Lin Chen looked at his experience bar, and it seemed that something was rushing into the experience bar. Soon the experience slot was filled, and then the level reached 96. Then it was 97, 98, 99. When the experience value continued to fluctuate forward, Xiao Yun on the side seemed to notice it. Lin Chen. She was a little anxious. If Lin Chen directly reached level 100 at this time, the hunting god land would most likely be shut down. It's too early now. Too early. Lin Chen's eyes condensed slightly, and he waved his hand violently, and an invisible and intangible means of confinement. Strangled. The continued increase of the experience value. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he was a few seconds later, the experience value would have rushed into the 100 level mark. What's going on? Xiaoyun came over. Fortunately, I locked the experience with my power. Is this all right? It's not difficult. The principle is similar to your locking time. As long as my power is sufficient, the experience value will not change. Lin Chen smiled. It's just a little mysterious. It's almost up to 100. Hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Xiaoyun couldn't help but secretly shocked. What are you going to do now? Put the creation fragments together first? Xiaoyun suddenly asked cunningly. Or should we go find Sister Elena first? Lin Chen didn't hesitate. No hurry, go back and report your safety first. After saying this, Xiaoyun was unhappy. She crossed her arms and deliberately turned her face away, humming. Do you want to come together? Lin Chen looked at Xiaoyun's profile. What else? If it is in ancient times, how could the second wife avoid you if you go to see the first wife? Lin Chen helplessly stretched out his hand and touched Xiaoyun's head. What are you jealous of? And what the hell is the first wife and the second wife? Stop talking nonsense and follow me. At the same time, around the God's Ruins Square in the highest level main city, Elena, Feng Chen and others were still standing somewhere in the square. They kept staring at the surroundings, fearing that Lin Chen would come out of the dungeon and miss them. Sister-in-law, what dungeon did my brother Lin enter? Feng Chen came to Elena's side. I still don't believe he dares to fight the level 90 world boss alone. Elena was in a daze, and now she came back to her senses and replied perfunctorily. I don't know, didn't Xiaoyun come here and say that Lin Chen might have just gone to a special ruin and should come out soon? Xiaoyun is really something. Feng Chen sniffed. At first, I thought they had agreed to go somewhere together, but I didn't expect that she wasn't with brother Lin. Yelena didn't answer. Half an hour ago, Xiaoyun suddenly found them. At that time, Yeliana and others were extremely anxious because they learned from the staff that Lin Chen entered the 90-level World Boss Challenge field. If Lin Chen fought the 90-level World Boss alone, there would be only one outcome. Xiaoyun came to comfort Elena for a while, saying that Lin Chen should have entered an unknown ruins, and the staff was lying. Elena was a little confused at first. Did the staff lie to them? In order to prove that Lin Chen did not enter the level 90 challenge field, Xiaoyun even took Elena to the staff to confirm again. Strangely, the captain of the staff changed his tone immediately after seeing Xiaoyun, and actually followed Xiaoyun's words and admitted that he was lying. Elena still felt something was wrong. Not only did Lin Chen's choice puzzle her, Xiaoyun's condition was also a bit worrying. Very strange. But she couldn't tell what was strange. Elena was about to say something to Feng Chen, but the next moment her nose moved and she turned her head to the side. A transparent portal suddenly appeared in the square. This portal was a bit strange. It was completely different from the other portals that were opened in the square. It seemed to be composed of another completely different energy. Elena stood up and walked over subconsciously. Soon, Lin Chen and Xiaoyun walked out of the portal one after the other. Lin Chen did not wear a mask, but even so, his ID and level on his head were hidden. Elena ignored this and dived into Lin Chen's arms. She was very strong and knocked Lin Chen back a step. Lin Chen touched the female elf's hair with a doting look. Do you miss me? It's strange to say that Elena and Lin Chen have been separated for less than an hour, but somehow, she seemed to have been separated from Lin Chen for hundreds of years. Elena raised her head with red eyes. This face was still Lin Chen's face, but Lin Chen's eyes were full of vicissitudes. Where have you been? Irina said with a hint of complaint. He just cleared a ruin. It's very easy for him. Look how worried you are. Xiaoyun looked at Irina holding Lin Chen with some displeasure. She even glanced at Irina's chest pressed against Lin Chen's chest, and then looked down at her own. She looked even worse. Okay, we are an old married couple, and you are not ashamed. Xiaoyun hurried over to separate the two. Irina was stunned, and then she saw Xiaoyun put Lin Chen's right hand in the female elf's hand, and she held Lin Chen's left hand. The female elf looked at Xiaoyun with some surprise, and then looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. When did these two people get together? Chapter 597. Lin Chen held one of them in each hand, and he no longer had the psychological burden he had before. Although he didn't have much concept of time, 500 years of practice had made Lin Chen thicker-skinned. In the following time, Lin Chen held the two girls and met Feng Chen and Tang Yi one by one. Because he and Xiaoyun had the same statement, Lin Chen didn't have any psychological burden. He just didn't expect Xiao Yun to intimidate the staff, so he was perfectly fooled into entering the level 90 dungeon. After that, Lin Chen took Xiao Yun and Elena to deal with things in the land of the hunting god. First of all, the guild. The current Futa Guild has long become the most powerful guild in the land of the hunting god. Its overall strength is far ahead of the second place. With Lin Chen's generous garbage-throwing behavior before, the strength of the members in the guild has risen. As the president of the guild, Lin Chen at least has to show up in the guild. After simply expressing some useful and useless opinions, Lin Chen continued to hand over the guild to Haiku Xiangqing and Shitan Liang. After leaving the guild, Lin Chen and Elena took Xiaoyun back to their home to take a look. Now Lin Chen didn't need to do any tasks or buy furniture. He could create very exquisite furniture with just a thought. His creation skills were already perfect. After decorating the home, Xiaoyun even reserved a room for himself on the second floor. Well, leave this room to me in the future. Xiaoyun pointed to an empty room and put his hands on his waist. I take care of the furniture. Lin Chen was surprised. Why do you want a room? Xiaoyun frowned. Why, you don't welcome me? Where is Sister Elena's room? Elena smiled. I don't have a separate room. Yes, Elena and I live together. Lin Chen pointed to the master bedroom. Yes. Xiaoyun was stunned. Lin Chen took Xiaoyun's waist. You will live in this room from now on. The girl blushed. You rascal. The hunting god land is so big that Lin Chen took the two girls to appreciate the scenery of this game world carefully. Even if it was built for the purpose of training players, it should be said that there are still many beautiful scenery in this world, and there are countless places like the Flower and Butterfly Valley. During the process, Elena and Xiaoyun finally talked it out. Their relationship was even more harmonious than Lin Chen had imagined. Elena had intended to bring Lin Chen and Xiaoyun together, and Xiaoyun no longer had any grudges. In the end, she even told Elena her true identity. What? Elena exclaimed. Are you the God King? At this time, the three of them were in a special place similar to the Flower and Butterfly Valley, enjoying the sea breeze. Elena, who was wearing a cool swimsuit-style fashion, was originally lying on the ground. At this time, she suddenly raised her head. Then my husband before. Yeah, the copy Lin Chen went to is not a relic. I used it to coax Feng Chen and the others. If you are the God King, then he fought with you. To be precise, he fought with my puppet, but there is no difference. Xiaoyun lay on the beach mat, wearing sunglasses and looking comfortable. Anyway, Lin Chen is now invincible. Yelena turned her head blankly and looked at Lin Chen, who was applying oil to her back. This guy's hands were not honest, and he kept reaching out to places he shouldn't touch. Lin Chen shuddered and shook his head immediately. It's a bit too much to say that I'm invincible, but there is really no one in the land of the hunting god who can threaten me. Husband. Elena finally understood something. So why have you been taking us to travel these days? Lin Chen continued to pour oil into his palms and rub them hard, and continued to wander on Elena's smooth back. TSK, this figure. TSK, do you dislike my figure? Xiaoyun was standing by with a sarcastic tone. When did I say that? Lin Chen immediately looked at Xiaoyun. Your legs are prettier than Elena's. Xiaoyun was slightly happier. She shook her slender legs. Come on, Xiao Linzi, rub some oil on me. Okay. Lin Chen and Xiaoyun deliberately changed the subject. Elena could only smile helplessly. Husband, you have reached the point where the hunting god land can be shut down, right? Lin Chen held Xiaoyun's calf and stood there in a daze. Sister is really smart. Xiaoyun poked Lin Chen's chest with her finger. You can't hide it from her. Lin Chen simply lay on the beach and heard the sound of waves hitting the rocks in the distance. Well, to be honest, I even need to use my strength to stop the experience points now, otherwise I would have reached level 100 now. Lin Chen said, according to the settings of the land of the hunting god, as long as the level 90 world boss is cleared and a player reaches level 100, the land of the hunting god will be shut down directly. Elena sat up, not caring whether she was exposed or not, and asked seriously, then, are you ready? When do you plan to reach the maximum level? Lin Chen was startled and quickly got up to block the two big spring lights with his hands, but his hands were too small to block them. What if there are people around? While talking, Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and Elena was suddenly wearing a dress. Looking into Elena's eyes, Lin Chen raised his head. To be honest, I am not ready to lead the races of the universe, and Sue to go to war. Lin Chen flicked his wrist, and a book with a very strange shape appeared in his hand, and I still have things to do. Elena and Xiaoyun looked at the book in Lin Chen's hand at the same time. If I guess correctly, this book is the book of creation composed of those creation fragments. Seeing the curious eyes of the two women, Lin Chen smiled bitterly and opened the book, but found that the inside was completely blank. Wordless book. Xiaoyun also blinked. Although they are two frame guardians, her main responsibility is to be a level 90 world boss, and she doesn't know much about some special system settings. Lin Chen shrugged. There is a line of words written on the description of this book. Words? The two women looked at him. Yes, it says with this book, you can enter the Mengzi Flower Gallery. The two women were stunned again. Could this be the real way to enter the Mengzi Flower Gallery? Thinking of what the mysterious man in the Mengzi Flower Gallery said to Lin Chen, Xiaoyun's face began to change. He hesitated and looked at Lin Chen. But he found that Lin Chen was also looking at her. Xiaoyun turned her head away with a guilty conscience. Of course she knew some things, but she didn't know much, so it didn't seem to matter whether she said it or not. Lin Chen seemed to know this and then said, I plan to continue to enter the Mengzi Flower Gallery tomorrow morning. Chapter 598. The time for playing passed quickly. Lin Chen did not even wait until the next morning. He brought the two girls back to the square of the ruins of the gods that night. Because Lin Chen could already hear. The god-hunting land was collapsing. The sound was like a tight rope about to break, and the movement was like glass about to break. Even Xiaoyun, the god king, and Elena, who had extremely sharp five senses, did not notice this method. The two girls looked at Lin Chen, and could not help but feel a little surprised. Has his strength reached such a level? The ruins of the gods, the highest level main city, originally had very clear and strict rules. All players must return to the accommodation area at night for curfew, and no one can appear in the square without permission. Otherwise, the judge will be killed directly for violating the rules. But when Lin Chen appeared in the center of the square with Xiaoyun and Elena, the judge's aura did not even fluctuate. Just kidding, let alone Lin Chen and Xiaoyun, who is the god king, even Elena, who has superimposed her attack power now, the judge has to weigh the consequences before taking action. The originally empty square suddenly lit up because of Lin Chen's appearance, and soon, a person ran over hurriedly from the unknown void. The captain of the staff ran over in a hurry, looking at this place with a blank face. When he saw Xiaoyun, the boredom and displeasure on his face disappeared immediately. Three chosen ones, how can I help you? Lin Chen smiled. No need to greet, help me continue to open the Mengzi Flower Corridor. Although Lin Chen can open the portal at will in the land of hunting gods, the Mengzi Flower Corridor is the only copy that is very mysterious. He can't find the coordinates, and he can't tear open the space gap of that copy. The staff looked at Xiaoyun somewhat embarrassedly, as if asking for Xiaoyun's opinion. Do as he says, Xiaoyun said lightly. The staff bit his lower lip and finally nodded. Okay, everyone please step back. The staff took out a token from his waist and threw it into the sky. A ray of light hit the surface of the token. He made several gestures with his hands, and then suddenly put his hands together, mumbling something mysterious, which seemed magical. Xiaoyun looked helpless on the side. Do you have to make it so complicated? The staff member smiled awkwardly, put down his hand in dismay, and then looked up at the token. Soon, the place where the token was located shook suddenly, and the void actually tore open a void door with a ray of colorful rays of light. 3, please. Following Lin Chen forward, Elena hesitated for a while. Husband, do you want to wait for Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others? Lin Chen shook his head. To be honest, I didn't even think of taking you with me at first. Xiaoyun glanced at Lin Chen. Why, do you think we will hold you back? Partly, but the main thing is that I'm afraid that if there's any danger, I won't be able to protect you in time. Don't worry, although I can't interfere with the affairs in Mengzi Flower Gallery, there's nothing in this copy that can threaten us. As they spoke, Lin Chen and the other two had already entered. Back in Mengzi Flower Gallery, everything around him had changed again. The last time he came in was completely different from the first round, but at this moment, Lin Chen was even more confused. The three of them were walking in a ruin. There was an endless expanse of black scorched earth under their feet. There was nothing around them. They looked up at the sky, but there was no sky. They seemed to be in the universe. They could see dead planets in the distance. As they walked forward aimlessly, some meteorite fragments would float in the air. If they touched them, they would slowly fly to other places. There was no gravity here. Was it really in the universe? But they could smell a very bad odor, like the strange smell of a corpse rotting for countless years. All these can be ignored. What about the ground? Why is there a whole continent floating above the universe? Sister, do you know where this is? Aliana had already taken out the longbow unconsciously. She looked very serious and looked around vigilantly. Xiaoyun also looked solemn. She shook her head. The Mungza Flower Gallery is full of strange things. I haven't been here many times. Anyway, be careful. As they talked, the three of them followed the energy fluctuations in the dark and moved to a place. Compared with the two women, Lin-Chen seemed calmer, but there was a little curiosity between his eyebrows. As he went deeper, Lin-Chen could already see some corpses buried on the scorched earth of some ruins. This is... The three stopped and looked ahead, and they were all stunned. Countless corpses covered every corner in front of them. Some of them were laid out in a mess, and some were twisted together in layers. Lin-Chen looked down at his feet. The scorched earth they had just been walking on was actually made of the same structure as the corpses in the distance. The scorched earth under their feet was actually the ashes of the burnt corpses. Even as a god king, Xiaoyun had to frown, and Elena covered her mouth with her hands, unable to say a word. No wonder there is a continent under our feet in the universe. And no wonder we can smell the stench of corpses. Where on earth is this place? As the three looked around in confusion, a voice suddenly came from the void. You're here so soon? The three looked behind them, and saw a person standing in the direction they had just come from. The man's face was not clear, and as long as he moved slightly, the face would change into another look. The person who released the formation before was higher than the black-clothed Lin-Chen, and Xiaoyun was one of the two framed guardians in the hunting god land. The mysterious man looked at Lin-Chen, then at Xiaoyun, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Alas, it seems that you still opened a back door for this cheater. TSK, I didn't expect that the designer would let me and a young girl like you be the same guardian. Xiaoyun rolled his eyes. You are a guy who hides his head and shows his tail and dares not show his face to others. Do you think I like working with you? The mysterious man shrugged, unwilling to continue talking to Xiaoyun, and turned to look at Lin-Chen. Heart, soul, spirit, eyes, body, strength, and mind. He said word by word. You actually integrated all these things? Finally, there was a hint of surprise and subtle excitement in his tone. Lin-Chen did not say anything, but just looked at this man silently. Seeing the mysterious man constantly looking up and down at him, Lin-Chen finally couldn't help it. Why you want to fight me? The mysterious man laughed. Fight with you? Ha ha ha. Don't be funny, you have now integrated everything of God except memory, you are that. But when he said this, the mysterious man suddenly felt a cold killing intent. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoyun, who had a cold face beside Lin-Chen. Well, never mind, I won't say any more nonsense. This true chosen one, please take the book of creation and follow me. Chapter 599. After saying that, the mysterious man did not move, but just stretched out his hand and clapped. Paw. Then, a door appeared behind him. When Lin-Chen saw this door, his pupil shrank. Unlike all the doors seen in the land of the hunting god, this door appeared in this place so strangely that it was even out of place. It was enough to make Lin-Chen uneasy. Because if I remember correctly, this door. Is this the door of our architecture group office? Lin-Chen murmured. Yes, when he was a social animal on Earth, Lin-Chen had a special feeling for this door, because above the door handle, there was a sticker bought online by a female colleague nicknamed Xiao Xiao. Because the architecture team often worked overtime, Xiao Xiao deliberately bought a cartoon sticker of Bald Chong, with Bald Chong holding his head in a painful posture, and a line of I don't want to work overtime written on it. Now the sticker is still stuck on it, and the edge has some signs of falling off due to the long time. The mysterious man didn't seem to hear Lin-Chen's words clearly, but very gentlemanly motioned Lin-Chen to open the door. Honey, what's wrong? No one else noticed, but Elena saw Lin-Chen's expression clearly, and she asked with some worry. Nothing. Lin-Chen took a deep breath, turned back and motioned the two women not to act rashly. Wait for me to come back. Xiaoyun hesitated for a while, and didn't refuse, but just bowed his head with a complicated expression and said nothing. As a frame guardian, she should be able to guess what is on the other side of this door. Elena subconsciously wanted to follow, but before Lin-Chen could refuse, Xiaoyun reached out and pulled her. Sister? Elena frowned. Let him go in alone, Xiaoyun said seriously. The female elf wanted to say something, but finally nodded. Lin-Chen stretched out his hand and placed it on the door handle. A very real cold touch appeared. He hesitated for a while, took a deep breath again, and then pushed the door open. A dazzling white light hit Lin-Chen's sight. He almost subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. When his sight got used to the light, Lin-Chen slowly moved his arm away. What appeared in front of him was an office that he was very familiar with. There were 5 very long office tables placed vertically inside, and each table had 4 computers, but these computers were all turned off. Lin-Chen blinked his eyes dully. He turned his head and looked back at the place where he came from, but found that the door had disappeared. There was no energy fluctuation from the land of the hunting god around, and he could not even detect the penetration of other forces. What the hell is going on? Why did he return to Earth? Why did I return to the office where I have been working? Lin Chen walked in the corridor of this office very familiarly, reaching out his hand to touch the surface of each desk, and his fingertips slid on the keyboard, making a clicking sound. Soon, Lin Chen came to his workstation. Then he widened his eyes. Because the computer on his desk was turned on. Not only that, lines of code were running in an orderly and fast manner, they were automatically iterated, and they had been running for an unknown period of time. Occasionally, there would be a bug flashing inside these codes, and error messages would occasionally be fed back. As a programmer, Lin Chen knew that if he didn't fix the bug, the code would soon stop running. For example, if a game continued like this, sooner or later the program would crash. Lin Chen felt his scalp tingling. He remembered that the code running on the computer at that time was not something else, but the game Land of the Hunting God, and the reason why Land of the Hunting God was running out of time was actually because the code had reached the point where it could no longer run. Thinking of the huge code door he saw in the boundary area, Lin Chen's sense of déjà vu became stronger and stronger. Could it be? Just as he was thinking about it, there was a sound of a door opening behind him. Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses. He turned around and saw a figure whose outline could not be seen clearly walking in. Lin Chen frowned and stepped back. The figure in front of him was emitting white light all over, and it looked like a ghost pushing the door and floating in. But Lin Chen only felt that he had seen this light somewhere. After a moment, Lin Chen remembered that in the first guild copy, this white figure had appeared once and acted as a reward distributor. Lin Chen got an artifact of your choice item from this light and shadow. He remembered that this prop was given to Elena by himself. Elena still uses the artifact. Feather Fall. It was opened from the props. The light and shadow closed the non-existent door, then raised his head, looked at Lin Chen, and then actually spoke human words. Sit down. Lin Chen stared at the shadow that was gradually approaching, and actually said, oh. Somewhat uncomfortable, he actually sat on his workstation chair. The white light and shadow poured a cup of coffee from the coffee machine next to him, and placed it in front of Lin Chen's desk, which seemed very natural. Lin Chen looked down at the reflection of the coffee in the cup, but found that he could not see the white shadow from inside. From beginning to end, there was only Lin Chen in this office. He looked up at the dazzling figure in front of him and finally spoke. Are you the designer? The other party smiled and said, yes. Lin Chen was stunned. How could he have thought that, after holding the Book of Creation and entering the Mingza Flower Gallery, he would talk directly to the designer? He originally had a lot of things to ask the designer when he met him one day in the future, but when he really met him, Lin Chen didn't know where to start. In the end, it was even the designer who spoke first. I was worried that the hunting god land might collapse, and no one could enter this room, but it seems that my worries were unnecessary. The designer's voice seemed to ring directly in Lin Chen's brain. Lin Chen, your growth rate is faster than I thought. Lin Chen suddenly thought of a shadow larger than a planet that had looked at him in the Rusang realm of the Feathered Clan. Now it seems that it should really be the designer in front of him. Designer. Lin Chen opened his mouth. What does the land of the hunting god have to do with me? Why is this place? Lin Chen looked around and finally focused his eyes on the computer in front of him. His tone became more and more puzzled. It's like the running background of the land of the hunting god. The designer laughed. Don't worry, I just borrowed the game developed by your company as the structure of this world, and you happen to be the programmer of this game. Lin Chen was confused and asked immediately, what about the bug? The bug that I can stack attack power, what's the matter? Lin Chen pointed at the computer. Before the second round, he returned to this office and personally modified the game code data. But why did it really come true in the land of the hunting god? The other party smiled even more happily and said, I am lazy, so I restored everything in this game 1-to-1. Your computer running the land of the hunting god code is the real system background I used to maintain the game, so it is normal for you to know and modify the bugs in it. Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. A creator-level existence used his own computer to design an online game world that can accommodate trillions of players to train at the same time? Chapter 600. Lin Chen found it incredible no matter how he thought about it. In a way, he had the opportunity to control the life and death of all the players in the entire hunting god land. He even felt a little regretful at this time. If he had made a few more bugs at that time, wouldn't he have been invincible long ago? Lin Chen looked at the computer screen that was constantly running the code, and felt a little dry in the mouth. He continued to turn his head to look at the figure beside him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the figure that was originally made up of white light began to gradually dim, as if the brilliance on his body had faded. Your original intention in designing the hunting god land was to fight against Su? Before answering your question, I would like to ask you, Lin Chen, do you know what Su is? Lin Chen was slightly stunned, and soon came to his senses. I have a rough understanding of it. The designer seemed to stretch out his hand and snap his fingers. Then, the surrounding scene suddenly changed, and the original office disappeared almost in an instant. Lin Chen was sitting in the office chair, floating in the universe at this time. The dazzling light in the distance seemed to be the sun, but the sun was not so red. It was even larger than the sun, and seemed to block the entire field of vision. Turning his head and looking around, Lin Chen found that there were gray and bad planets everywhere around him. Some planets were even broken, and countless fragments were floating alone in the empty universe. Under the illumination of the star that was countless times larger than the sun, everything around him seemed to be trapped in hell. Soon, he saw the dark continent again, just like the black land he stepped on before pushing the door to enter the office, but this continent was even larger. Even though Lin Chen's ability was like a god, his mental power could cover an area as large as the entire Earth without reservation, but he could not explore the edge of this dark land. The designer beside him said quietly, "This vast scorched earth is a landscape formed by the accumulation of the bodies of the creatures of the universe and the ruins. Wherever there is a similar scorched earth, it is the place where large and small battles have broken out, and this place is the largest battlefield in history." The designer's tone was flat, as if he was talking about something very sparse and ordinary. People call this place the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. It turns out that the land of the hunting god is not just the name of a game. Does it have a prototype? What on earth is that ruins? Lin Chen looked at the other party. The universe has two sides, positive and negative. The universe we can observe is always the positive side, while ruins crawl out from the other side of the universe. According to your understanding of Earth's technology, it should be said that they come from dark matter. The designer paused here, and seemed reluctant to tell Lin Chen about the origin of ruins. Lin Chen listened carefully. The scientific cognition of Earth humans could not explain these things, and it was difficult for this designer to try to use science to explain the origin of ruins. Designer, the origin can be skipped, Lin Chen said. Just explain when these things appeared in the universe and their purpose. The designer suddenly laughed heartily. Are you sure you want to know? Yes, please tell me. It's a very old story. If you have read many story books, you may think I am talking nonsense. Lin Chen did not speak, waiting for the next words. The designer changed the subject. Billions of years before your Earth was born, there were two most powerful races in the entire universe, namely God and Demon. They ruled over all races, and had the most powerful power system in the entire universe. They were worshipped by the entire universe civilization. It was just like the opposition between yin and yang. The two races had been fighting for countless years since their birth. But at a certain point in time, these two powerful dominant races fell from the highest peak of universe civilization almost overnight, and completely disappeared in the universe. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. It was indeed a very old-fashioned story template. All the novels he had read before had this background structure. However, Lin Chen did not complain, but quickly caught something. He said, "Is it Su that appeared?" Yes, Su appeared. They did not know how to break free from the shackles, and break in from the other side of the universe. The power and number of those ghosts were terrifying. They poured into the universe like an endless tide. They had unparalleled destructive power, and energy fluctuations that ordinary forces could not destroy. At first, the gods and demons did not pay too much attention to these enemies that suddenly appeared, but these soon multiplied and spread like a plague, destroying and devouring countless races and civilizations along the way. At this time, it was too late for the gods and demons to pay attention to them. The designer smiled and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, can you imagine how terrifying that scene is? Lin Chen nodded seriously. He had seen the number of Su, but when facing the scene when Su first appeared billions of years ago, the horror that Lin Chen saw was just a drop in the bucket. It was a drop in the bucket in the true sense, a thing that could drive the civilization of the entire observable universe to death, and even exterminate the two most powerful super civilizations at that time. That kind of scene, he didn't even dare to think about it. When the gods and demons finally realized that something was wrong, the two races began to cooperate to fight the enemy. They led all the civilizations in the universe to fight a protracted war with the ruins. As the war continued, within millions of years, the vassal civilizations were wiped out one after another, a large number of planets fell, and superpowers, and gods fell one by one. Unfortunately, when they realized the seriousness of the situation, it was too late. After nearly 200 to 300 million years, the powerhouses of the gods and demons fell, and in the end the world of the gods and demons fell completely. However, those ruins could absorb the original power of the race powerhouses, and evolve continuously from level 1 to level 10. They even continuously produced Super 10 individuals that were comparable to the gods, and demons were gods and supremes. The situation gradually became irreversible. Wherever those ghosts passed, they would turn into ruins. In addition, they appeared from the other side of the void, so the remaining races called them ruins. At this point, the light on the designer's body gradually dissipated. He turned into a person whose facial features could be seen by Lin Chen. The man turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was stunned and stood up. The designer was more than 3 meters tall, and there was a faint light around his body. He was wearing a gorgeous dress made of energy, and there was a trace of extreme sorrow in his brows. What Lin Chen cared about most was the forehead of this person, where there was a pitch-black horn. From now on, I will introduce myself to you formally. The designer smiled and looked at Lin Chen. My name is Raoul, the last offspring of the great races God and Demon. I am the last proof that the two races of God and Demon are in this universe. Chapter 601. You mean, you are a hybrid of the gods and demons? Lin Chen asked. Yes, in the countless years of fighting with Su, the gods and demons had thought of combining with each other to give birth to a being with both gods and demons to lead the universe. However, the reason why the gods and demons have been fighting each other for countless years is because the two races are naturally incompatible. They are like the two sides of yin and yang. When they meet, they will fight to the death. It is not easy to cooperate with each other in order to fight with Su. How can it be easy for them to combine with each other? There are exceptions to everything, right? Lin Chen said quietly. Hee. Yes, there are exceptions to everything. In the tug-of-war of hundreds of millions of years, there are actually many god-demon hybrids like me. It's a pity. The designer sighed softly. I am the only one who can survive. Lin Chen, then since hybrids like you have been born, why did you still fail? Being a hybrid is just a prerequisite. If you want to merge the power of the gods and demons at the same time without being rejected, even hybrids like us can't do it easily. In order to merge the power as quickly as possible and fight against the ruins, we are eager for success and are backfired by the power. In the end, it is us hybrids who disappear first in the torrent of history. I was lucky. Although I also failed to completely integrate the power of gods and demons, I was able to roughly contain the two powers in my body at the same time. However, it was still a bit far-fetched to deal with Su. This handsome man looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't stop Su from swallowing the universe. In the end, the remaining strong men of the gods and demons sacrificed themselves to prevent the universe from being completely destroyed by Su. With the cooperation of all races in the universe, they used the supreme secret power of the gods and demons to seal Su in a new space that did not exist before. Border area? Lin Chen blurted out. Yes, it is the border area. The designer nodded. But even if 99% of the Su is sealed, the only 1% that escapes the net is still wreaking havoc in the universe. Until now, Su has been wreaking havoc on civilization in the universe in the past few years. For example, the feathered people in Rusang realm are one of the races destroyed by Su in the past few hundred years. The hunting god land? Lin Chen asked. Alas! The designer sighed. I survived the ruins of the war billions of years ago, and have been breathing and wandering in the universe for billions of years. I have the blood of the gods and demons flowing in my body, and I can control the power of the two races at the same time. So after I recovered a little, I plundered the universe, pulling the power and civilization debris of the gods and demons billions of years ago, and used these powers to build a trial field. I am already riddled with holes, and can no longer accommodate the huge power of the gods and demons, so I can't continue to fight with Su, so I need a new warrior. At this point, the designer's eyes changed a little, and there seemed to be a special earnestness in them. He looked at Lin Chen. To put it more cruelly, I need a container that can accommodate the power of the gods and demons. Only this container can fight against the ruins. And the only races in the entire universe that have a chance to adapt to the power of these two dominant races are you, who don't have a trace of power essence in your body, such as humans, elves, orcs, half-orcs, three-eyed people. You are like a blank sheet of paper, which is pure in terms of power, but even so, it is not easy to accommodate the power of the gods and demons. Lin Chen, do you know how many weeks the hunting god land is now? Lin Chen didn't dare to speak. he always felt a chill on his back. He wanted to answer. Second round, but he didn't dare. The designer smiled bitterly. Before this round, I used the power of the two tribes and the remains of civilization to continuously improve it, and it has been reincarnated for more than 20 million times. Lin Chen's pupil shrank suddenly, and his mouth opened slightly. 20 million times? The land of the hunting god has been reincarnated 20 million times? The land of the hunting god has been constantly improving and growing in 20 million reincarnations. In the end, I even found inspiration in the game developed by your company. I combined the background data of the game Land of the Hunting God with the power of gods and demons, and completely designed it into a nearly perfect work. The designer laughed. I have erased all the memories of you players, and only let some qualified people retain your memories through the Mungza Flower Corridor copy, so you mistakenly think that it is only the second round now. Lin Chen, do you believe that I will remove the shackles of all your memories now, and you will find that you players are actually some old monsters who have lived in the trial field for more than 20 million years? After saying this, the surroundings fell into a nearly dead silence. This person in front of him, with an ability that Lin Chen could not understand at all, forced all the players participating in the trial to extend their lifespans by 20 million years. They have been reincarnating non-stop, trying to become stronger, and then become a container that can hold the power of gods and demons. But it seems that this matter is not so easy. If I hadn't used special means. No! Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. If so, could anyone become the container you mentioned, not just me? No, your success is not accidental. There are very few people in the entire hunting god land who can withstand your bug ability. Why? You and Ao, or should I say Xiaoyun, have had in-depth exchanges. The designer said, do you think she was the first to discover your difference? Lin Chen was silent. Lin Chen knew that Xiaoyun had reservations about him. No matter what the girl's purpose was, she was thinking about him, Lin Chen. But at this time, Lin Chen also knew that Xiaoyun approached him because she was ordered by the designer. If this is true, then is there really anything extraordinary about him? But looking back on his previous life, it is not an exaggeration to call it mediocre. Even now, Lin Chen is not quite sure what his extraordinary qualities are. Don't belittle yourself. Since you can stand beside me now, it means that you can accept and integrate the power of gods and demons. Look, you have already integrated all the power of the gods and demons. Next, you just need to find the source of power scattered in the universe and use it. You can do what we couldn't do billions of years ago. Lin Chen looked at his hands. Have I integrated the power of gods and demons? Yes, the world bosses you defeated and the god props that exploded were all the crystals I made by combining the power of gods and demons, and you integrated it into yourself so easily. Lin Chen, it is destined that you are the key to everything. Chapter 602. Lin Chen was somewhat resistant to this fatalistic theory, but what the designer said seemed to make some sense. Even if the bug of randomly stacking attack power was also effective on other people, then being able to fuse the god's props so easily was definitely not a coincidence. Whether it was the heart of the god or the soul of the god, there was no rejection during the fusion and refining. Even the god's will that was obtained in the end was only blocked when Lin Chen tried to contact it, but after breaking the mental confinement, the fusion was also smooth, but it took too much time. If so, what exactly is different about me? Could it be that I am the reincarnation of a god or demon from billions of years ago? Is there a saying of reincarnation in the universe? At this time, the designer turned to look at Lin Chen and asked with a smile. Since you know the origin of everything, Lin Chen, are you willing to become the chosen one who leads all the races in the universe to fight against the ruins that are about to rush out from the boundary area? Although I know that the designer will definitely ask this question, I am also mentally prepared. But when Lin Chen really heard the designer's question, he still felt an inexplicable pressure coming. Let him shoulder the fate of all living things in the universe? Lin Chen calmed his breath several times, and finally asked with a bitter smile, do I have a choice? Unfortunately, no. The designer looked back at the huge dark red star in front of him. Even if you refuse, when Su rushes out of the boundary, they will destroy everything in the universe. Whether it is life or planets, all will die. In the end, you will still become a mortal enemy with Su. The only difference is in identity and title. But the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since you have such a powerful power, why not let all living things in the universe depend on you and give them hope? Lin Chen did not speak this time. He looked up at the sun in front of him that had lost its red glow. The designer stood beside him without urging him, as if waiting for Lin Chen to make a choice. After a while, Lin Chen finally spoke slowly. What do you want me to do? As if he had already guessed Lin Chen's choice, the designer did not even have any extra expression on his face. He suddenly pointed his finger into the distance. Then, the space in front was slowly torn apart, as if a huge curtain was slowly unfolding in front of him. The huge red star in the distance actually became a kind of background at this moment. From a certain angle, it was as if the planet was broken and split into two. Lin Chen's pupils gradually shrank, and he stood up from the chair, looking at the space in front of him with a short breath. Countless people were standing on the endless plain, with different shapes and expressions. At this time, the space was opened, and all of them turned their heads to look over. When the crowd saw the figures of Lin Chen and the designer, tens of thousands of people actually knelt down together. It's not like Lin Chen had never seen so many people before. In several World Boss Crusades, there were even scenes where millions of players appeared at the same time. But what really surprised Lin Chen was the types of these people. He couldn't see any human elves or orcs in these tribes. All the races he had never seen were kneeling below. Lin Chen could see some creatures that looked like insects, and some whose entire bodies were wrapped in rocks, reflecting the light. Glancing to the other side, Lin Chen also saw a giant with two heads on his neck. Looking to the other side, he also saw a race with a turtle shell-like stratum corneum on its back, and the whole person was inside the turtle shell. Everywhere he looked, tens of thousands of people looked different. They were all different, and Lin Chen was dazzled. But these tribes, without exception, all have very strong power fluctuations flowing around their bodies. Compared to the players, such as humans and elves, these tribes all have natural traces of cultivation. Lin Chen looked at the designer beside him. Leaders from all the tribes in the universe. The designer said lightly. After that, the designer took 1 or 2 steps forward. Leaders, we meet again. The designer really stretched out his arms like a god, and the dim red light emitted from the surface of the red star enveloped his body, making him look more holy. Meet the designer. The leaders of tens of thousands of races spoke in unison. Their languages should have been completely different, but Lin Chen was affected by the special mechanism of the hunting god land, so he could understand the words of each race. At this time, tens of thousands of voices mixed together, and the listeners trembled all over. There are 2 main reasons for calling you here today. The designer said softly. First, the seal of the border area has reached its limit after billions of years, and it may be broken in the next moment. Please prepare in advance for everyone present and your race. As soon as these words came out, people below immediately started to discuss. Although Lin Chen couldn't see the expressions on the faces of those races, and he couldn't even find where the faces of many races were, he still accurately captured the oppression and fear that dominated the entire space. The designer continued, the second thing. After 20 million reincarnation selections in the land of hunting gods, today I solemnly introduce to you a leader who can perfectly integrate the power of gods and demons. As he said this, the designer turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. The discussion below suddenly disappeared, and tens of thousands of eyes and mental power instantly locked onto Lin Chen. He sighed lightly and took a step forward. Although there was a sense of forcing him to do something, Lin Chen had no intention of running away. As Lin Chen admitted himself, the myriad races below were boiling. Wow! The rich energy wave soared into the sky, and there was an illusion that it was about to shatter this space. Lin Chen looked down, and the atmosphere that seemed serious and fearful a moment ago disappeared at this moment. You can also see that many people of different races are actually singing and dancing on the spot. Designer, is this too optimistic? Lin Chen turned his head and asked in a low voice. This is just to inform these leaders of his presence, but they act as if the entire universe is saved. What if he is completely powerless to save the situation? Wouldn't this be like opening champagne at halftime? For billions of years, they have been resisting the invasion of Su all the time, and at the same time, they are also on guard against the large forces of Su rushing out of the border area. They have been suppressed for too long. The designer smiled. Now that we have finally waited for the person who will lead all the races, it is normal for us to behave like this. Chapter 603. Huh! Some race in the crowd below suddenly let out a full-throated howl. Afterwards, more people let out the hua sound, and then tens of thousands of people on the entire plain shouted in unison. Huh! The movement was like a war song. Some races with shells or crystals on their bodies began to slap the hard objects on their bodies, making a dong-dong-dong sound, which sounded like a war drum. A complete and special song began to be heard. Lin Chen didn't understand the lyrics, but just listening to the melody was enough to make people's blood boil. Although the number of these races cannot be compared with Su even if all of them are added together, don't underestimate the power of these races. They will become your most important backing. the designer said. I don't know if it was affected by the singing of these people. Lin Chen only felt that his whole soul was extremely excited, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously, as if Su was tearing through the space from the void right now, and Lin Chen was not afraid at all. I know. Lin Chen nodded. Designer, since we have come to this point, I have another question to ask. Is it about when the land of hunting gods will be shut down? The designer saw through Lin Chen's thoughts. Yes, someone told me before that the land of hunting gods was built on the seal of the border area. Is it true that as soon as the land of hunting gods is closed, the border area will? Are you ready? The designer acquiesced and smiled. How long can the seal last at most? The props transformed from the power of gods and demons have been absorbed by you, which has caused the land of hunting gods to lose its available energy source, and the energy to maintain it will gradually weaken. The designer pointed out his fingers one by one. Starting from the second day, in the land of the hunting god, players will not be able to obtain attribute bonuses. On the third day, they will not be able to obtain experience points normally. On the fourth day, all the bonuses in the land of the hunting god will not be issued. On the fifth day, the virtual NPCs and monsters born from the power of gods and demons in the land of the hunting god will also disappear. On the sixth day, all ruins and copies will be closed. On the seventh day, the gate of Guishi will be open to all players. The designer's voice became louder and louder. Lin Chen looked at the god whose body was surging and expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. His voice continued to come, like a loud bell. When the seventh day begins, every player will be teleported back to their own real world, and the land of the hunting god will also be completely closed. As he spoke, he had become larger than the planet, and his body gradually became transparent, as if gradually becoming a phantom. The inside of this human-shaped phantom contained the stars of the universe. It was exactly the same as the phantom that I saw in the world of the feathered people in the Rusang realm. The shadow of the universe stared at Lin Chen, and the voice only rang in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen, from now on, I will become the last shackle to maintain the land of the hunting god. My remaining strength will guide every player in the land of the hunting god to spend these 7 days safely, and will also send them all back to their respective worlds on the last day. Remember, not only the myriad races of the universe, but also the players in the land of the hunting god are a powerful force that cannot be ignored. They are different from the myriad races of the universe. These players are my gifts to you, and they are the sharp swords in your hands. As he spoke, the shadow of the universe gradually disappeared until it was completely gone. At the same time, the space in front was gradually healing, and the dim red star that was split in two gradually emitted its previous red light. The leaders of the universe on the plane were all looking at Lin Chen eagerly at this time. They raised their limbs, and made some kind of most pious gesture to Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened his mouth, and when the space was about to close, Lin Chen finally spoke to the leaders, who were looking forward to it on the plane. Everyone, go back to your own worlds and sort things out. See you in 7 days. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen could see the leaders cheering with only the last ray of space crack. Boom. The last ray of space crack also healed, and everything around returned to calm. Lin Chen opened his eyes again. He found himself standing in front of a door, his hand still on the doorknob. The door was just a lonely door frame, with nothing on the other side. On his side was the mysterious man, and behind him were Xiaoyun and Elena, who was looking at him nervously. It was as if Lin Chen had never stepped through this door from beginning to end, and everything was an illusion. But Lin Chen knew that what just happened was definitely not an illusion. He let go of the door handle, and took a step back to the side of the mysterious man. The mysterious man, who seemed cynical before, was stunned for a moment after sensing the breath of Lin Chen, and then seemed to laugh, and then raised his hands, and clasped them together, making a pious gesture and kneeling down with a plop. He prostrated himself on the ground and shouted to Lin Chen, "Meet the great successor of gods and demons, the great and only chosen one." He really looked very solemn and pious. Not only him, but even Xiaoyun, who was not far away, couldn't help but kneel on one knee at this moment. Meet the great successor of gods and demons, the great only chosen one. Yelena was a little confused. She looked at Xiaoyun, then at the mysterious man, and finally looked at Lin Chen awkwardly. She was hesitating. Should she kneel down as well? In theory, Lin Chen was her husband, and kneeling to her husband was not a shameful thing. It was just that she didn't know what happened. Lin Chen just pushed the door in front of him, that's all, and it took no more than 2 seconds. Why did Xiaoyun and the mysterious man kneel down together the next moment? Elena couldn't figure it out, and she didn't want to think about it anymore, so she knelt on one knee in a formal manner. Meet the great successor of gods and demons, the great and only chosen one. Lin Chen looked at Elena and Xiaoyun in silence, and sighed helplessly. He then retracted his gaze, and looked at the mysterious man. "What's your name?" The mysterious man then changed from crawling to kneeling. To the successor, "My name is Duolong. I am a survivor of the war billions of years ago, and I am also a member of the Thousand Faces tribe, a subsidiary race that followed the gods and demons at the time." "Thousand Faces?" Lin Chen suddenly realized. "No wonder I couldn't see your face clearly." Duolong lowered his head. Since the moment Lin Chen chose to step into the door, Duolong knew that Lin Chen would definitely become the only one in the designer's mouth. Now, Lin Chen seems to have met the designer, and the aura flowing from his body is very similar to that of the designer, and even more natural than the designer. Although the designer is the son of gods and demons, and has the blood of two tribes at the same time, even so he cannot accommodate two completely different, one yin and one yang, two completely opposite forces. Now, Duolong has already felt that very natural feeling in Lin Chen. Just like Tai Chi, perhaps the designer is right. The original intention of the god hunting land is to find a piece of white paper that is extremely clean and has no impurities. Only this kind of container can contain the purest and most primitive power of gods and demons in the universe. Once merged, his power will dominate the entire universe, and only he can confront Su head-on. Except for Lin Chen, no one else can do it. Chapter 604. Lin Chen looked at Duolong, one of the framework guardians. Since he was a witness of the war billions of years ago, and a member of a subordinate race that followed the gods and demons, he should be the most respected person in the entire god-hunting land. Or even in the entire universe now in the eyes of the designer. He is superior to the judge, guide and pioneer, and even has a higher status than another framework guardian Xiaoyun. In this case, Lin Chen did have a lot of questions to ask him. "Doran," Lin Chen called out. "I am at your service. What can the great successor do for you?" If it were before, Lin Chen might have felt uncomfortable with this title, but it didn't matter now. If the main force of Su emerges from the boundary area, how will the myriad races in the universe fight? Will they fight on their own, or will there be a special battlefield? The designer once told me that when fighting with Su, we must not choose the battlefield on a world where any race lives, even if it is a planet that has been uninhabited and has become dead. If we can't be on the planet, then where should we go? Could it be? Lin Chen thought of something. Duolong nodded. Yes, we must take the initiative to attack, snipe in the universe before the ruins come out of the boundary area, and destroy them. Is it on the continent built of corpses? Yes, the designer has already aimed the gap in the boundary area at that land. Once the seal is broken, endless ruins will descend on that land. Lin Chen licked his lips. Then, should we arrange for someone to set up an ambush on that land? Sir, from the moment you assembled the Book of Creation, the armies of all races in the universe have begun to march towards that land one after another. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen suddenly found that a number of strange-shaped spaceships appeared in a space beside him. Not only Lin Chen, Xiaoyun and Elena also found it, and they all looked over at the same time. I saw large and small spaceships and warships lined up in a long snake formation and moved rapidly in a certain direction. Among them, there were even some strange-shaped creatures that shook slightly, and then disappeared directly, as if they were teleported through space. Look, the myriad races have learned of the appearance of the successor. There are 7 days left before the decisive battle, and the myriad races that are still alive in the universe are already on the way. After Duolong's explanation, Lin Chen suddenly discovered that there was not only this support army, but also a group of endless black dots above his head that were rushing forward in an orderly manner. It was as if the entire universe was bustling in a short period of time. My successor, I also have things to do. See you in 7 days. After saying that, Duolong bowed to Lin Chen, then he disappeared with a wave of his hand. Lin Chen did not pay attention to him, but looked around. In the universe where he stood, for civilizations sent armies from their own planets to the battlefield. In other places that he could not see with his naked eyes, it was probably the same scene. Lin Chen, do you want to go to the main battlefield? Xiaoyun stepped forward. Lin Chen had just been teleported once by the designer's power, so he could sense the spatial fluctuations in that place. He only needed to move his mind to reappear in that place. Let's go! Lin Chen did not hesitate, and waved his hand. A flash of energy light directly enveloped Xiaoyun and Elena. Then the space paused, and the three of them disappeared. When the light flickered again, Lin Chen and the other two appeared in front of the huge red star. The endless corpse continent was right under their feet. The three of them stepped on the void and looked down. More than a dozen armies from different races have begun to appear in a space crack on this land. There are countless figures in each space crack. Even Lin Chen now can't help but be amazed. The combat power of an entire planet came out of each space. Although it has not yet reached the point where all the people are soldiers, the number of people from each world race who came to participate in the war can definitely be measured in the unit of billion. Those figures that appeared in an endless stream soon settled down on this boundless continent. For a time, these dazzling races mixed technology and power, and the atmosphere of the entire void became extremely severe. The storm was about to come, and there were still 7 days before Su broke through the seal. Lin Chen had already begun to have a tense illusion that a war was about to break out. Hubby, you don't want to lead so many. Elena covered her mouth. Although the races coming at this time were relatively close, the vanguards of these vanguard troops had already begun to fill the continent that could be seen by the naked eye. It was densely packed with people, and the mental power spread out. The people in these races actually had strong power fluctuations in their bodies. Compared with the average strength of the hunting god land, it should be the level of a level 50 player. Xiaoyun smiled and shook his head. This is just the beginning. In 7 days, you will know what kind of army our man will lead. If each army has a minimum of 100 million people, and no upper limit, he can at least call on hundreds of millions of strong men from all races. Hundreds, millions, billions? Yelena had no idea about such numbers. She just felt it was a bit far-fetched. Even Lin Chen was a little confused. He looked at Xiaoyun. Can this continent accommodate so many people? Although I have not experienced the war between the myriad races of the universe and the ruins before, you should know that this continent below is a mixture of the lives and corpses of the ruins that died in the war for billions of years. Not to mention hundreds of billions. Even hundreds of billions more would be more than enough. Lin Chen laughed helplessly. He just felt it was outrageous. However, no matter how outrageous it was, Lin Chen actually had a sincere admiration for the gods and demons from billions of years ago. After that great war, the gods and demons were completely destroyed. After billions of years, their only remaining sparks were extinguished in the long years, but after so long, relying on that little bit of imperceptible flame, they actually had the capital to fight Su again. Let's go back to the hunting land, and let the players get ready. Chapter 605. In fact, Lin Chen didn't need to worry at all, because the system had already issued a large-scale announcement on the hunting god land. Before Lin Chen and the other two tore through the space and returned to the hunting god land, the system's prompt sound happened to ring in the brains of the players on the hunting god land. Attention, 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 attention. A series of more than 10 warnings sounded, leaving all the players in the entire hunting god land a little confused. Huh? What the hell is going on? Haha, I feel like the system is broken, or maybe there's a bug. All the players looked up at the sky in confusion. Even some who were fighting monsters in the dungeon had to look around blankly. But I always have a bad feeling. Someone swallowed his saliva and felt stuffy in his heart. Su, listen to what the system says. Then, a prompt sounded. Note, because the level 90 world boss has been defeated and a player has reached level 100 first, the land of the hunting god will enter the countdown to the server shutdown. Countdown, 167:59:59. Afterwards, a huge countdown pattern appeared in the sky of the God Hunter land. No matter where you are in the God Hunter land, as long as the player looks up, you can clearly see the 168-hour countdown. 168 hours is equivalent to 7 days. The server will be completely shut down after 7 days, but this is not the point. The point is the two incredible and jaw-dropping ghost news that this prompt just said. The level 90 world boss was defeated? Who defeated him? There was no news of the appearance of the level 90 world boss. How could someone defeat him? No. Who reached level 100 again? People opened the ladder rankings and took a look. Because some people deliberately used the masking function to hide the rankings, the crowd could not observe, so they could only see that the current number 1 player was a human mage named I Love Coriander, and his level was 78. Then, they looked all the way down, and the levels of the top 100 players on the ladder rankings basically fluctuated between 75 and 78. But who can get rid of these people and reach the top directly at level 20 or 30? Just when the hundreds of millions of players left in the land of the hunting god were furious, the prompt sounded one after another. Attention, from now on, players will not be able to trade items and props. Attention, from now on, players will not need resurrection coins or resurrection skills to be resurrected directly in the main city after death. Attention, from now on, the auction house will be closed, the point store will be closed, the guild store will be closed, and the friendship store will be closed. Attention, from now on, players will not be able to hide their own attributes, and all players will see the real ranking of the ladder. Attention. One after another, the prompts began to be thrown into the players' brains like beans. From the low-level main city to the highest-level main city, all the players stopped what they were doing, looked palely ahead, and except for a few people who could guess the whole story, almost everyone felt that the sky was about to fall. What should I do? What should I do? Why is the game shutting down? Oh my god, I'm only level 43, what should I do? I'm wearing blue equipment now, can someone please give me some good equipment? Big brother, can you take care of me? I can be sweet or salty. For a while, the land of the hunting god was in chaos. Not to mention the players, some NPCs, who didn't know what was going on also stood in front of their stalls, at a loss. Looking at the crazy players on the street, these NPCs seemed even more helpless. The orc forger who had been replaced by Xiaoyun for a while had just sent off a player. His signature smile had not yet disappeared, but his eyes were wide open. What is going on? At the same time, in the guild hall of the Futa Guild, Feng Chun and Tang Yu looked at each other. Many members in the center of the hall were already in a state of panic. Feng Chun and others had no time to appease them. After a brief silence, they used the teleportation skill to come to the eternal airspace. They could guess something. Since Lin Chen, Xiaoyun, and Elena left, something has been wrong with the God Hunter land. Now there is a notification about the server closure. There is only one truth. My brother Lin has cleared the game. Feng Chun and Tang Yu said almost in unison. Didn't the system just say that from now on, players can't hide their own attributes? Check the ladder to see if brother Lin is level 100. Sister Tontong beside him caught the point and said hurriedly. Tang Yu and Feng Chun, who were walking in a hurry, came back to their senses immediately. They stopped straight, and then hurriedly opened the ladder list. But what they didn't expect was that they did see Lin Chen at the top of the ladder list. But what does this question mark mean? Yes, on the ladder list, the names of Elena, Feng Chun, and Tang Yu have all appeared. The second place is still Elena, with a level of 87 and a fighting power that is far ahead of others. After that, there are Feng Chun, Tang Yu, Tontong, and Gardenia. However, everyone can only see Lin Chen, who is ranked first. There is nothing behind Lin Chen's level and fighting power, only a big question mark. It was as if even the system didn't know Lin Chen's level and combat power. Things began to develop in a way that they didn't understand at all. Lin Chen's place. The three people floating in the air looked at the messy appearance of the hunting god land, and Elena whispered, will the system tell them the truth? As of now, these players who are like ants on a hot pot don't understand the real purpose of the hunting god land server closure at all. They just keep muttering. Who defeated the boss? Who reached level 100? The words like Xian and the myriad races of the universe were repeated, but no one mentioned Xian or the myriad races of the universe. Don't worry, this is only the first day, the system should gradually reveal the truth of the matter. Xiaoyun answered beside him. Lin Chen stood between the two women, and at this moment, he suddenly noticed something and turned his head with a little curiosity. A few seconds later, three other people appeared behind Lin Chen and the other two. One wore a hood and had a strange totem tattooed on his face. One was leaning on a cane, hunched over and smiling. There was another person wearing a long robe, with long hair that was as long as his body. Seeing that Lin Chen had noticed the presence of the three of them in advance, the three of them were slightly stunned at first, and then they bowed to Lin Chen very respectfully. Hello, Mr. Successor. After a pause, they bowed to Xiaoyun beside them. Hello, Mr. Guardian. Elena scratched her head and stepped back a little embarrassedly. Lin Chen reached out and patted Elena's head, then turned to look at the three people. Why are you so polite? Lin Chen smiled. It makes me a little uncomfortable. Chapter 606. The judge looked at his two colleagues beside him, and found that no one dared to speak first, so he had to bite the bullet and smile awkwardly. As subordinates, we still have to show you the most basic courtesy. But even so, the three system administrators were actually a little puzzled. After all, a few days ago, Lin Chen was just a player who needed to be respectful to them. Now he has changed to the point where they need to bow their heads and nod when they meet. He even claimed to be Lin Chen's subordinate. Facing the attitude of the three people, Lin Chen did not show any reaction. He still looked at the three people with a smile. Now the absolute confidence in his strength has made Lin Chen's views and vision have changed qualitatively. He said, "Three administrators, what are your plans?" The judge and others raised their heads. Plans? Yes, the hunting god land will be closed in 7 days. I believe you will be relieved now. The guide, who looked like an old woman, patted her hunched back and laughed. The successor is right. From now on, we have let go of the affairs of the entire hunting god land. It is indeed much easier. The pioneer on the other side also spoke. What are your plans, heir? After saying this, the other two also looked at Lin Chen. Compared to the three administrators, they still don't know whether Lin Chen has made a choice, whether to lead the universe's myriad races to fight with Su, or choose to pretend that nothing has happened. It is precisely because they can't guess Lin Chen's thoughts that they are so eager to come to Lin Chen at this time to ask for clarification. After all, the hunting god land is about to close the server, and Lin Chen has naturally reached level 100. The decision of this transcendent strongman, who can defeat the level 90 world boss god king, means what the direction of the universe is. Seeing the eager eyes of the three people, Lin Chen shrugged. What can we plan? Of course, we should fight to the death with those thus, otherwise we will just wait for them to come from the boundary area and destroy the universe. The three people obviously did not react immediately, and the judge even asked, are you willing to lead the myriad races in the universe? You have to be willing even if you don't want to. Xiaoyun said something sarcastically beside him. In fact, for Xiaoyun, she was unwilling to let Lin Chen take such a big responsibility. This kind of thing is extremely dangerous, and it is also very easy to be hated by the high-level combat power of Zeus. At that time, Lin Chen will be the primary target of the entire Zeus. But in fact, Xiaoyun also knew that it was unrealistic to stop Lin Chen. Because even if Lin Chen did not participate in the war, once the ruins spread completely, there would be no place in the universe that was safe. It was impossible to hide for a lifetime. The three administrators were ecstatic when they heard Xiaoyun's words. Then, they bent down 90 degrees again. We three are willing to bow down to the successor, follow until death. Lin Chen was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to be followed by these three people. Then you will also go to the battlefield in 7 days? Wherever the heir goes, we will go. Somehow, having these three capable men should be something worth being excited about, but Lin Chen only felt that their strength was a little not good enough. What they were about to face was ruins that was capable of destroying all races in the universe. Right now, the three of them looked like system administrators who could control thousands of players in the land of the hunting god, but in fact, their real strength was only slightly stronger than the level 80 world boss beast god. Even if they added together, they could not help as much as Xiaoyun alone. But it's better than nothing, Lin Chen nodded. Since you three don't have anything to do for the time being, why don't you do me a favor? The three of them immediately shouted, Speak, Mr. Heir. I want to know how many top powerhouses there are among the myriad races in the universe now. If possible, I hope you can gather them together. I will meet them alone on the 6th day. The three looked at each other. Top powerhouses? Yes, the designer said that the players who participate in the God Hunting Land trial are my sharp swords, and the myriad races in the universe are my solid backing. Lin Chen, I already know the overall strength of the players in the land of the hunting god, so I want to know how many of my backers are trustworthy. The judge nodded first. No problem, but how far can one be called a top powerhouse? At least about the same as you, Lin Chen replied. The three of them were silent, and then nodded very seriously. Understood. After a brief explanation, the three system administrators left. Now that the land of the hunting god has begun the countdown to its closure, they really have too much free time, and can even leave the land of the hunting god at will. Since the countdown started in the land of the hunting god, everyone felt that time passed very, very quickly. It was so fast that it seemed that several days had passed in the blink of an eye. When the dawn of the 4th day began, the reminder sound of the land of the hunting god sounded again on time. Attention, attention, from now on, players will not be able to gain experience points, attribute rewards, and dungeon rewards. Attention, from now on, players will not be able to perform any equipment enhancement and decomposition operations. Attention, from now on, players will not be able to conduct normal NPC negotiations. The players have gotten used to it. In the first 3 days, the system would sound a similar reminder every morning. On the 2nd day, the system told them that they could not get props by killing monsters, and there was no way to accept side quests. On the 3rd day, which was the morning before, the system told the players that they could not gain experience points in any way, and the players could not level up. Now they have no way to continue the dungeon. It seems that the players can only stare blankly in the main city, not knowing what will happen after the 5th, 6th, or even the last day. The news that ruins will break out of the border area and make a comeback has been known to the high-level players in the hunting god land in the evening of the 4th day of the countdown. Unlike most players, the players who are now in the high-level main city of the hunting god land, and above have even known why the hunting god land was established. It seems that some NPCs have obtained the right to broadcast these messages. For high-level players, those people did not hide too much. While spreading the news, the NPCs called on all high-level players in the god-hunting land to respond to the call, and be ready to follow the god at any time to fight to protect the universe. The players who didn't know what was going on were confused at first. After all, the game background they experienced had always told them to hunt the god, but now they had to follow the so-called god to resist something more mysterious. And Lin Chen has not been idle these days. He has been to many places in these days. Whether it is the land of hunting gods or the universe, he is starting to make the final arrangements before the war. During the process, Lin Chen even encountered a group of ruins that covered the sky and earth. They looked endless, like a group of locusts raging in the universe. The planets they passed by, regardless of whether there was life on them, turned into a dead ruin wherever they passed. But Lin Chen knew that these ruins were just a small group of inconspicuous fish that slipped through the net. They were not even detachment, not even close. And the group of ruins that destroyed a planet also noticed Lin Chen. To be more precise, they should have noticed the power in Lin Chen that they were extremely familiar with. Soon, they rushed towards Lin Chen in an overwhelming manner, and the scene made Lin Chen secretly shocked. The scene of this small group of ruins was so exaggerated. What would the scene be like if the boundary was torn apart? Lin Chen sighed, and then waved to the ruins that rushed over. Suddenly, a wave of energy spread rapidly from around Lin Chen's body, almost instantly covering the army of Su. After doing this, Lin Chen ignored them and rushed directly to a certain place. After he left, those locust-like Su suddenly began to turn into black pus, and kept making crackling explosions in the void. No matter how many levels of Su, they could not maintain their shape under Lin Chen's power. Within a few seconds, the Su army that was enough to destroy a planet disappeared completely without a single one left. As time passed, all the races in the universe had been completely mobilized. The major powerful civilizations and the elite races with a long history are rapidly gathering together. Under the careful planning and leadership of their respective generals and wise men, and under the promotion of Duolong, the designer's right-hand man, a series of combat plans were implemented in an orderly manner. However, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are some short-sighted people who want to take advantage of the chaos, and some chaotic elements who fall into Doomsday Carnival due to anxiety. Duolong has no mercy. Then, he issued a strict order to the entire universe with the reputation of the designer and Lin Chen. Anyone who destroys the stability of the universe will be treated as a treason and killed without mercy. Once the war starts, it can't be stopped. After all, everyone knows that if they can't survive this disaster together, all the creatures in the universe will face the crisis of destruction. Later, Xiaoyun and Elena also began to help Lin Chen visit the powerful people in the land of the hunting god one by one, and persuaded them with sincere words to form an alliance with the myriad races in the universe, jointly form a coalition, and prepare for war. And Lin Chen, based on the information provided by Duolong, personally went to communicate with some of the more special races in the universe. Some of these races have extremely strong individual strength or extremely strong technological strength, but without exception, they are a group of weirdos who are unwilling to join the coalition. Not all civilizations are willing to join the war. Lin Chen's main task in the past few days is to act as a lobbyist. If he encounters some people who can make sense, he can also take advantage of the situation to agree after revealing his identity. After all, he is the savior with the power of both gods and demons. If they see hope, they will naturally choose to join. But the only problem was that he encountered some setbacks in the process of trying to get the dragons to join. Yes, it was the dragons. In fact, when Lin Chen learned that there was an entire civilization of dragons living in the universe, he was quite excited. In Duolong's introduction, the dragons were one of the transcendent races in the entire universe, second only to the gods and demons in terms of overall strength. However, billions of years ago, in order to cooperate with the gods and demons in the war with the ruins, the entire dragon race was almost wiped out. After such a long period of cultivation, their civilization finally grew stronger. But they had experienced the tragedy billions of years ago, so they knew the horror of the ruins better than anyone else. It's useless. In a huge palace made of mountains above the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, more than a dozen five-clawed dragons were hovering on the pillars of the sky. Their bodies were thousands of meters long. At this time, a dragon with colorful light all over its body was looking down at Lin Chen in front of it. The latter was as small as an ant in front of an elephant. Young man, you have never seen the tragedy and seen at that time. You don't understand what kind of enemy you are about to face. The sound resounded through the sky, like thunder. Lin Chen looked up and looked at the Dragon King. Now there are more than 40,000 civilizations in the universe that have responded. If you join us, our chances of winning will be greater. Lin Chen replied. They are all a bunch of rabble. The giant dragon circled, and the surface of the towering pillars made a friction roar. How many of them have really experienced the battle 5 billion years ago? How many of them have really fought against the army of Hshu? A group of children who have never seen the real horror, but want to resist that kind of destroyer? Why? The Dragon King looked at Lin Chen again. His tone was a little mocking. By you? Lin Chen was not annoyed, but smiled. Yes, by me. The atmosphere around him was a little quieter, and then the other dragon leaders in the whole hall laughed louder and louder. When Lin Chen came here, he did not take the initiative to reveal his true identity. This group of dragons relied on the power fluctuations flowing around Lin Chen to guess Lin Chen's identity. In the end, they regarded Lin Chen as the only remaining kid named Duolong of the multifaceted clan. After all, after 5 billion years, these giant dragons could not remember Duolong's appearance at all. In addition, Duolong was a Thousand Faces clan, which made them even more confused. The Dragon Clan, this proud and conceited race, had already had some conflicts with Lin Chen in the negotiations at this time. The Dragon King exuded dragon power, and began to issue an order to expel the guests. Child of the Thousand Faces clan, please go back. Since you are a witness of the war, I give you basic respect. Please don't be shameless. Lin Chen just felt a little funny. It seems that the news of this group of dragons is a little delayed, or the designer did not come to inform them at all. Come to think of it, when there were tens of thousands of leaders of all races gathered on the huge plain on the space crack in front of the red sun, Lin Chen did not see this huge Dragon King like a mountain. In this case, Lin Chen will show this group of proud races a little. Chapter 607. Young man, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. The Dragon King fell from the stone pillar, its front paws on the ground, and the strong dragon power spread out without reservation at this moment. A wave of power that surpassed the 3 system administrators, even Duolong and Xiaoyun, swept across. This pressure alone has completely turned everything in this world into a vacuum zone. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, thinking that this old Dragon King has something, and he immediately raised his head with a smile. Senior, I don't know if it's abrupt to address you like this, but I'm curious about what role you played in that war 5 billion years ago? When this was said, not only the Dragon King himself, but also the other giant dragons, who were still mocking Lin Chen a moment ago, were stunned. They were not surprised by the question Lin Chen asked, but what they were really surprised about was Lin Chen's current state. When the Dragon King released his dragon power without reservation, this junior could still act so relaxed. Not only that, Lin Chen even reached out and touched the tip of his nose, looking very comfortable. You? The Dragon King couldn't help but reevaluate Lin Chen in front of him, the only remaining young man of the Thousand Faces clan. When did he have such ability? You are not the kid of the Thousand Faces clan. The Dragon King noticed something. Since Lin Chen came here, this was the first time that the Dragon King had observed Lin Chen seriously. Lin Chen spread his hands. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Chen, and my ID in the land of the hunting god is Programmer. The dragons were silent, while the Dragon King raised his head, as if thinking of something. The place of hunting gods. I remember that the son of God and demon did design a trial field called God or something, which means you are the test subject who walked out of that trial field. Test subject. Lin Chen was silent for a long time. I don't like this title very much. You can actually call me Air. When the word Air came out, the hall covering an area of hundreds of kilometers suddenly rioted, and more than a dozen giant dragons fell from the stone pillars and gathered in front of Lin Chen. Led by the Dragon King, so many dragons bowed their heads and looked at him, just like a dozen cats curiously looking at a flea. Lin Chen frowned in confusion. What did I say wrong? The Dragon King had withdrawn his dragon power. What did you say, Air? Although it had never learned about the hunting god land in detail, nor was it clear about the construction process of the hunting god land, the Dragon Clan knew what the purpose of the hunting god land was. The son of the god and the devil, born from the combination of the god and the devil, attempted to merge the power of the 2 ancient god and devil clans through a special trial field and pour it into other containers, so that it would have the completely opposite, but extremely powerful power of the gods and demons at the same time. The Dragon Clan originally found this very ridiculous, and all dragons thought it was an impossible thing to do. Because even if the designer, who was the son of the gods and demons, could not contain and inherit the power of the gods and demons, how could other races do it? But now this seemingly weak race standing in front of them claimed to be the heir? Inherit what? Of course, The power of the gods and demons. Did you really inherit those powers? The Dragon King seemed very anxious at this time. Quick, answer me. Lin Chen still seemed calm. I guess so. Do you want to try? If Lin Chen said this normally, the other dragons around him would probably rush over and tear Lin Chen to pieces before the Dragon King got angry. But now every dragon was a little dazed. Could it be that he really inherited the power of the gods and demons? Come on! The Dragon King held his head high and chest out, and he actually began to gather an extremely powerful energy in his mouth. Take my attack, and I will believe you. Lin Chen felt that everything around him began to change color. The air and space were turning into thin lines, and squeezing towards where it was, as if the dragon was pulling the whole world over. Then, there was the suction force that hit him head-on. The void around Lin Chen forced Lin Chen to be thrown over with him. Lin Chen shook his wrist, and all the suction forces around him disappeared instantly, and even the space around him returned to calm. But other places were in chaos. As far as the eye could see, it was as if this giant dragon had gathered the entire world into its mouth. Gurgle. The dark light ball merged, and the Dragon King gently swallowed the light ball into his stomach. The riots around him stopped instantly, but the Dragon King's body swelled up. Seeing this, the other giant dragons had already taken off and fled quickly. The world became extremely quiet. One could only see that the Dragon King's body was getting bigger and bigger second by second. In the end, it could no longer be described as covering the sky and the sun. It was originally comparable to a mountain, and now its entire body was like a giant in the starry sky. Suddenly, a powerful black fierce light appeared from the mouth and nose of the Dragon King. It opened its mouth wide, and the deadly black light shot towards the space where Lin Chen was. In the already dilapidated gray-black void, this fierce light seemed like endless gravel. Then, when the endless fierce light was about to sweep to the void where Lin Chen was, Lin Chen waved his hand very calmly, and then endless energy filled up with the glass-colored light, and his body swelled countless times at this moment. Boom! The huge foot stepped on the black void, and the special power that only the true god level possessed was spread out. The light of the glass-colored field bloomed, and the Dragon King who exhaled dragon breath could not help but be stunned. This very familiar breath. It is really the same as 5 billion years ago, but even more powerful. Buzz buzz buzz. The light spread completely from the bottom of Lin Chen's feet, and finally collided with the invading black fierce light. Standing in the starry sky of the universe, Lin Chen, who was like a god, exhaled white gas from his nose. With the blessing of this power, Lin Chen's momentum rose, and his hands seemed to be filled with thunder. His body leaned forward, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear was suddenly handed forward and collided fiercely with the fierce light. Boom! The huge power waves spread out, and under the crushing storm, except for the Dragon Kingdom that was deliberately avoided, some dead planets in the universe that were affected instantly turned into endless flying ashes. The Dragon King, who had already turned into a star dragon, stared at the front, and the chaos fell, but Lin Chen's body was still standing safely, and his momentum did not decrease. At this time, he strode forward, and the spear in his hand stabbed over. What? The Dragon King choked, and before he could react, the tip of the black spear was already pointing in front of the dragon's eyes. As long as it was a little closer, the spear could pierce the dragon's pupil. Chapter 608. Excuse me, Senior, am I qualified? Lin Chen retracted his spear, and looked at the giant dragon in the sky with the appearance of a god. The Dragon King was stunned for a long time, waiting until the power of gods and demons in Lin Chen was revealed without reservation, which seemed so natural. Even the Dragon King who had experienced the ancient war had never seen such a fusion of the power of gods and demons. Huff! The Dragon King snorted, and then his body began to shrink rapidly. Lin Chen shook his hand, and the black spear disappeared, and at the same time his body shrank rapidly. A moment later, the two appeared again in the open-air hall of the Dragon Capital. It was just because of the riot just now that this huge hall had been destroyed, and the surrounding area was full of collapsed stone pillars and ruins. The dragon was not angry, and at this moment, it suddenly bowed its head to Lin Chen. Successor, please accept my respects. Lin Chen reached out and touched the dragon's nose, with a trace of relief on his face. Then I will take good care of you. After temporarily bidding farewell to the Dragon Clan, Lin Chen traveled through the vast universe without any effort. Since integrating the power of gods and demons, Lin Chen has mastered the use of space and domain. Following the guidance of Duo Long, Xiaoyun and others, he met with the monarchs of civilizations that were unwilling to send troops to unite in the major cosmic regions for the first time as the honorable identity of heir. Many civilizations and races are actually like the Dragon Clan. thinking that the designer's approach is unrealistic, and that it is impossible for anyone to integrate the power of gods and demons. Therefore, Lin Chen must make his existence known to the world as much as possible. At that time, if those races are still unwilling to unite, Lin Chen will not force them. The process was still very smooth. Those races that had experienced wars in billions of years, or in ancient times, and the major civilizations that had suffered from the poison of Su, were finally convinced by the power displayed by Lin Chen. Without much negotiation, those races resolutely decided to send their most brave and elite soldiers to the battlefield and set an ambush to wait for Su to come out from the border area. When there was only one day left before the server shutdown of the land of the hunting god, Lin Chen finally convinced all the races in the observable universe. Even if some races were still hesitant, when the Dragon King followed Lin Chen, those races all obeyed. When Lin Chen returned to the land of the hunting god, the three judges had been waiting for a long time. These are the strong men we can find now. The three administrators turned their heads and looked behind them, and more than 200 strong men of different races bowed to Lin Chen in unison. Greetings, Mr. Heir. Lin Chen carefully looked at the 200 people and had a rough idea in his mind. There were more than he expected. And the power fluctuations running inside and outside these people's bodies also exceeded his expectations. Warriors, are you all ready? Lin Chen smiled and looked at these people. These strong men said in unison, ready? As expected of the strongest in the universe, the momentum revealed alone was enough to make the entire hunting god land tremble. Xiaoyun and Elena, who had been standing beside Lin Chen, couldn't help but feel ashamed at this moment. The designer told Lin Chen that the strong men of the myriad races in the universe are Lin Chen's shield, and the player NPCs of the land of the hunting god are Lin Chen's sharp sword. But in comparison, the players cultivated by the land of the hunting god are really shabby. Maybe it's because this round ended too abruptly, and not many players can become stronger. In short, the strong men of the land of the hunting god, who can be shown off, can reach the level of these people in front of them, except for the three system administrators of the judge, and Elena, Tang Yu, Feng Chen, and others can barely be counted. The rest, even if the NPCs and bosses of the same level are added together, are less than double digits. Is this a sharp sword? It feels like a sword made of newspapers used by children to fight. The gap between players and the myriad races in the universe is too big. Elena pouted. Xiaoyun smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, sister, the land of the hunting god has not been shut down yet. You will know when it is shut down. By then, the strength of the players in the land of the hunting god will rise to a higher level. Huh? Elena looked at Xiaoyun curiously. Even Lin Chen heard the conversation between the two women and turned to look at Xiaoyun. Seeing Lin Chen looking at her, the girl flirted with Lin Chen and pretended to be mysterious and made a hushing gesture. Lin Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Auntie, it's already so late. Why are you still deliberately hiding things? TSK, this is called mystery. What do you know? I hate riddlers the most in my life. Under Lin Chen's repeated gazes, Xiaoyun felt goosebumps all over his body. Oh, okay, can't I tell you? Xiaoyun sighed and said, although the power of gods and demons has been integrated by you, the hunting god land is at least built with the most powerful and sacred relics and treasures of the gods and demons, and it has been running more than 20 million times under the blessing of the power of gods and demons. I can tell you responsibly that the energy contained in this game world is unimaginable. Then what? Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something. When the land of the hunting god is officially shut down, the designer will disperse all the power to build the land of the hunting god and give it to every player above level 60. When this was said, Lin Chen and Elena were shocked at the same time. Is there such a thing? Yes, but it is limited to players. World bosses or NPCs like us don't have this blessing. Alas, it should have been kept secret, but you forced me to tell it. It's really boring. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, and both saw a trace of astonishment in each other's eyes. Then, Lin Chen was about to say something. Xiaoyun interrupted immediately. Don't even think about it. You have already merged the power of the gods and demons. You just need to continue practicing to refine the two powers into a power that belongs only to you. You don't have a share of this gift. Lin Chen held his forehead, obviously a little speechless. You're still complaining? Xiaoyun looked surprised. You are already invincible. It would be a waste to give you another gift. Lin Chen looked at his hands. Xiaoyun was right. It was really unnecessary for him to ask for other gifts now. What he had to do now was to completely integrate the two powers of God and demon in his body. Now, the integration of the two powers in Lin Chen's body had reached about 80%, which meant that Lin Chen had already broken through the rules of the universe and reached a point that the designer had never expected. It was just that he could not integrate 100% in a short time. However, even in this case, he could still resist the attack of Su. If he completely integrated the two powers of God and demon, could he completely destroy Su? Lin Chen looked up at the sky and remained silent. Countdown, only 8 hours left. Chapter 609. Brother. Feng Chen came over. While we still have some time, can you take us to that battlefield? Feng Chen came over from somewhere and looked at Lin Chen eagerly. Lin Chen retracted his gaze and suddenly thought that except for the last time he stood in the sky and looked down, he had not really been to that continent to take a look. You all want to go? Lin Chen looked at Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others. The members of the fixed team, led by Lin Chen, nodded nervously and excitedly. Since they knew what to do next, they didn't want to do anything anymore, and they looked righteous. Don't regret it? Lin Chen suddenly said mysteriously. Everyone was stunned, but after looking at each other, they nodded. No regrets. Okay, follow me, Lin Chen said. Just as he was about to leave, the three judges bowed and persuaded him. Time is running out. Don't forget to meet the coalition forces on the battlefield. Yes, I know. Under the vast night sky, the stars are scattered like pearls. They are far or near, magnificent and mysterious. It is as deep as an ancient and eternal abyss, swallowing all light and secrets. The width is you, and the depth is Zhou. The so-called universe is the ultimate realm beyond human power. In the boundless void, most celestial bodies follow the law of spherical shape and float quietly. However, in this boundless sea of stars, there is a vast black continent floating. It is like a lone boat floating in the sea of stars. Its vastness transcends the accumulation of countless giant stars around it, and it also steadily releases a gravitational force, and then tightly binds tens of thousands of stars around it to its orbit, as if it has become a star chain of the dark continent. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed across the starry sky, and the figures of Lin Chen and others stepped out of the void and stood quietly in a corner of this continent. As his feet stepped on this black land, Lin Chen seemed to hear the wailing of countless creatures from billions of years ago. Damn. So creepy. Feng Chen felt creepy for some reason. Why does this ground have an indescribable feeling? Because this is a land made entirely of dead corpses in endless time. Where you step, there are at least thousands or tens of thousands of corpses piled together. Xiaoyun said grimly. Feng Chen was stunned at first, then his face gradually turned pale. As a human being, even though he had been tempered in the land of the hunting god for so long, his vision was still not enough to understand the weight of such words. There were thousands and tens of thousands of corpses piled up on the land where he stood, and this continent was larger than the total area of countless planets. How many people died? Gudong. Not only Feng Chen, but also Sister Tang Yutongtong and Gardenia beside him could not help swallowing their saliva. Gardenia even covered her mouth with extreme astonishment in her eyes. Lin Chen's heart was also filled with indescribable shock. Wherever he looked, he saw unimaginable scenes in the universe. This continent stretched across the depths of the universe. Its size was so huge that it was beyond his comprehension. They had landed in an unknown corner of this continent at this time, and they didn't know how far away they were from the center of the battlefield. Lin Chen took the lead and took a few steps forward. The people behind him hurriedly followed. This land had undergone countless years of changes and self-evolution. It was not flat. Occasionally, you could see craters and hard rocks, as well as stardust accumulated over the years, like a veil covering it. Lin Chen and others strolled into space, mixed with space energy. Each step they took covered hundreds of miles. Their mental power surged out like a tide, exploring the land carefully. It looked dead and desolate, but from the feedback of mental power, everyone could sense the indescribable heaviness. Lin Chen stopped, and when he waved his hand, a force swept away, stardust flew, revealing the scattered stone buildings under the ground, and some unrecognizable statues emerged. But looking closely, this is not a statue at all. It is clearly an unknown race of life that has not completely turned into dust. Its huge head, as big as a mountain, only reveals some skin and lines, and looks like some kind of building complex. As far as the eye can see, although these civilizations and races have been completely changed and collapsed in ruins, they can still feel an ancient and solemn atmosphere. After about half an hour, Lin Chen and others finally stopped. Let's go, follow me to meet the coalition forces. After saying this, Lin Chen waved his hand again, the space fluctuated, and everyone disappeared instantly. When they came out of the void again, they appeared in another part of the continent. But before they completely walked out of the crack, Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others had already felt countless strong energy fluctuations rising from below. They looked down, their eyes widening. It was the army. It was people. People everywhere. No. Strictly speaking, there were no people on this land, but Fengchen had never seen so many civilized races gathered together. There were too many of them, and the space around them was fluctuating, indicating that there were still a steady stream of armies coming one after another. There were dense armies everywhere, even in the sky above the universe. How could this be called billions? The number can be described. What on earth needs to gather so many creatures to fight against the same enemy? Looking up, fleets and spaceships of different shapes are parked in the surrounding orbits, and some transport ships in the form of living creatures are making low sounds. Brother, these are all your troops? How can I have that ability? I can only command them for a short time. After Lin Chen appeared, he had completely spread his mental power. There were endless armies everywhere across tens of millions of square kilometers, and as time went on, new races kept coming to any vacant places on the continent. Even some civilized races came out in full force. In a trance, Lin Chen even sensed the spiritual fluctuations of Ling Yu, the leader of the feathered clan. The race that was about to perish actually sent hundreds of its people to come together. At this time, the crowd below the center of the battlefield seemed to have noticed something. They raised their heads and naturally saw Lin Chen's figure. The army was silent for a few seconds, and then burst into overwhelming cheers. Air! 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 The sound was blessed by a special power, and could spread in the vacuum universe. It spread from 1 person to 10, and then to 100. Finally, it seemed that the whole continent was filled with such thunderous shouts. Fengchen and others' faces suddenly changed. The superposition of shouts alone had the momentum to break the eardrums. Lin Chen stretched out his hand, and made a downward pressing gesture. The sound gradually disappeared. He took a deep breath and said lightly, "Warriors, please be ready." The sound was not loud, but it spread with the spread of mental power, and was transmitted to the ears of every combatant. Hua! Hua! The army once again burst into a shout that shattered the space. Chapter 610. A few hours later. Somewhere in the border area, the largest code gate constructed by code finally collapsed under the impact of countless ruins. A figure retreated rapidly. He tightly grasped something that looked like a rope, and the light on his body surged. Under his control, the dark ruins became even crazier. Ha ha ha, son of God and demon, don't resist in vain, the seal has reached its end, you can't hold on. A wild laugh came from the other side of the crack, and every word made the designer's footsteps tremble slightly. The designer said nothing, but urged the energy to maintain the chain more seriously. Crack, crack. The chain began to break inch by inch. Without the suppression of the code gate, the crack in the boundary area was gradually expanding. Wait, when we get out, we will completely devour all lives. The designer looked at the countdown. In fact, the countdown had ended from the moment the code gate collapsed. He was now relying entirely on his own strength to barely maintain the crack, but this ridiculous move was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. The designer smiled bitterly, then suddenly loosened the chain in his hand. The next moment, the crack exploded. The dark ruins were like a group of fanatical and greedy locusts. Their vanguards squeezed out of the cracks first, followed by more black torrents. After these ruins appeared, they rushed across the vast stage of the universe. Wherever they passed, they turned the planet into ruins in a short time, and the countless resources inside were plundered. After billions of years of long evolution in the boundary area, their power now seems to be stronger. Even the most humble first-level and second-level ruins can survive leisurely in the silence of the vacuum. The densely packed figures, like the stars in the universe, converge into a vast torrent like a sea of smoke. They cover the sky and the sun, like a huge galaxy slowly migrating in the void, and their scale is large enough to cover the entire galaxy. The low-level ruins are attached to the huge asteroids, like riding on the drifting island in the universe, pushed by those huge and powerful giant ruins, performing a spectacular wandering journey in the endless universe. Their way of moving is similar to the super fleet group in ancient legends. At certain time points, the high-level ruins will work together to open countless huge space cracks and portals, like cutting cracks in the tapestry of time and space, realizing space teleportation across a long distance. The designer stood at the other end of the boundary, looking seriously at the ruins that were attacking the universe. He sighed, then walked silently into a smaller code door. Inside the door was an office, where a computer was running, but unlike before, the computer that was originally running green code now had a red screen. Countless errors filled the entire screen. The land of the hunting god could no longer run, like an old and dying person, and even needed external force to shut down. The designer shook his head, walked to the computer, and pressed the shutdown button. At the same time, in the land of the hunting god, the last reminder sounded throughout the game world. Thank you for your company. The land of the hunting god will be officially closed from now on. Dear players, I wish you good luck. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. The players didn't know what expression to show at this time. They just stood there blankly, listening to the sound of goodbye in their minds, and watching the world around them peel off piece by piece. In their eyes, it was no different from witnessing the end of the world. In every corner of the God Hunter land, the world officially entered its end, and scenes of heart-pounding destruction were staged between heaven and earth. The backbone of the world was broken, and the sky was like broken glass fragments, turning into burning meteorites, smashing into the earth with a breath of heat and destruction. Each meteorite fell with a deafening roar, and the ground trembled. Alas! Second and third brothers, I don't know when we will meet again after we say goodbye today. Brother, we will definitely meet again. The earth became hideous and terrifying at this moment. Huge cracks suddenly tore out from the ground like monster fangs, swallowing everything. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and the plains turned into an abyss. The magma gushed out from under the ground, like an angry fire dragon trying to turn the world into scorched earth. Hubby, no matter if we encounter those ruins after we go back, you must remember my words and survive. I know that after you return to your own world, you must remember our agreement. Don't die. The seawater evaporated quickly, leaving behind cracked seabeds. The air was filled with a pungent salty smell. The air lost its meaning of continuing to exist, and soon the vacuum began to seep in. Hey, idiot, our feud is not over yet, you better not die. Fuck you, you better not die, I will take your life myself. The sun, moon, and stars also disappeared quietly like being swallowed by a black hole. The world was in chaos, and there was no distinction between day and night. Light and darkness intertwined into an invisible net, covering everything. The players did not panic. They had prepared themselves mentally when the countdown appeared, but they did not expect time to pass so quickly. At first, players from different races and worlds would say goodbye to each other, but when the whole world became extremely dark, and it was so quiet that even breathing could not be heard, they simply waited silently for the complete closure of the hunting god land. It was so quiet. Is it so lonely at the last moment of the hunting god land closing? Soon, dense rays of light fell from the sky, and the players covered by these rays of light disappeared instantly. At the same time, these players who disappeared from the land of the hunting god will instantly appear in their previous world. Earth, Emia continent, Azeroth. One after another, players returned to their hometowns. They looked around blankly, and the familiar world became a little strange at this moment. The low-level players, who returned to the real world a long time ago, were also in a rage at this moment. They didn't expect these high-level players to suddenly come back collectively. Fuck, what's going on? Why are there so many people back? The server is closed, the land of the hunting god is closed, and the land of the hunting god. The whole world seemed to be gently wiped by an invisible big hand, and it returned to nothingness, leaving only a dead silence and desolation. Chapter 611. In the void directly above the cosmic battlefield, Lin Chen and Duolong stood alone in the air, surrounded by endless darkness, but the surface of the red star in the distance was shining with strange light like a pearl, decorating the entire battlefield area with both magnificence and mystery. What does this mean? Lin Chen looked at the red planet that looked like the sun and asked softly. Hint. Hint? Well, it means that the ruins have come out of the boundary area. Duolong stretched his muscles, his bones crackling. Air, the war is about to begin. Before he finished speaking, a subtle ripple in space quietly emerged. Almost instantly, the huge red star suddenly extinguished, just like a light bulb was forcibly turned off. At the same time, the dark universe curtain seemed to be gently touched by invisible fingers, and thousands of points of light instantly bloomed, just like thousands of drops of raindrops falling on the lake at the same time, causing layers of ripples. An indescribable force tore at the barrier of space, and the disordered space elements gushed out like boiling spring water, and then expanded rapidly. Here it comes. Get ready. Below, led by the top masters of each race and supplemented by the high-level players of the god hunting land, countless masters and armies were eager to try, and everyone stared at the dense holes. That was one space wormhole after another, and the army of Su was slowly rushing out of them. Even cosmic masters, like Lin Chen and Duolong, couldn't help but feel a ripple in their hearts when facing the upcoming wave. The arrival of Su is undoubtedly the clarion call of war. As Duolong said, the war that has lasted billions of years has begun again. When the chaotic space gradually calmed down, the structure of the space wormhole became stable. The exits of the wormholes, which were hundreds of kilometers in diameter and shining with light, were like the mouths of giant beasts, swallowing and spitting out ripples of light and color. The low-level ruins were densely packed, like the wind and sand in the sky, oppressing people's hearts. Behind Lin Chen and Duolong, one after another top strong men stood behind them in suspension. Everyone's breath was restrained, like pieces of rock, waiting quietly. Do it? Duolong's expression became solemn. Lin Chen shook his head. Wait a little longer, these low-level ruins are just cannon fodder. Killing them is useless, and it is impossible to shake their roots. Time passed quietly in silence. The number of ruins became larger and larger. They attached to asteroids, meteorites, and even the bodies of giant ruins, slowly pouring out of the wormhole, gathering around each exit alertly, and then spreading to the surroundings. However, the gap in strength made them unable to detect Lin Chen and Duolong hiding in the dark. They were attracted by the armies of countless universe races on the battlefield continent. About half an hour later, the entire star field in front of us was almost occupied by the ruins. Even the lowest level of these ghosts has the strength of more than 30 to 40 levels of the hunting god land, and they can move in the vacuum without relying on special means. There are many giant ruins with bodies thousands of meters long and strengths of players at level 70 or 80. As time goes by, more and more high-level ruins begin to appear. Almost done, clean up a batch first. Lin Chen nodded at this time, and said to the top strongman behind him. Yes. Everyone moved. A hint of enthusiasm flashed in the eyes of Tang Yu, Feng Chen and other players from the land of the hunting god. Their initial strength was not enough to be on par with so many powerful universes, but just now, the energy of the land of the hunting god gifted by the designer arrived, and the entire game world collapsed and closed. The huge energy that maintained its operation was distributed to each player's body almost in proportion, and Tang Yu and others also became top powerful people. Haha, I can't wait any longer. Charge. Feng Chen raised his giant sword and roared. Before he finished speaking, hundreds of streams of light cut through the void and surged towards the army of Su. The terrifying power erupted instantly, like a violent storm, and like a root of sharp thorns that swept out, fiercely piercing into the black tide of Su. Almost millions of low-level Su at the edge were instantly turned into powder, under the violent power fluctuations of so many people. At this moment, Su, who broke through the seal from the boundary area, realized the existence of the threat, and a kind of terrifying and disgusting roar instantly filled the entire starry sky. The army of the ruins quickly launched a counterattack, and the nearest Black Frenzy launched a crazy charge, trying to surround these strong men. Haha, let's act separately and go invincible. Feng Chen laughed. Just what I want. Tang Yu was also full of enthusiasm, and his whole body was flowing with endless elemental fluctuations, surrounding him like a thin stream of mana. The two men showed their murderous intentions. Their strength soared, and they turned into streams of light and attacked the group of ruins. The remaining strong men saw this, and no longer held back, and rushed forward in a swarm. From Lin Chen's perspective, this was simply a one-sided massacre. The powerful force was like a surging wave. Those who squeezed out from the boundary area were all vanguards composed of low-level ruins. They could not get close at all. They were crushed into sand by the strong power fluctuations from a distance. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Duolong beside him. Why don't you show your skills? A group of the lowest level rabble, there is no need to waste energy to kill them. They are endless. Duolong whispered. Lin Chen was about to say something, and then suddenly felt a very strong force. He turned his head and looked behind him, only to see the Dragon Clan tearing open the space crack and rushing over. Duolong also turned around, quite surprised. Dragon Clan. Why are they willing to come? The next moment, a middle-aged man with a faint golden light appeared beside Lin Chen and Duolong. He first bowed his head to Lin Chen and nodded, meet the successor. Then he looked at Duolong again and smiled. So you are the kid from the Thousand Faces clan. Duolong naturally knew that the real body of this man was actually the leader of the Dragon Clan. Billions of years ago, this Dragon King even served as the mount of the leader of the God Clan. His strength was estimated to be only lower than Lin Chen and the designer. Duolong also hurriedly clasped his fist to the Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. After a few brief greetings, the Dragon King waved his hand fiercely. Long Yang, Long Sheng, come out and help. Then two extremely furious dragon roars suddenly came from the void behind them. Everyone looked up and saw two five-clawed dragons suddenly shot out from the void and rushed into the army of Su. These two dragons should be the most powerful existence of the Dragon Clan besides the Dragon King. The light on the dragon named Long Yang became more and more blazing. He was like a moving sun. Wherever he passed, countless Su turned into ashes. Another one named Long Sheng also showed amazing strength. With one claw, he swung out, and the red gold flame instantly opened up a vacuum zone with a diameter of several kilometers and a length of hundreds of kilometers in the Su tide. Millions of Su were instantly wiped out. The most powerful Su that appeared in this star field was only at the level of level 7. In front of the two dragons and hundreds of strong men, they were as small as ants in front of a giant elephant. Facing the power released by these strong men, they were instantly killed. Roar! A certain strong man displayed a state similar to his true body and shouted loudly, and the thousands of kilometers of ruins around him were shattered into black blood foam. Ha ha ha, it feels good. I like this kind of massacre. Some people's figures turned into a bright stream of light, moving freely among the ruins, and instantly cleared tens of thousands of kilometers of space. The ruins were completely stunned. They had never expected to encounter such a powerful enemy here. Hundreds of millions of ruins were wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 612. This crushing attack was transmitted back to the boundary behind the wormhole in some way. The ruins became more crazy, and the transmission speed of the wormhole suddenly increased. Countless ruins rushed out one after another, which led to the ruins becoming stronger and stronger, with more and more strange shapes and larger volumes, pouring out from tens of thousands of wormholes like a blowout. It's like poking a hornet's nest. Xiaoyun looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly turned his head. Sister, your current strength should be catching up with me, right? Elena beside him was stunned. It's not that exaggerated. Linshan doesn't count. You are the real number one in the ladder list of the entire Hunting God Land. After the Hunting God Land closed the server, the gifts were distributed according to the strength of the players. The energy you obtained is the strongest and most in the entire Hunting God Land, so there is no need to be modest. Xiaoyun smiled with his hands covering his mouth. Elena was a little embarrassed, but since the words had come to this point, the female elf shook her jade hand, and a longbow made entirely of energy appeared in her hand. She drew her bow, and aimed at the countless wormholes in front of her. Instantly, Elena's body split into thousands, and thousands of clones simultaneously shot out streams of light, and energy arrows flew towards the exits of various wormholes. At the same time, his main body directly shot out a whistling arrow. The arrow containing the terrible power of the law directly pierced the boundary of the void, and actually blew up a wormhole and closed it. Boom! The terrible space explosion made the entire universe tremble, and almost triggered a chain reaction in other wormholes. A huge viscous Su, with a strength of at least level 8, just poked half of its body out of the wormhole, but was directly annihilated by the explosion of the wormhole. The back half of its body was instantly shattered, and disappeared along with the wormhole. No! It let out a shrill roar. Even if it was seriously injured, its strong body would not die immediately. The ultrasonic waves spread, and hundreds of thousands of Su around were instantly torn apart. Time kept passing. In this star field, the massacre continued. The dark space seemed to have become a slaughterhouse. The broken limbs of Su, the cold and rotting corpses, and the dark blood floated in it, forming a shocking picture. In the past 3 hours, so many strong men turned into cold death gods, and the sharp blades in their hands ruthlessly harvested the vitality of Su. In 3 hours, more than 10 billion Su of different sizes were destroyed by their continuous attacks. The bodies of those high-level Su were huge and heavy like small mountains floating in the void, and no one knew where they would be taken by the torrent of the universe. The entire star field has been polluted by the black blood of Su, and just looking at it with the naked eye will make people feel palpitations. When do we attack? On the battlefield at this time, a well-prepared coalition soldier swallowed his saliva and looked up at the battle scene in the void that was almost a massacre. The comrades around him also seemed a little excited. Wait a little longer. When the strong men in the ruins appear, our strong men will have no time to take care of these low-level ones, and then it will be our time to appear. Although that was what he said, the army of the ruins seemed endless, and they continued to pour out from those mysterious wormholes, surging like a tide. Although the top warriors of the coalition army had an absolute advantage, and blew up the wormholes, under the continuous bombardment of Elena and the two dragons, more wormholes continued to emerge in the starry sky like mushrooms after rain. Everyone was secretly shocked. Such killing had killed the total population of several planetary civilizations, but it was only a small part of the entire Su army, and it was not even the top force. It made them feel that they would never be able to kill them all. But even so, they had no intention of retreating. Kill as many as you can. Many powerful men showed their magical powers and attacked without mercy. The attack methods were as fierce as a storm, constantly harvesting the lives of the Sioux. Finally, as time went by, the worms pouring out of the wormhole began to become more and more powerful, and their size became larger and larger. Many high-level Sioux began to appear. It was at this time that Lin Chen suddenly took a step forward. Duolong, the Dragon King, and Xiaoyun Yiliana looked at Lin Chen almost at the same time. Duolong and the Dragon King muttered. The reason why Lin Chen didn't move was that he was waiting. He was waiting for the ruins to accumulate more, and now, it seems that because of the increasing number of wormholes, or those high-level ruins can't wait to appear, Lin Chen is unwilling to wait any longer, and he is ready to clear the field. His mind moved, and the majestic power comparable to the realm of creation burst out instantly, like a raging sea. Countless majestic and terrifying laws and order forces, like a river bursting its banks, surged out from Lin Chen's body, and instantly swept across the entire galaxy, as if to bring the starry sky under his control. In an instant, the power swept across the desert like a hurricane, and the scene was so shocking that it even made the onlookers feel fear and awe. The invisible force that could crush everything in its path spread out in the blink of an eye, turning all the ruins in this galaxy into dust. Even those high-level ruins that had reached the cosmic level only had time to let out a shrill wail before they collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, like a pile of sand blown up by the wind. In just a moment, the ruins in this galaxy had been completely cleared out. As far as the eye can see, there are only some new figures of the ruins drilling out of the wormhole. The endless army of the ruins from the previous few hours is gone. Feng Chen, Tang Yu, and the powerful men of the 10,000 races stood alone in the void, looking around in a daze. They were still fighting with the ruins a moment ago, but after a wave of energy spread out, the surroundings were cleared. Fuck. This is the successor. Is this the most perfect power that possesses the power of gods and demons at the same time? It's really chilling. Chapter 6:13. At this moment, a vast breath suddenly surged out from the largest space wormhole at the core of the battlefield. Its breath was like a raging wind and huge waves that instantly swept across the entire star field, and even blew some dilapidated and dead planets into ruins and ashes along the way. Then, a huge black claw of a behemoth slowly stretched out from the depths of the wormhole. In comparison, the giant ruins on the battlefield that were thousands of kilometers in size seemed as small as ants, and the size difference was like a natural mote. Here it comes, level 9 ruins. Duolong's expression was slightly condensed. The so-called level 9 ruins, compared with the hunting god land, its strength is even stronger than the level 90 world boss. Duolong and Xiaoyun felt nervous at the same time. When they waved their hands, two-color energy flashed, and the two stood on the left and right sides of Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen himself did not say much. He quietly waited for the behemoth to fully emerge from the wormhole. Die for me! A mental storm roared out from the depths of the wormhole. Obviously, Lin Chen's clearing behavior just now angered the big guy who was about to come. It was extremely angry, and its huge claws were like giant spears across the galaxy, pressing down on Lin Chen. Oh, you are so arrogant. Not to mention that you haven't completely descended yet. Even if you have, I may not look at you straight in the eye. Lin Chen shouted, and the sound wave soared into the sky like a substance, colliding with the giant claw that pressed down, instantly causing the giant claw to splatter blood, and the flesh to turn over, and was forced to withdraw. This attack completely angered this level 9 ruin. It accelerated the process of descending, and another giant claw stretched out. A cold, sinister, and tyrannical breath quickly permeated this star field. Then, more than a dozen pairs of giant tentacles with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a length of thousands of meters appeared, followed by a head like a giant mountain, with two giant eyes on it that flashed scarlet light like stars, and the inside was like a compound eye full of countless horrors, which was palpitating. Half of its huge body has appeared, almost bursting the giant space wormhole. The appearance of this level 9 ruins is like a giant beetle magnified countless times, with black bone scales, sharp bone spurs surrounded by brown and purple mist, a huge mouth as deep as a cave and mouth parts inside, fangs like pillars, and corrosive breath. It looks like an abyss monster crawling out of hell. With only half of its body exposed, this universe and starry sky are filled with extremely cold death breath and tyrannical killing intent, and the surroundings seem to have turned into a kingdom of death in an instant. Gudong. The army stared at the big guy above in a daze, not knowing how to express themselves for a moment. When it opened its mouth, a huge amount of purple flame surged out like an ocean, sweeping towards Lin Chen. The planetary ruins floating in the air instantly vanished, and some asteroids and meteorites with a diameter of thousands of kilometers also disappeared without a trace in this purple flame, This purple fire seemed to be able to burn everything. The next moment, the strange purple flame ocean completely enveloped Lin Chen. Boring. Lin Chen stood still, releasing a provocative mental wave, allowing the strange purple flame to wrap around him, but even his clothes could not be burned. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen slightly opened his mouth, then exhaled a deep breath, and then sucked it in violently, like a giant whale sucking water, sucking the purple flames everywhere in the sky into his stomach, and refining it into the purest law energy for his own use. This scene once again stimulated the 9th level ruins that was struggling to squeeze out of the space wormhole. A series of crazy and violent roars erupted from the mouth of the giant ruins. It struggled frantically, and its huge body was like an asteroid, struggling to squeeze out of the wormhole space bit by bit. It took 7 or 8 minutes to completely break free from the constraints of space. Roar! It roared to the sky, and its entire body was exposed in the universe, which was even more shocking. Purple flames lingered and burned on its body, and violent shock waves and violent breath spread in all directions. Humble ant, die! Level 9 ruins roared. Countless huge compound eyes emitted purple fluorescence, interweaving into a grid-like light net that enveloped Lin Chen. The light net touched the shattered asteroids in the void, and silently cut them into sand-like powder. Duolong and others could already sense the surging power of the law from this almost laser-like attack. Obviously, this was not an ordinary power beam attack. These ruins have actually integrated the energy laws of all races in the universe during their long evolution? The thought flashed through his mind, and before Duolong could remind Lin Chen to be careful, he saw Lin Chen gently pull his hands to both sides, as if tearing a piece of old paper, and easily tore the net in half. Then, the glass light burst out from his hands, and with a shake, the purple net quickly turned transparent, and was thrown away by Lin Chen. But at this time, this behemoth finally broke free from the constraints of the space wormhole and appeared completely in the universe. Its huge body with no visible edges moved freely in the universe, and its 6 pairs of tentacles swung wildly, rumbling and trampling the space, with purple flames all over its body, and its sharp forelimbs were like a sharp weapon, stabbing straight at Lin Chen. The air does not need to make a move. Let me fight him! Lin Chen was about to make a move when the Dragon King beside him flashed, and then his human form disappeared. Instead, he instantly expanded thousands of times, and turned into a giant dragon with a height of 10,000 feet. He stretched out his huge front claws, and easily grabbed the beetle's pair of forelimbs. The dragon twisted its body wildly, and threw it up. Then it spun faster and faster. The whole body spun like a gyroscope, carrying the Su up into the sky, and finally let go, and threw the level 9 Su fiercely. Boom! The giant beetle struggled frantically, but to no avail. Its huge body hit the wormhole in the distance, and the already fragile space element completely collapsed. The wormhole exploded, and the terrible force blasted cracks on its body, and purple blood spurted out. With just the first move, the 9th level ruin was injured. You lowly ghost thing, you are only the lowest among the 9th level ruins, and you dare to provoke the great successor? You are looking for death. The Dragon King did not give it a chance to breathe, and his body turned into lightning and caught up in an instant. Countless energy-turned meteors waved out lasers, hitting the chest and abdomen of the 9th level ruins at an incredible speed. Damn! Lowly race. Level 9 ruins struggled and roared. Its abdomen, which was originally covered with hard purple bone armor, suddenly opened, and bone spurs flashing with cold light burst out from it. At the same time, its tentacles, forelimbs and hind limbs twisted at incredible anti-joint angles, tightly wrapped around the body of the dragon. Billions of years ago, this trick killed countless gods and demons. However, today it encountered the Dragon King who was well prepared. Roar! The dragon roared. The strength of level 9 ruins actually aroused his fighting spirit. The dragon's muscles bulged, and countless scales bulged. He ignored the bone spurs that contained the law of destruction, roared, and instantly broke the tentacles and limbs that were wrapped around his body. The shrill roar echoed in the universe. The huge bony limbs and the purple blood like a flood condensed into huge purple light balls in the vacuum. The bone spurs melted when they approached the dragon, and the latter's dragon claws almost tore the chest and abdomen of level 9 ruins into pieces. The dragon and the insect were caught in a frenzy of battle, surging in the universe like a meteor. In the end, the giant beetle was suppressed by the Dragon King and beaten on a nearby asteroid. It was almost beaten into a pulp, and its body and soul were completely destroyed, along with the meteorite. This level 9 ruin fell. The coalition forces below suddenly cheered unprecedentedly. Huh, huh, huh. Chapter 6:14. After that, more and more wormholes opened, and endless ruins drilled out of those wormholes in an orderly manner. No matter how crazy the strong men of the universe killed, those ghosts continued to come. This lasted for 2 days. I have never felt that 2 days can be so damn long. During those 2 long days, all the top strong men firmly blocked the other side of the wormhole. Before the real war broke out, they killed one by one from these wormholes. Finally, when people were a little numb from killing, a middle-level 9th level ruin emerged from the wormhole. This 9th level ruin was not the beetle-like behemoth, but a centipede with a body length of only a few hundred meters. This creature also possessed the magical power to control the laws of the elements of the universe, and its body toughness was almost comparable to that of the Dragon King at full firepower. The battle horn sounded again, and the leader of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King, was severely injured in that fierce battle. In the following time, many 8th and 9th level ruins appeared one after another. Duolong, the 3 system administrators, Xiaoyan Yuliana, and others also suffered a lot of injuries, not to mention Feng Chun and Tang Yu, the top masters of each clan. Starting from the 3rd day, the appearance of high-level ruins increased exponentially, and high-level players and top-level masters had no time to care about those low-level ruins. At this point, the Cosmic Coalition forces that had been waiting on the battlefield for a long time began to get ready. Everyone. A senior commander of the coalition was standing on the top of a huge spaceship. He waved his hand, and violent and majestic energy waves spread from around his body and spread across the entire Earth. It's our turn to play. The commander turned his head suddenly and pointed at the endless black shadows viciously. Do you see those destroyers? Kill them at all costs. As soon as these words came out, the entire black continent let out a roar that shook the space. Kill! 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 The entire land was in turmoil, and countless coalition forces soared into the sky. Some of those who did not have the ability to fly, or whose strength was not yet reached, took the flying equipment of their own civilization. For a time, the dense and diverse cosmic coalition forces went upstream and rushed towards the ruins at the other end of the universe. The number of the coalition forces and the ruins was so huge that under the capture of mental power, both sides were endless, like 2 different colored abysses swallowing everything. Soon, the 2 streams that rushed faster collided with each other. Boom! The rumbling sound was endless. The races that rushed to the front looked quite similar to humans, but they were only about 1 meter tall. They were strong men of the dwarf tribe. The army of this tribe was not afraid of death. They held giant steel energy cannons that were 3 or 4 times larger than their bodies, and fired directly at the Sioux group without aiming. Come! Come, come, come! Blast you to death. These special individual technologies are undoubtedly the overlords in group battles. Every roar of the cannon has thousands of Sioux being bombarded into dust, especially those senior commanders of the dwarf tribe. The technological energy cannons in their hands are stronger and bigger. The energy balls they fired are enough to kill Sioux of level 5 or even level 6 with one blow. After the dwarf army, another group of sharpshooters with strange bows and arrows also rushed over. They looked a bit strange, with very slender bodies, and each of them was 2 or 3 meters tall. They seemed to have no hands, but there were special holes in their bodies, and these holes would shoot out special stratum corneum-like arrows. The arrows shot by these races actually contained the power of ice. The arrows cut through the sky and nailed countless Sioux to the planetary ruins and meteorites behind them. The cold air and ice in the vacuum made the fast-moving Sioux slow down, like a living target. Before they got close, they were eliminated by the dwarves and these special archer races. At the same time, a group of goblins that looked like mice also began to rush over. These races did not seem to be good at fighting Sioux head-on, but they could perform special formations. For a moment, the entire void was covered with poisonous barriers of different colors. Sioux, who was covered by these barriers, could not move instantly. His body even kept wriggling and finally turned into black blood. In the void above, the race known for its strong physical body, led by the Dragon Clan strongmen, joined forces with the high-level players of the land of the hunting god, who came from various worlds to help, and launched a siege against the high-level Sioux. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into more than a dozen places, and as time went by, only 5 or 6 minutes had passed, the battlefields became more and more divided. And the battles in each battlefield were extremely brutal, accompanied by roars, and the sounds of tearing the void appeared one after another. The terrible energy fluctuations obscured the universe, and the elemental tides became extremely violent. The strong men of weaker races could not get involved in those fierce battlefields at all. Once they approached, they would be torn into pieces by the aftermath of the battle. Thousands of space battleships using technological means took off into the air, guiding the charging, and then suddenly attacked. With a loud bang, dazzling beams of light burst out from the direction of the coalition forces towards the sky where Su was, and the terrifying mushroom cloud spread all around in the vacuum of the universe. On this battlefield, the highest war weapons similar to Earth's technology, such as nuclear bombs, or high-tech attacks that Lin Chen had never heard of, came one after another, and weapons that originally needed to be guarded against could be used unscrupulously here. Boom boom. Boom. Just like the sound of firecrackers heard when sleeping on New Year's Eve, the entire universe looked around, and almost every corner was emitting similar explosions. The red, yellow, green, and purple light waves in the sight never stopped, and it looked extremely lively. The terrifying radiation waves and impact energy instantly turned countless Su into the most primitive molecules and atoms. Even the Su of level 8 could hardly withstand such an attack. Some special radiation could actually invade their bodies, leaving unhealed wounds. And some races among the myriad races in the universe, who were good at using mental power, also began to suppress the existence of Su who were good at using mental power. In this tragic battle, the coalition forces no longer had any reservations. Various technologies and powers from the myriad races in the universe were continuously taken out from their respective world civilizations and put into the battlefield at the first time. The void was soon filled with all kinds of strange substances, and various strange stones, ruins, ink powder and dust weapons caused waves of attacks on those ruins. Lin Chen looked around and couldn't help breathing rapidly. Is this the cosmic war? If it weren't for the fact that his vision has improved with the increase of strength, he probably wouldn't be able to describe such a scene. He took a deep breath and turned to look at a void wormhole. He could already sense a transcendent existence that was superior to the 9th level ruins, trying to break free from the constraints of space. Huh? Is it time to go on stage? 10th level ruins? Chapter 6:15. The ruins tide reappeared, but it was not the vast and boundless ruin sea that was surging like the ocean a few days ago. This time, only a few hundred high-level ruins descended from the space wormhole, but the oppression brought by these few hundred people was far greater than that of the boundless ruins tide, because the strength of each of them had reached the high-level ruins that appeared before and could fight against the Dragon King. The terrifying aura emitted by dozens of level 9 ruins was like a huge wave, surging endlessly. And this energy was enough to swallow the starry sky and sweep away everything. The power fluctuations previously created by Lin Chen and the strongest men of the coalition army were like a sand castle on the beach that collapsed at the touch of a touch before quickly dissipating into nothingness. However, the real horror scene has not yet come. The most frightening thing is that among these dozens of 9-level ruins that are as huge as meteorites, there is a ruin that is only the size of an adult, shaped like a bug, covered with fine jade-like scales, and standing up. It is surrounded by lavender ghost fire, seemingly without temperature, but full of indescribable weirdness. The most disgusting thing is that this insect actually has a human face, covered with lavender scars, and its eyes flash green light. Wherever its eyes passed, the space seemed to be burned by some kind of flame, and showed signs of wrinkles and collapse. Although it did not reveal an overly fierce aura, no one on the battlefield dared to despise this tiny emerald insect like Su. Dozens of level 9 Su surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. Level 10. Duolong and the Dragon King said in unison, with a sudden change of expression. According to the ranking of the levels in the land of the hunting god, the strength of a level 10 ruin is not comparable to the so-called level 90 world boss. There is no level 100 world boss in the land of the hunting god, but if there is, it should be similar to this thing. A level 10 ruin appeared so soon? It seems that our wanton killing has angered him. The judge was also covered in blood at this time. The strange pattern on his face emitted a scarlet light, and some energy fluctuations lingered from his hands. He and 2 other colleagues have killed countless Su. As one of the 3 administrators of the hunting god land, they are highly expected by the designer, so they must lead the way in this kind of battlefield. At this time, everyone stared at those Su, not daring to breathe. Facing the strong enemy, many top masters on the scene took off into the air. They stood around Lin Chen, confronting him from a distance, releasing their auras, and the flames of power were like a bright red sun, illuminating most of the universe. A group of lowly ants dared to challenge our clan. An ancient syllable slowly came out from the mouth of the emerald face. Before everyone could react, some strong men standing in the front spit out blood first. Many people's bodies burst with a bang. A ball of purple mist appeared without warning, instantly devouring their bodies and turning them into blood mist. Hua la la la. This invisible law enveloped them. No matter how the people enveloped by this breath struggled, they could not escape the fate of death. The sudden purple energy was like a scorching flame, instantly roasting them into charred powder and dissipating into the void of the universe. In an instant, dozens of coalition strongmen fell easily because of the words of the emerald-faced Su. Everyone beside Lin Chen was stunned. What realm of power is this? Level 10 Su. So terrifying. These bastards. In the crowd, the Dragon King ignored the terrible injuries on his body, and was ready to rush forward in anger. As a survivor of the war billions of years ago, the Dragon King seemed to recognize the identity of the Emerald Bug. At this time, the Dragon King's eyes were bloodshot. If he hadn't been held tightly by Duolong, he would have rushed over and tore the bug apart right now. The rest of the people on the battlefield were shocked by this scene, and their hearts sank like stones. The only good news was that the attention of these level 9 ruins and the bug was on Lin Chen and others, which led to countless coalition forces and infinite ruins still fighting frantically in the distance, as if those existences were not in the eyes of this bug at all. The spiritual power of the emerald-faced ruin has been staring at Lin Chen in the distance, but it only sensed a familiar smell from around Lin Chen's body, and did not notice anything wrong. It immediately snorted coldly, stretched out a tentacle, and a flash of purple light flashed and shot towards the Dragon King not far from Lin Chen. It actually ignored Lin Chen and wanted to kill this giant dragon leader that it was somewhat familiar with. This dim light seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. The Dragon King was stunned. It was still injured, and it did not expect that this level 10 ruin would be so arrogant and ignore Lin Chen and kill him directly. The Dragon King was immediately furious, but he was now helpless against the incoming energy and had no way to avoid it. At this critical moment, "You are so disrespectful to me?" A cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes flashed, and they saw Lin Chen suddenly appear in front of the Dragon King without any spatial fluctuations, as if he had teleported. He also stretched out his hand and pointed, and a ray of glass-colored flame flashed out, which was the last to arrive first and touched the purple light that was killing the Dragon King. With a crisp glass sound, it instantly disintegrated it. Crack. The moment the glass-colored and purple flames came into contact, there was a slight sound in the vacuum, as if a bubble broke. However, the strongest people on both sides understood that this was actually a collision of the power of the highest law. If this bubble fell on any top strongman, it would be enough to kill him instantly, which was extremely terrifying. "You?" The Emerald Face's gaze finally fell on Lin Chen again. This time, it was as sharp as two swords piercing through. The emerald light stopped 1,000 meters in front of Lin Chen. After a slightly puzzled look, it suddenly became angry. "God Clan. It's you." "No. Demon Clan. It's not right either. These two forces." "You?" But it suddenly felt something was wrong. "What on earth are you?" Lin Chen frowned. "How rude. How can you ask someone what they are?" "Die!" The human-faced Su roared. Before he finished speaking, the human-faced Su stretched out a foot and pressed it in the air from a distance. Boom! A huge Su foot, transformed by the power of the law, suddenly appeared in the void of the universe, looking down from above, and stepped on Lin Chen like stepping on an ant. The power contained in this giant foot was many times stronger than the purple flame that had been chasing the Dragon King before. The strong men of the coalition forces on the battlefield of the universe felt that their bodies were about to break apart. Although the giant foot was 100 miles away from them, it had already shown such power. If it got a little closer, everyone would turn into pus and blood and die. What should we do? Can the air block this move? The eyes of all the strong men in the coalition were focused on Lin Chen. If even Lin Chen could not resist the might of the Emerald Ruins, then the coalition would have no chance of winning. In the dark, except for the coalition that had already formally engaged the army of the ruins, those who still had time to pay attention to the scene here began to despair. Is the power of the 10th level ruins only this much? Lin Chen himself laughed loudly, without making any extra movements, but just stretched out his thumb and pressed lightly against the void. A huge, clear, glazed thumbprint condensed in the void. This handprint was no weaker than the giant foot of the emerald purple human face Su, and it also contained the power of the supreme law. Every texture on the finger was clearly visible, as if it was a real flesh finger. Everyone was refreshed. Everyone could feel that the power of this finger was not inferior to the strength of the human face Su, and it was even stronger. If others didn't understand, Duolong and Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen in amazement. Lin Chen became stronger. If I guessed correctly, the reason why Lin Chen had not made any moves just now was that he had been working hard to refine and integrate the power of gods and demons in his body. When Su just got out of the wormhole 2 days ago, Lin Chen's integration degree was estimated to be only more than 80%. But now, in a flash, the purple giant foot and the glazed giant finger slowly collided in the void. Everyone's eyes were focused on this pair of huge phantoms that destroyed the world. Then, there was an unprecedented calm. The expected earth-shattering energy fluctuations did not come, but instead clusters of sparks splashed around silently. The giant feet and giant fingers were like two ferocious beasts wrestling madly, crushing and colliding with each other, constantly merging and devouring each other with the laws contained in each of them, trying to completely destroy each other. This process lasted about half a minute. But in the minds of the advanced players on the battlefield, it seemed as long as half a year or half an epoch. Because everyone knows that the outcome of this duel will largely determine the direction of this war. Finally, under a series of plasma-like sounds, the purple giant foot first appeared an imperceptible crack, and it shattered like a perfect glass. Soon, the purple fragments scattered in all directions. Did we win? The coalition's strong men were immediately excited at this time. Just when countless strong men were extremely excited, the glazed giant finger that Lin Chen used actually began to break inch by inch, and finally dissipated and fell apart with a crash. The crowd gradually quieted down. It seemed that even if Lin Chen was stronger than the other party, he was not much stronger. Since the crisis was still not resolved. No one knew how many level 10 ruins there were in the ruins. Not to mention the coalition strongmen, Lin Chen was also a little curious at this time. Bug, how about a chat? Lin Chen simply crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows at the human face ruin. Seemingly afraid of Lin Chen's strength, the other party did not answer, but also did not continue to attack. How many of your level of Su are there? Lin Chen asked. In fact, Lin Chen didn't really need to know these questions. His main purpose was to delay time. The fusion of the power of gods and demons in his body has reached the most critical point. He can use the most refined power of the gods and demons in ancient times at any time. By then, he will have the most powerful power in the entire known universe. By then, even if there is a stronger existence than the 10th level Su, he can fight. He didn't know where his courage and confidence came from. Anyway, it was just a spontaneous thought and confidence. But if you ask where the confidence came from, Lin Chen himself couldn't explain it clearly. The human-faced insect smiled softly, and then it suddenly stretched out two huge tentacles, and then tore the void around it in front of everyone. What is it doing? Some people just felt scared all over, and had no idea what this insect was going to do. Dozens of level 9 ruins were guarding the insect tightly in front of Lin Chen to prevent him from attacking. This move made the coalition's strong men feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Something is wrong, Duolong said in a deep voice. However, Lin Chen did not move, but just frowned as he watched the human-faced Su tear a space wormhole in the void. Then, another terrifying wave appeared from the wormhole. Before the figure appeared, the breath alone seemed to be enough to devour everything, tear the stars apart, and shake the sky. The many level 9s thus guarding this wormhole were like immature children in front of this breath, stumbling and falling, and some of them, who were not strong, fell directly from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Those who were close, whether they were enemies or friends, even the Su on their side were trembling under the destructive aura. Immediately, a figure slowly stepped out of the strange wormhole, and in an instant, all the eyes of this star field were attracted by it, condensing into beams of light. Who is that person? Has the master of the Su appeared? This aura was so terrifying and suffocating that the 10th level human-faced Su had to bow his head to this figure. Lin Chen's eyes were also fixed on this figure. The terrifying aura that could drown the heavens came from this figure. However, when this figure appeared, everyone was stunned as if struck by lightning, their eyes full of disbelief. Because that figure was actually a human. This person was not tall and mighty, nor was he hideous and terrifying. What was shocking was that she had a human appearance, only about 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful figure and smooth lines. Her face was like the most perfect work of art, her long purple hair cascading down like a waterfall, carefully woven into a braid and swaying gently behind her head. Her skin was as white as jade, her figure was graceful, and her temperament was weak. A tight armor set her off, like the most dazzling fairy in the universe. At this moment, except for the low-level ruins fighting with the Cosmic Coalition, countless high-level ruins knelt down at the feet of this woman, like subjects worshipping the king. Except for the 10th level ruins, like the human-faced ruins, all other 9th level and below beings, even those thousands of kilometers tall, trembled in front of her. The woman stretched out her slender hand very gracefully, and the human-faced ruin beside her immediately held her hand respectfully, like a eunuch serving beside the old Buddha. The woman stood above all the people, her eyes coldly scanning the starry sky. That look was not powerful at all, nor did it have a fascinating light, but it contained a kind of chill that made people feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. This look was the same when looking at the Sioux and the Cosmic Alliance, and there was no distinction between close and distant. This was the look of a conqueror. Soon, the woman noticed Lin Chen. Her pupils moved slightly, as if she was looking at Lin Chen carefully. After seeing Lin Chen, those eyes without any emotion became brighter and brighter, as if they had seen an old friend they hadn't seen for many years. Finally, the woman opened her red lips and said, "What's your name now?" The woman spoke. Her voice was so soft and beautiful that it made people's bones numb. Lin Chen frowned, and he first looked back at his side. Countless coalition strongmen were all confused, and Lin Chen turned back to look at the other party again. "Me?" Lin Chen thought to himself, "Are you kidding? You have been sealed for billions of years. Now you have broken free from the shackles of the boundary domain and want to destroy the universe, so you came out in full force. Why do you ask my name right away? And from the tone of your voice, it seems that I have other names." Chapter 6:16. Seeing Lin Chen's bewildered look, the purple-haired woman did not say anything. She just nodded silently, and then she looked away from Lin Chen, and instead looked at the countless cosmic allies around him, as well as the cosmic masters beside Lin Chen and the players from the god-hunting land. "And you are really a bunch of humble and disgusting ants." The purple-haired woman opened her cherry lips and uttered a string of ancient and mysterious notes, which echoed leisurely in everyone's ears, with a rhythm that transcended time. It was a sound that came from a time far beyond the ancient era of gods and demons. Even some technologically advanced civilizations could not use special equipment to capture the deep meaning behind these notes. But Lin Chen's face changed, and he shouted immediately, "Back off." But it was too late. As the woman's words fell, a tangible purple wave suddenly surged out of her body, like an emerald purple storm sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the dark void of the universe seemed to be thrown into the tranquil lake of a meteorite, rippling layers of beautiful ripples, and the entire space seemed to be trembling, becoming soft and turbulent. This wave passed through Wan Qianchu's body without causing any strange phenomena. However, a series of shrill wails suddenly sounded, shaking people's hearts. Under the touch of this wave, the king of an empire in a super civilization, and also a cosmic-level strongman, instantly became like broken porcelain, with cracks all over his body. Some kind of energy similar to the soul flowed out from the cracks and curled towards the purple-haired woman. She was like a gourmet at a gluttonous feast, taking a deep breath and taking all the essence of energy into her mouth. Immediately, her face was filled with a special intoxication, as if she had tasted the most delicious delicacy in the world, and it was like a soul addicted to drugs was finally freed, extremely intoxicated, and her expression was breathtakingly beautiful. Even though it was extremely dangerous, it still made people swallow their saliva. Avoid the ripples. The strong man who died in the ripples let out his last roar, like an echo lingering in the air, echoing in everyone's heart. At the same time, similar screams rose and fell, resounding through the universe and the stars. The strong men in the coalition were caught off guard by the ripples, following the footsteps of the king of the super civilization empire. Their bodies were torn apart one after another, their souls gradually faded away, and finally they were swallowed by the purple woman. "Get out of the way! Don't let the purple ripples get close. What kind of power is this? Stay away from her." All the strong men were in panic, and countless people turned into streams of light and fled at high speed, trying to escape from this life-threatening wave. However, this wave that permeated the entire universe covered the vast universe battlefield in a short time. It looked very slow to the naked eye, but it was actually extremely fast. It swept through almost everyone in a strange rhythm in a flash. Amidst the angry roar, a huge five-clawed golden dragon disappeared in an instant. On the other side, some super strong men struggled desperately. They did not retreat but advanced, rushing towards the strange purple-haired woman, their bodies like meteors that cut through the void of the universe, intending to self-destruct. But when they were tens of kilometers away from the woman, they completely exhausted all their strength, life and soul, and finally turned into dust and dissipated into nothingness. Some weaker coalition strongmen were directly bound by some kind of space. They lowered their heads and felt the passing of their own flesh, unable to do anything. "Everyone, retreat!" An angry roar came from Duolong's mouth, and before he could rescue, a strange force burst out from Lin Chen's body, turning into layers of glazed ripples that violently collided with the purple ripples. Wherever the glazed ripples passed, the cracked bodies of the coalition's strong men were finally stabilized. Two completely different ripples contained completely different laws of power. The order of destruction and construction directly clashed here, just like two lovers entangled and wasted in the void. No one knew what kind of intense battle these two energies were going through, but every ray of power aftermath was enough to annihilate a planet. The coalition finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, why does the master of the ruins look like a woman? However, this balance lasted less than 10 minutes. Although the two-color ripples finally disappeared in the universe at the same time, Lin Chen's body trembled slightly, and he took a big step back. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was a little pale. Lin Chen is going to lose? The coalition army was pale, and the outcome of the two sides seemed to be decided in a moment. In contrast, the ruins in the sky were emitting waves of cheering spirits, waving their limbs and bone spurs, and roaring loudly, obviously cheering for their king. Lin Chen. Husband. Xiao Yun and Elena rushed over anxiously to support the stumbling Lin Chen, and the two women's faces were almost bleeding from worry. I'm fine. Lin Chen waved his hands. Really fine? Irina didn't believe it at all. Lin Chen had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. But Lin Chen suddenly smiled strangely. He used his divine sense to convey a message in the brains of the two women. I was pretending. The two women were stunned, and then looked at each other. The sadness on their faces disappeared for the most part, but they were worried that Lin Chen's words were intentional. In fact, Lin Chen was indeed pretending. In the brief fight just now, Lin Chen was indeed at a disadvantage, but being beaten to bleed was a bit deliberate. Lin Chen didn't mean to show weakness on purpose, but he just couldn't figure out the essence of the other party's power for a while. He even felt familiar with these powers, as if they complemented the complete version of the power of gods and demons, but they were completely different. Before finding out and analyzing the essence of these energies, Lin Chen planned to show weakness a little to lower the other party's vigilance, and at the same time work harder to refine the last bit of the power of gods and demons in his body. Sure enough, after seeing Lin Chen bleeding from her blow, the woman showed a trace of disdain. I thought you had made sufficient preparations, so you rushed out of the boundary area regardless of everything, but you are still too weak now, you can't stop me. The woman began to say something that Lin Chen couldn't understand, but thanks to her acting skills just now, the woman did not continue to attack Lin Chen and the coalition forces, but instead stretched out her jade hand and signaled the 9th levels thus surrounding her to take action. As the king of Su, it was more than enough for his people to deal with these vulnerable cosmic coalition forces, and there was no need for him to take action himself. All she had to do now was to occasionally pay attention to Lin Chen's movements. Looking at the woman's posture, Lin Chen could be sure that she was not in a hurry to kill him. It seemed that she was similar to him. Because she had forced her way out of the boundary, she seemed to have suffered some damage. Was she repairing herself at this time? In the following time, the Cosmic Alliance suffered the biggest defeat since the beginning of the war. Ever since the Emerald Human-Faced Bug led dozens of Level 9 ruins to join the battle without any scruples, the Cosmic Alliance was unstoppable. In an instant, countless coalition forces and strongmen fell. Many people looked at the brilliant galaxy illuminated by the energy explosion, and the coalition forces that were constantly dying in the galaxy, and lost their fighting spirit for a while. But when they turned around and looked at their retreat, they smiled bitterly. Where was there any retreat? There were endless ruins everywhere in sight. The dark mass had already covered the entire corpse continent and the ruins of the universe, like an all-pervasive virus. If the universe map was a blank sheet of paper, now the white paper was violently splashed with black ink. And it was black ink that could not be wiped off. Even if the Cosmic Coalition used many means, even if they were not afraid of death, or even took the initiative to die, they could not gain an advantage in the number of the other side's ruins. The difference in numbers is too big. Not only that, the high-level combat power of the ruins is also greater than that of the coalition forces. Even if the coalition forces have very powerful technological weapons, those technological means have no chance to be used under the offensive of the high-level ruins. As time goes by, many powerful dragons of the Dragon Clan fall and die one by one, and one after another, the universe powerhouses and high-level players of the hunting god land turn into nothingness. In such a scene, Lin Chen's face is extremely gloomy, but he has no way to take action. The woman's mental power was locked on him tightly. If he made the slightest movement, she would attack him violently. Before he was completely sure of defeating her, Lin Chen could only endure. Sister, let's go too. Xiaoyan drew out his long sword and rushed towards several flying 9-level ruins. Elena gritted her teeth secretly. She turned her head and looked at the silent Lin Chen with a worried look, then took out her longbow and flew away. Lin Chen was extremely anxious at this time. Just a little bit, just a little bit. The power of gods and demons in his body is still partly distinct. Although he can use it, only when all the power is completely integrated can he be the true master of gods and demons. But the more impatient Lin Chen is, the more difficult it is to refine the insignificant power of gods and demons. Looking at the coalition forces who kept dying in front of him, and hearing their death wails in his ears, Lin Chen's fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white, and his bones crackled. At the same time, the 10th level emerald humanoid finally set its sights on Lin Chen. A grim smile appeared on its face, as if it knew that Lin Chen was afraid of their queen and did not dare to act rashly. Then, die! The insect instantly appeared not far in front of Lin Chen, stretched out its purple prosthetic limb, and stabbed at Lin Chen. The void exploded, and the energy around the prosthetic limb condensed, turning into a sharp blade that cut through the endless void like cutting tofu, and pointed directly at Lin Chen's chest. The explosion of the 10th level ruins is no joke. Even Lin Chen needs to take it seriously. But now, he is at a critical point. Even if he blocks it, the fusion of the power of gods and demons in his body will be wasted. Lin Chen's expression is slightly condensed, and he can't help but want to block it. Don't move, I help you. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Chen looked at the figure standing in front of him in astonishment. He was 3 or 4 meters tall, and there was a faint light around his body. He was wearing a gorgeous dress made of energy outlines, and had horns on his head. He was the creator of the hunting god land. Designer, but Lin Chen felt that the energy in the designer's body was like a spent force. He forcibly shut down the hunting god land, and gave the huge energy that maintained the operation of the hunting god land to every player participating in the game as a gift. His current strength is not even as strong as Lin Chen. And looking at the vague power fluctuations around his body, Lin Chen even felt that this designer was no different from being dead. As he said at the beginning, the purpose of his existence is to design a perfect game world, and then find the chosen one in more than 20 million reincarnations. Now that he has found it, his mission is complete. The attack of Emerald Face Su was easily resolved by the designer, and Emerald Su retreated suddenly, as if recognizing the designer. It's you, the son of gods and demons. The designer didn't even look at it, but turned his head to look at Lin Chen. Designer. Keep calm and don't talk. The designer whispered, don't hesitate at all. You are now the heir of the power of gods and demons, and also the god of the universe. You are responsible for the entire universe. You only need a little divinity to become a real god. Lin Chen opened his mouth to say something, but the designer's body suddenly cracked with an imperceptible crack. Lin Chen was startled, and the movements that had been integrating the power of gods and demons began to pause. Seeing this, the designer suddenly pointed a finger at Lin Chen's brow. Lin Chen felt his whole body tremble, as if some idea came to him. Huh? No matter what, I still caught up. The cracks on the designer's body became larger and larger. Lin Chen felt that the last trace of the power of gods and demons in his body was no longer so sticky and shackled from this time on. Instead, it was like a Tai Chi rotating in his body, and finally slowly merged into one. The glass-colored light was quietly turning transparent. After doing all this, the designer's fingertips slowly moved away from Lin Chen's brows. He looked at the energy fluctuations around Lin Chen's body, and a trace of joy and piety flashed in his eyes. The creator who designed the hunting god land with his own ability and borrowed the power of gods and demons actually knelt down in front of Lin Chen at this moment. Lin Chen looked at his hands, then raised his head and looked around. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, as if something had changed. Lin Chen looked around, but couldn't see what was different. Designer, what did you do? Heart, pupil, body, soul, spirit, strength, will, do you know that in addition to these things, there is another thing of God? Lin Chen touched his brow. You just? Yes, divinity has always been kept with me. In fact, I should have died on the battlefield 5 billion years ago. It is with this divinity that I have been able to survive for such a long time. Since you have achieved enlightenment, I should also return this thing that should belong to you. Lin Chen felt a little dazed, his mind was a little groggy, and it seemed that some images flashed by. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch the fleeting fragment. Divinity. What is divinity? Lin Chen could only ask in confusion. If the meaning of the gods' objects such as heart and pupil can be understood by their respective names, then what is divinity? On Earth, how did the designer survive for billions of years with only this thing? Divinity is mysterious and mysterious. Even if it was given to you before, it would be useless. But now you are carrying the destiny of the universe, and are expected and supported by all races. You have already gathered the embryonic form of divinity. The cracks on the designer's body were so numerous that they looked like spider webs, and they seemed to disappear at any moment, The so-called divinity is the omnipresent, immortal and indestructible power of existence. This is the power of creation, and it cannot be achieved through practice. No matter how you merge the power of gods and demons, divinity cannot appear on its own. Only you. And only you. At this point, the designer's voice became smaller and smaller, as if whispering, "Welcome. The founder." Then, he turned into starlight and disappeared. Chapter 6:17. The purple-haired woman's originally indifferent eyes gradually became serious at this moment, and she smiled at Lin Chen as if reminiscing about the past. Lin Chen couldn't understand this strange smile. Many people who knew the identity of the designer were silent at this time, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that people felt a little uneasy. The designer, who had survived by relying on the secrets and power of the gods and demons, finally completed his mission at this moment, and then died. As for Lin Chen, did he really have divinity, as the designer said before his death, and became the so-called founder? Duo Long could not help but start to retreat slightly. From this moment on, Lin Chen in front of him and the woman in the distance would be the final terminators of this battle that had lasted for countless years. "We can't help you next, retreat." Duo Long transmitted the message, and everyone around him began to retreat tacitly. Even those high-level ruins in the distance began to flee to a safe place involuntarily. But where could they escape to? If these two people really have the power of creation, there would be no safe place in this universe. At this time, the Queen of the Ruins finally spoke again. "Yes, that's right. Now, it's more like you." Lin Chen looked at the other party, and suddenly said two words. "She? You?" The purple-haired woman was slightly stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Chen to say these two words. After a while, she suddenly laughed. That smile was so beautiful that even in the void of the universe, it was as gentle as the moonlight around it. "You can actually remember this name. I thought you had forgotten it billions of years ago." The woman said calmly, "Yu Yang, you were not my opponent before, but you deliberately set a trap, hoping to revive and deal with me after your death. Don't you think it's a bit wishful thinking?" "Yu Yang?" Lin Chen shook his head, as if something was about to come out. But in the end, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't remember it, as if something in his brain was forcibly erased. Except for a few scattered words, he couldn't remember anything about what happened billions of years ago. The purple-haired woman sneered. "So, you have already completed the layout, and this battlefield is the stage you set up to welcome me? Never mind, you didn't kill me back then, and I didn't completely destroy you, so today, let's make a break." The purple-haired woman's body appeared in front of Lin Chen in an instant, wrapped in pure and beautiful flames, like the most exquisite ice and jade in the world, gorgeous and enchanting. Her steps were light, graceful and beautiful, but at the same time she exuded unparalleled majesty. At this moment, she was the supreme master walking on the top of the vast universe, and she forced her way into the transparent field around Lin Chen. Lin Chen had completely given up trying to dig out his memory. Since he couldn't remember, or some power didn't want him to remember, there was no need for him to force himself to remember anything. Now, all he had to do was kill the woman in front of him. Arrogant! Lin Chen's strength at this moment was no longer the same as before. He laughed loudly, and his entire body was surrounded by boundless light, enveloping him and the purple-haired woman in this dazzling world. After he completely merged the power of gods and demons, in this realm constructed by the purest cosmic power, Lin Chen became the supreme monarch and the source of order that no one could shake. Facing the arrogant attitude of the master of this world, Lin Chen was not reluctant to include her in this world, vowing to make a break with this woman who ruled the endless world. In an instant, the boundless transparent and purple light completely submerged the figures of the two, and all the sights of the outside world were blocked, and it was difficult to see inside. At the same time, the remaining dozens of level 9 ruins led by the Emerald Face ruin have returned to the battlefield continent. Without Lin Chen in command, the coalition forces on this continent will not be able to escape the fate of being slaughtered. The power comparison between the two sides is like a natural moat, and there is almost no possibility of any confrontation. Although I don't know what your leader is, and how he can compete with our great king, the rest of you ridiculous mob will completely die in this void. The human-faced ruin smiled grimly. Countless cosmic warriors looked dead, and they were covered with wounds. Although the opponent's king was dragged into some unknown space by Lin Chen, their top combat power was seriously mismatched with the opponent. The coalition forces were all remnants and defeated, and there was no way to fight. As long as this green insect led the 9th level ruin to launch a charge, the coalition warriors would be instantly disintegrated. What to do? However, at this moment, variables suddenly emerged. A ethereal and mysterious hymn sounded leisurely on the vast land of the battlefield without warning, like an ancient whisper passing through the long river of time, brushing every inch of space. The ancient and melodious melody carries an indescribable power, silently permeating every corner, as if it is a holy sound that has been sleeping in the depths of the universe since the beginning of the world. With this sudden, deep and solemn note, it spreads endlessly to the vast starry sky, spreads, and spreads again. Embraced by this layer of silver mist light, the strong men in the coalition and countless soldiers at the bottom of the coalition seem to be infused with an inexplicable power, and their strength suddenly increases several times. The pain and fatigue, sleepiness, and weakness all disappear in an instant. The heavy steps became light, and the blocked and exhausted power was filled in the blink of an eye. All kinds of power seemed endless, allowing them to wield them at will. "I feel full of power," the coalition soldiers roared. They didn't know what happened to them. They only felt that their injuries were swept away, and they became more and more courageous. On the other hand, when the silver mist light touched their bodies, an invisible shackle seemed to be quietly added, making their bodies become extremely stiff. This strange change instantly reversed the power comparison between the two sides, causing the battlefield situation to suddenly change. Even the top strongmen of the coalition army looked at the ground below in a daze. Something is coming out. Sure enough, a few seconds later, countless space portals suddenly opened from above the continent, and all the coalition forces who had turned their heads to look. Originally, I thought these portals were still the wormholes used by Sue to log in, but after a closer look, they were not the same. At this time, someone shouted excitedly, It's the player portal of the land of the hunting god." Yes, the styles of these portals are all from the land of the hunting god, and the players are very familiar with them when they enter the dungeon. After a while, endless players of the land of the hunting god poured out from these portals. The Cosmic Alliance was shocked and cheered like a landslide. If the Cosmic Alliance is the sword in Lin Chen's hand, then the players of the land of the hunting god are his solid backing. At this time, the players from the land of the hunting god finally arrived at this time. After the game world was shut down, they were forcibly teleported back to their respective worlds, Earth, Azeroth, a Maya continent. These players, mainly composed of humans, elves, orcs, half-orcs, three-eyed people, let out hoarse war cries as soon as they appeared. They knew why they came here. The endless black ruins floating in the sky and everywhere in the universe were the targets of their clearance this time. "Kill! Everyone! Kill these ghosts!" Instantly, warriors, knights, mages, and other professions released skills like crazy, and some players who learned the air dance technique even flew into the air, holding weapons, and fiercely stabbing into the sea tide of the ruins. As for the silver-white light just now, it came from the countless healing hands among these players. Healing hands, wind of resurrection ode to life. All kinds of auxiliary skills and blood-adding skills were thrown to hundreds of thousands of battlefields in the universe, and the entire universe battlefield was bustling for a while. Among these players rushing out of the portals from all directions, many are also powerful players in the top 500 of the latter list. In addition to the good fortune and gifts given to them by the designers, when the land of the hunting god was shut down, they can even be compared to the strength of the 80-level world boss. Although it is still a bit difficult to face the level 9 Sioux, they are more numerous. For a moment, the level 9 Sioux who were ready to rush up and kill everyone just now were stunned. The emerald-faced Sioux who was the leader was even more gloomy. "Do you have a backup plan?" It really didn't expect that the Cosmic Alliance actually had such a group to rely on. Facing more and more powerful cosmic warriors and high-level players from the land of hunting gods, the human-faced ruins became serious again. "Kill!" It pointed at the strong man in front and snorted coldly. At the same time, Duolong also took the lead and shouted to the front, "Let's go!" For a moment, the one-sided battle was back to the same level at this moment, and the two sides collided fiercely again. The meat grinder of war ignores race and power, and it keeps devouring lives on this cosmic battlefield. In the void, as a group of bright transparent light and purple halo intertwined with each other, it finally burst open, and the bodies of Lin Chen and the purple-haired woman appeared from it. The aura of the two people was not so frivolous, but became stronger and stronger. Whether it was the Queen of the Ruins or Lin Chen, their respective powers seemed to be endless, just like the light and dark sides of the universe, the yin and yang bodies, fighting each other, but also merging with each other. See ya, in the battle 5 billion years ago, you gave up your divinity to rule the universe and chose to become this weird creature. How come, to this day, you still don't know how to turn back? The Dragon King of the giant dragon clan finally regained some vitality at this time. His voice was like thunder. He stood behind Lin Chen and cursed at the woman. A burst of dragon power slowly spread from the void. That CS snorted coldly, just waved his hand lightly, and the dragon power dissipated instantly. It's just a mount of the gods and demons. Even the ancestors of the gods and demons are ants to me. What qualifications do you have to question me here? Stubborn, hopeless. Duolong also yelled at this time. Back then, His Majesty Yu Yang spared your life and sealed you because you and he were both the ray of Tai Ching light at the beginning of the prehistoric world. You and he are the yin and yang sides, and you are one body. Unfortunately, you are still determined to break through the boundary and occupy the universe again after decades. Fortunately, the founder His Majesty Yu Yang arranged a backup plan. You will definitely die today. Oh! This Xia looked at Lin Chen again. She stared at him proudly. Yu Yang, I ask again, do you really want to stop me? Lin Chen frowned. I am not Yu Yang. If you must call me that, you can call me Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Xia said coldly. Forget it, there is no point in talking to you. 5 billion years ago, I could beat you to death and force you to divide your power into two and give it to the gods and demons. Today, I can also completely destroy you, and you will never be able to revive. After that, Xia opened her arms and said only one word coldly. Kill. In an instant, countless high-level ruins that had just squeezed out of the wormhole turned into bright stars in the sky, splitting into many. One part streaked across the sky like a meteor and headed straight for the battlefield and the Black Continent, while the other part surrounded the high-level players of the land of the hunting god, who had just come out of the portal. A new battle suddenly started again. On the battlefield continent, the morale of the coalition forces was unprecedentedly high due to the arrival of the players, especially the top powerhouses, who were like chicken blood, fighting madly with the healing skills given by the healing. In addition, Lin Chen did not fall behind after the fight with the Queen of the Su just now, which also injected them with endless courage and strength. At least their leader is not weaker than the other party. Then this war can be fought. It is possible to win. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light emerged from the secondary awakening skill released by a high-level player, and then shot out, like a punishment from heaven. Unfortunately, the two level 8 ruins were swallowed by this light, and instantly turned into dust and fell from the sky. The battle was fierce again. Lin Chen and Xia faced each other from a distance, with endless void between them. In the brief confrontation just now, the two were evenly matched and neither could gain the upper hand. As key figures in both camps, without full confidence, both chose to act cautiously, slowly mobilizing the power of their respective camps between heaven and earth, ready to give each other a fatal blow. Yu Yang, do you think you can defeat me with just these defeated soldiers and the players who came to help from the game world? Xia's mouth curled up into a cold smile, her voice full of contempt. Lin Chen smiled indifferently and responded, If I am right, there are probably not many high-level combat forces in your army. You are eager to achieve success and let your people kill each other and devour each other in order to force evolution. Although you have created these quick successes, you have almost pushed the entire race to extinction. Oh, you figured it out? Xia sneered even more, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. So what? These combat forces are enough for me to sweep across the star fields of the heavens. As long as I want, this known universe, even the unknown universe, and even the other side of the universe that I have never set foot on, will eventually become my territory. By then, I will also transcend Tai Ching and be immortal forever. You are no different from eternity. It took billions of years just to break the seal. Isn't that enough? Lin Chen frowned, his tone calm. Billions of years, just a blink of an eye. Alas. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, his tone was firm and unquestionable, dominating the universe. A goal that sounds extremely childish. Is it the eternity you are pursuing? When the ruins under your command devour everything in the universe, the entire universe will be dead silent. Is it really the eternity you want? Even if you achieve your goal, facing a universe with nothing but ruins, is that the eternity you want? Shut up. Xia was finally angered by Lin Chen's words, and her figure suddenly burst into thunder and lightning, rushing towards Lin Chen like a raging wave. The battle between the two once again set off a huge wave. Chapter 618. Seemingly angry, Xia was suddenly surrounded by endless black mist. She stretched her body completely, and the mist that was everywhere spread everywhere like crazy. Wherever it passed, the void turned into real wasteland. Then, a trace of deep black light trickled out from the wasteland and dissipated in the vast starry sky. Together with the blood scattered in the void, these things were transforming into a group of deep, thick, almost solidified black mist. After a while, the black mist continued to flicker and change, gradually shaping into countless black Su. Everyone was shocked. This Su Queen could actually summon a steady stream of new Su at will? Could it be that all these Sioux were created by her from the beginning to the end? As black shadows appeared one after another from the wasteland, the originally high-spirited coalition suddenly looked gloomy. They fought like crazy and finally gained a slight advantage. But the next moment, these things were created again. They were already inexhaustible, and now so many appeared, everyone immediately felt that the coalition would definitely lose. Not only that, some of the newly created ruins also have armor-like patterns on their bodies, which are densely covered with dark and sharp bone spurs, and their blood-red eyes are as blazing as flames, shining brightly in the darkness. These are all high-level ruins of around level 7. The aura produced by these newly created ruins is like a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun. The red star in the distance is swallowed up by this black light, and its energy fluctuations even cover the universe, making the stars in the sky suddenly dim, as if the eternal night has suddenly fallen, and everything around is plunged into endless darkness. It's bad. The strong men in the cosmic coalition couldn't help but want to retreat. They were all exhausted, not to mention the ordinary soldiers of the coalition. Seeing such a scene at this time, it is estimated that the next step will be a one-sided massacre. How is it, Yu Yang? Do you feel very powerless? Sia laughed. Can you handle my ability? Even if you can contain me, how can these ridiculous cosmic creatures resist my people? Lin Chen frowned, feeling the ruins that had just emerged from the scorched earth. The familiar power fluctuations made him understand something. So, is that so? He muttered to himself. Sia looked at him curiously. In this situation, could this guy have any other way to break the impasse? It was impossible. As long as Lin Chen was ready to intervene, he would stop him. Under the suppression of the army he had created continuously, all the races in the universe would be slaughtered. When the allied forces of all races are completely wiped out, how can Lin Chen, who is alone, fight against me? But Lin Chen finally laughed out loud at this time. I originally thought that the bug skill was designed for me by the designer. Now it seems that this skill is also the so-called yang in your mouth, or it may be a backup plan I left for myself. After saying that, Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. I show you something good. There was a sound of snapping fingers, and then, there were also streams of special black mist flowing around Lin Chen's body. After a moment, several figures appeared beside Lin Chen. It was none other than Shield Mountain, Qi Luo, Altair, Huang Dachui and others, who had not appeared for a long time. No wonder Lin Chen often felt that the power fluctuations and manifestations of Shield Mountain and other undead followers were so similar to Su. So this is the case. If I am not mistaken, this so-called bug ability to summon undead followers is the backup plan I left for myself. You? Sia looked at Shield Mountain and others and his face changed. How did you get this ability? I probably learned it from you. Lin Chen grinned. Then he opened his arms. Not to mention the title of founder, he had not used the ability of resurrection since he became the successor. Now it was a different scene. Lin Chen could revive more undead than just Shield Mountain and his men. He looked at the countless cosmic coalition forces that died in the universe, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Stand up! Lin Chen roared. Then, everyone could see the bodies of the dead coalition forces floating in the void of the universe. They suddenly shook. Their bodies were soon covered by black mist, which quickly penetrated into their bodies through their mouths. After a while, the mist suddenly rushed out of their bodies. It was like a hand crawling out of a corpse. Immediately, the coalition forces that were supposed to be dead were resurrected in a special way. They were covered with black mist. If you look closely, their state is similar to Su's. The surviving cosmic coalition forces were all stunned. They didn't know what was going on, and could only retreat subconsciously. Brother, it's me. Am I not already dead? A resurrected undead looked at his body in astonishment, then looked at his comrades not far in front of him, and immediately shouted excitedly. The coalition force, who was originally retreating in fear, suddenly stopped, and he looked at his brother in front of him in disbelief. Third brother, how could you? How could you? I don't know. I just came back suddenly. What happened to me? Be careful. But a thorn suddenly appeared behind him, and a spike pierced the warrior who had just resurrected. The warrior staggered and subconsciously looked down at the spike on his abdomen. He raised his head. Brother, I don't feel any pain. Under the astonished gaze of his elder brother, the resurrected undead warrior suddenly swung his hand and chopped off the head of the thorn. Ha ha ha, I'm alive again. This slightly weird scene was not only happening here, but also on countless battlefields, large and small. The coalition forces, which had lost their desire to fight, were now rekindled with a desire to survive. They knew that these resurrected comrades were still on their side. This scene almost made the coalition forces on the cosmic battlefield burst into tears with excitement. Sure enough, the successor, oh no, now the founder, His Majesty, still had a backup plan. Sure enough, everything is under the control of His Majesty. The unstoppable cheers suddenly broke out at this moment, resounding throughout the universe like thunder, and many people hugged and jumped for joy with their comrades around them. Kill! Kill all these ugly ruins! For a moment, the whole universe was boiling. Wonderful, wonderful. Sia's beautiful eyes condensed, she clapped her hands, staring at Lin Chen. I didn't expect that this plan that has been set up for billions of years is so rigorous. You even learned my ability. It really surprised me. Lin Chen did not answer the other party. In any case, he still did not remember his original identity. It was possible that he did it on purpose. Even the designer, who knew everything, chose to hide it from him when explaining the whole story to him. Lin Chen did not care about it. Instead of letting himself recover his memory and become a founder named Yu Yang, Lin Chen would rather be called Lin Chen. A person on Earth who shoulders the responsibility of saving the universe. This is enough. Sia didn't seem to have any other tricks up her sleeve. Her abilities had been restrained and neutralized by Lin Chen. Even if she came up with other tricks, it wouldn't make much sense. Her emotions began to collapse more and more in silence, and then her whole body was shaking unnoticeably. Yu Yang. Yu Yang. Good. Very good. Sia's whole body was filled with murderous intent, and her tone became heavier. You will always be the biggest. The biggest obstacle on my road to rule. She soared into the sky, almost hysterical. I will kill you this time no matter what. I want you to die. The ink-like black fog that filled the entire universe began to flow into Sia's body in reverse, and Sia's internal breath became more and more surging, more and more amazing. Her originally petite body now seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, expanding uncontrollably. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Hundreds of thousands of meters. And even more. Sia's body was like a purple-black giant beast that was constantly expanding, and like a meteorite that had expanded to the extreme, covering a corner of the vast starry sky. The expansion trend has not slowed down at all, and it continues endlessly. A heart-pounding breath emanates from her huge body, as deep as the abyss, and as violent as a hurricane. Not to mention her body, which has become weird and has no aesthetic sense due to its enlargement, her power realm is constantly rising, as if it is about to reach the unreachable peak. This terrible breath has not really erupted yet, but the aftermath has already set off a series of galaxy storms in the starry sky. The stardust storms visible to the naked eye raged like tornadoes in the mortal world, forming a hurricane like a pillar supporting the sky, whistling and circling around Sia's majestic body. This power was too amazing, as if the starry sky could no longer contain its existence. The stardust hurricane tore through the space, and large tracts of black extra-dimensional elements flowed out. The void barrier collapsed like a mirror, but was constantly repaired under the power of the universe's self-law. Even the strength of the most powerful cosmic powerhouse, at this time seemed insignificant in front of this stardust storm. Beings like Duo Long and the Dragon King were blown back by the aftermath and fell heavily on the star battlefield continent. The top undead warriors summoned by Lin Chen, such as Dun Shan, released their full strength and struggled to protect the battlefield. Lin Chen's figure stood in the void, and the glass light shield in front of him broke through the oncoming stardust storm. He maintained his body shape, but could not move forward. Sia. Lin Chen frowned. Sia seemed to have chosen the most crazy path at this time. She seemed to know that even after more than 5 billion years, a person named Yu Yang was still standing in front of her to stop her. Even if she killed him, she still couldn't achieve her goal. Now, the trap set by the other party actually made Yu Yang stand in front of her again in another way. She had been struggling in the boundary area for so long, not only giving up her divinity as the original Tai Ching, but also giving up the Tao she had been pursuing. But Yu Yang, the guy who complimented her, actually kept chasing her in this way. Sia couldn't get rid of him at all. She knew that as long as Yu Yang existed, she would not be able to achieve her goal. Yu Yang, if that's the case, I will completely destroy the universe you want to protect. Sia roared, using the power of the god of creation to forcibly burn the power of the origin and the law. Although it can achieve the realm of true creation and destruction in a short period of time, after the explosion, it will be a complete fall, and both the body and the soul will disappear. By then, it will not be as simple as being sealed for more than 5 billion years. This method is tantamount to self-explosion, which is a complete self-destruction. However, for Lin Chen and the universe, what is more fatal is the power of the god of creation that Sia mastered in the short time before she completely fell. This power is unmatched, and can destroy the universe in a short time. Sia's body is still expanding without limit. This woman has begun to lose control of her power. The Su that is still fighting with the cosmic coalition in the universe is turning into pure black energy at this time. They died without fighting, and turned into energy, and poured into Sia's body. The coalition forces were horrified at this time, and trillions of remaining warriors and undead began to retreat frantically. Sia's majestic power caused her body to crack, and cracks spread on her body like a spider web, and an amazing breath of power escaped from it. The price she had to pay was too great. At this moment, looking up, the entire starry sky seemed to be occupied by Sia's body. The coalition soldiers and strong men on the cosmic battlefield suddenly felt that they didn't need to flee at all, because no matter how they fled, they couldn't leave the universe. If Sia really exploded, the entire universe would be completely destroyed, not to mention the current observable universe. People stopped fleeing and looked up helplessly. At this time, they could only see a small part of Sia's body, and could no longer see her full appearance. With the arrival of the giant Sia, the galaxies within countless light years were distorted by gravity and space. The void, space, spectrum, magnetic field. Everything began to become chaotic. The entire universe seemed to be on the verge of destruction. The surroundings suddenly became very quiet. Without the rampage of Su, only the coalition soldiers were left in the universe, looking up. All the Su were swallowed and refined by Sia at this time, and the universe became extremely quiet again. Lin Chen sighed. There was only one way left for him. He could only mobilize his soul and origin, whether it was to merge the power of the cosmic coalition or to devour the energy of the undead followers he had awakened. He had to strive to increase his strength to the same level as Sia in a short period of time, and find a balance point to perish together with Sia before Sia exploded. Only in this way could the universe be saved. However, Lin Chen felt that he had never had the courage to sacrifice himself for others. Did he really want to be a savior who would sacrifice his own life to save the world? Damn it! He cursed inwardly. As he hesitated, Sia, which had expanded to its limit, stretched out its huge claws, and with the power to destroy the world, it slapped Lin Chen with one claw. When making a decision, fate turns. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. It seems I have no choice. If he didn't make a decisive decision, everyone would fall into an irretrievable situation, and he himself would not be able to escape death. Lin Chen felt as if he was driven by an invisible stick, and became the hero who had to stand up. He took a deep breath, and his body began to swell slowly, with a little transparent flame blooming with unprecedented brilliance. His breath was expanding rapidly, as if accelerated by a chemical catalyst. At the same time, the undead in the universe, who were resurrected by Lin Chen, were looking at their bodies blankly. They were turning into black energy at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then flowing into Lin Chen's body. Could it be? People reacted at this time, and immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of Lin Chen. Founder. No, don't. Is His Majesty the Founder going to sacrifice himself? Under the complicated gazes of the people, Lin Chen felt as if his body was on fire. The pain of activating the power of rules was not something he could endure. This indescribable feeling was like turning himself into a balloon that was about to burst. Moreover, once this action was initiated, everything that happened afterwards would be out of his control. Lin Chen could feel his power increasing rapidly, but he was powerless to control it all. As Lin Chen's strength soared, the huge energy pressure of Sia above the sky began to be blocked by the breath released by Lin Chen. Amid the heartbreaking cries of Elena, Xiaoyun and others, Lin Chen became bigger and bigger. Bigger and bigger. Chapter 619. But no one saw that when Lin Chen's body was about to catch up with Sia, something like a book suddenly fell from Lin Chen's body. The prop called the Book of Creation was slowly falling from the sky above the universe. It was so small that no one could notice it, but as the book fell, a faint light emanated from the surface of the book. Then, the Book of Creation suddenly opened automatically, and countless papers inside were flipped through. It stopped falling and floated in the air. From the inside of these papers, streams of orchid light began to emerge, and finally, those lights, like smoke, actually formed the outline of a person. And the body of this person actually exuded a powerful divinity that was not inferior to Lin Chen and Sia. Yes, it did not have any power fluctuations, but the divinity that overlooked the universe was incomparable even to Lin Chen and Sia. It just walked leisurely step by step in the vast universe. Its steps seemed slow, but in fact, every step was accompanied by the twinkling of starlight. In just 4 or 5 twinkles, it had crossed countless long distances, and came to Lin Chen's side lightly. The figure slowly stretched out his hand, and naturally held Lin Chen's hand. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Lin Chen felt his whole body tremble violently. The endless surging and unstoppable power suddenly stopped inexplicably. A fleeting sense of coolness flowed into his body along the hand of this figure. Lin Chen suddenly turned his head to look at the outline of the unknown energy body beside him. Who is this power? Or rather, what is it? Lin Chen keenly sensed that from the breath of this figure pouring into his body, he could actually regain control of his uncontrollable power. Not only that, Lin Chen seemed to be able to merge with all the energy in the surrounding universe at will. Before Lin Chen thought about it, the next moment, the power in his body suddenly rose again. It seemed that at this moment, his 100% perception of power continued to break through. So, all the sensory experiences in Lin Chen's heart underwent earth-shaking changes. This is the true realm of the God of creation. It turns out that the perfection of this last moment is not the accumulation of power, but just a gentle grip from the figure beside him. Lin Chen did not have time to study the origin of this figure. He only felt that all kinds of energy and rules in his body burst into dazzling light at this moment, and instantly merged into Lin Chen's body. The last trace of barrier disappeared without a trace. They and Lin Chen truly reached a perfect state of blood connection and integration. Lin Chen held his head high. Sia's once unrivaled strength became fragile at this moment. Looking at the huge hand pressing down, Lin Chen waved his arm gently, as if to drive away mosquitoes. Boom! As crisp as a bubble bursting. Sia's huge body suddenly broke into pieces, turning into blue smoke all over the sky, like a sand sculpture in a hurricane, drifting away one by one, and finally turning into countless stardust. Yu Yang, it's you! Sia looked at the figure standing beside Lin Chen, and finally roared heartbreakingly. Lin Chen also turned his head to look at the figure. No wonder he could sense a very familiar and friendly feeling from this phantom. It turned out that from the beginning, the designer and the memory of the gods mentioned by Duolong had always been hidden in the book of creation. The phantom standing beside him at this time was the memory of Yu Yang countless years ago. After so many years of silence, Yu Yang finally merged his memory with Lin Chen's body for a short time. Because he had more important divinity than Sia, he became a complete creator god and a more powerful existence than Sia in the true sense. Lin Chen and Yu Yang's memory shadows looked at each other, and both nodded. As if they knew it by heart, Lin Chen had no intention of accepting Yu Yang's memory, and Yu Yang was also not prepared to forcefully integrate into Lin Chen. After smiling at each other, Yu Yang's memory shadow suddenly floated towards where Shi Yu was. At Shi Yu's place, the woman was still yelling hysterically, completely unable to accept her own failure. No, I can't accept it, I can't accept it, I can't just lose like this, Yu Yang, you deserve to die. You deserve to. But before she could finish her words, Yu Yang's shadow suddenly hugged her. Sia's twisted body shook violently, and then a shadow was knocked out of Sia's body by Yu Yang. The two shadows hugged each other, as if they did not belong to this dimension. You? The shadow Sia's voice seemed ethereal. In her sight and perception, the man hugging her was a man who looked exactly like Lin Chen. The man was smiling, and reaching out to lift Sia's hair behind her ears. Okay, you must be tired, you've suffered so much over the years. Sia was stunned. Although she was silent for only 2 or 3 seconds, it seemed like a whole century to her. Then, a line of traces like tears fell from the face of the phantom. Sia couldn't help crying and ran into the arms of the phantom Yu Yang. No one knows what the relationship between Sia and Yu Yang has gone through. They seem to be twins, and they seem to attract and repel each other. Or it can be described in 4 words. Love and hate each other, no matter how many years they have achieved each other and fought each other. At this moment, the two of them don't need to be so clear. Yu Yang hugged Sia, then turned his head and glanced at Lin Chen. I don't know if it was an illusion, Lin Chen seemed to be able to clearly see that Yu Yang had a body, just like a young man hugging a girlfriend who was crying and acting coquettishly. The girlfriend used her pink fist to hit the young man's chest in dissatisfaction, as if complaining that he didn't understand her, and the man touched the girl's hair with his hand dotingly. In a trance, Yu Yang grinned at Lin Chen, then stretched out his hand and waved. Lin Chen, Yu Yang called out. Lin Chen nodded immediately. Yu Yang. Next, the universe will be handed over to you. Okay. Lin Chen continued to nod. Goodbye, Lin Chen. Goodbye, Yu Yang. Only Lin Chen's voice floated in the void. Chapter 620. Half a month passed in a flash, and the shadow of war finally dissipated from the void of the universe battlefield. The coalition returned victoriously, and returned to their respective worlds, or planets one after another. When the civilizations they were in learned of the news, they felt like a spring breeze blowing over them, causing their respective worlds to shake and cheer. They had been frightened for countless years by the knife named Sue hanging over their heads. Now that the war was over, they heard that the great creator God had saved the entire universe with his supreme power, so they would naturally be extremely crazy. The joy of surviving the catastrophe is like the first rays of dawn, allowing countless creatures to deeply experience the preciousness and beauty of life for the first time. However, some people who lost their loved ones were sad. Those who fought bravely on the battlefield were fathers, sons, and husbands. The remaining widows were intertwined with a unique sense of honor and pride in the endless mourning. They were proud of their loved ones, because those brave souls sacrificed their lives to defend the peace of the entire universe. If a clay pot is not separated from a well, it will break. It is inevitable that a general will die on the battlefield. For many soldiers of the coalition, being able to participate in this sacred war is undoubtedly the supreme honor. As the main battlefield, in the center of the dark continent of the universe, the war in the past has destroyed this continent made up of countless corpses, but no one knows when towering monuments have sprung up from the ground, spreading from the center of the continent to the surrounding areas. The surface of the snow-white monuments with unknown texture is engraved with dense names from top to bottom. It is said that the great God of creation personally issued an edict with his supreme authority, announcing that all the heroes who died in the cosmic battlefield, regardless of their status, whether they were soldiers, counselors, logistics personnel, or those legendary strongmen, their names will be engraved on the eternal monument in the center of the cosmic continent. Soon, the names of those who died in the cosmic battlefield were written on the surface of the monument by a special force. They were like the guardians of history, quietly telling the heroic deeds of the sacrificed soldiers. For countless years afterwards, these huge monuments, like pillars of the universe, always radiate everlasting light and stand proudly. The many civilizations in the universe after the war are like magnificent paintings that need to be repaired, and everything needs to be rebuilt. The fall of many powerful people in various worlds has caused unprecedented damage to the civilization and order of all races in the universe, and regressed to a shocking situation. Fortunately, they won, although no one knew what happened in the final stage of the war. Everyone was confused and only felt that the last queen of the ruins seemed to destroy the entire universe, and then they knew nothing. They didn't react until they heard the great God of creation announce the end of the war. Under the praise of the returning heroes, all creatures in the universe regard the god named Lin Chen as the creator. It is said that the eyes of this god of creation are as bright as stars, and he sees through every corner of the known universe. Any darkness and evil cannot escape his gaze. At this moment, Lin Chen's majesty in everyone's heart is unquestionable. Imperial power, religious power, divine power are all in one body. He is the most powerful existence in the entire universe. Those who can threaten his existence are dead. Now in the entire universe, there is no civilization that can threaten a thing called Earth, a small planet. Yes, it is said that the reincarnation body of the Creator God lives on Earth. So from a certain moment, countless races and civilizations in the universe have aroused a craze for Earth's technological products. For a time, owning technological products such as televisions, refrigerators, mobile phones, or computers has become a treasure that cosmic civilizations are competing for. At the same time, the Earth is also undergoing unprecedented changes. At this time, the Earth has accepted the so-called spiritual revival. Even more outrageous settings, after all, every Earthling has entered the land of the hunting god. They know that what they are experiencing is not a dream, so they can only madly accept the new knowledge from the myriad races in the universe. Under the promotion of a group of high-level players on Earth, the technological civilization of Earth and other power civilizations in the universe began to collide and create sparks of fusion. Perhaps because of the influence of powerful beings such as Lin Chen, Elena, and Xiaoyun, the power tide of the Earth has undergone strange changes, and people can continue to practice without relying on the land of the hunting god. For a moment, the stagnant power once again emerged from the bodies of the Earthlings, and they were surprised to find that their level had risen by one level at some point. Duolong, the only survivor of the Thousand Faces clan, has now transformed himself into the only messenger of the Creator God. He is responsible for conveying the orders and wills issued by Lin Chen. He is very busy every day. If he sometimes looks up at the starry sky and sees the brightest meteor, there is no doubt that it must be Duolong's masterpiece of throwing Lin Chen's will like a discus. As one of the 3 system administrators in the land of the hunting god, the guide finally decided to become the largest seller of special products in the universe. As an old woman, this old lady is now a big celebrity in the entire universe. As long as everyone sees her, they will know that new technological products have been brought from other civilizations. The pioneer who always likes to wear a wide robe now learns from Lin Chen and finds a beautiful elf girl and lives freely every day. As for the final judge, this guy has been a knife in the land of the hunting god for countless years. At this time, he has nothing to do and is free. Unlike the other two, he envies Lin Chen's powerful strength. He aims to achieve the supreme power of the creator god and practices martial arts wholeheartedly. As for some players, who had many ties with Lin Chen, they were entrusted with important tasks and transformed into mortals to wander around the world in various civilizations and worlds. Their purpose was to patrol the universe for Lin Chen. If a crisis arises again one day, they will put on their armor again and fight for the god of creation and the universe. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan was originally seriously injured and was almost left with only a spirit body. Fortunately, after Lin Chen became the god of creation, he could easily heal this injury. After recovering his strength, the Dragon King even went further. This big man later became a super legend who was rarely seen. After a while, the myriad races in the universe suddenly heard that a special organization had appeared in the universe civilization. This organization was the Buddha Hall established by His Majesty the God of Creation. It is said that all the members inside the Buddha Hall are His Majesty the God of Creation's most trusted comrades in the god-hunting land. Every member of the Buddha Hall has the strength of the top strong men in the universe. They are transformed into the sheriffs of the universe, responsible for the duty of stabilizing the race among the myriad races in the universe. The two who lead this Buddha Hall are called Left and Right God Kings by all the races. It is said that these two are the most capable subordinates of the God of Creation, and can be called his left and right arms. No one knows what the two gods are called, but when someone looks up in their own world, they can occasionally hear the conversation between the two forces of order and rules in the starry sky. Brother Tang, let's have a drink after get off work. Okay, Brother Feng, where are we going, Earth or Mia continent? Well, why not go to Valoran continent? The wine there is quite delicious. Okay, I listen to you. So that Xie is your original wife? Lin Chen held Elena in his left hand, and Xiaoyun in his right hand. They were traveling in a technologically advanced world. The three of them were sitting in an open-air beverage store. Outside the window, countless small airships were flying close to the ground. Skyscrapers infused with some energy suddenly changed into another weird style. All kinds of people were busy working on the streets. They were wearing colorful clothes, and didn't need to hold mobile phones in their hands. However, a ray of technological light flashed on their faces, as if they were having a remote chat. The three of them drank the strange-tasting drink. At this time, Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen and said, "Yes, sister is asking you a question. Don't play dead. Explain to us. What do you want to explain?" Lin Chen raised his hands, with an innocent look. "See ya, what else can I explain?" Xiaoyun pointed at Lin Chen's nose and puffed her lips. "I don't know her at all. That was in my last life, no, the last. It's nothing to do with me now." Lin Chen looked bitter. "Elena, you believe me, right?" Elena covered her mouth and smiled. "Well, I don't know whether I should believe you, but I clearly heard Xie calling you Yang in a very resentful way." "That's right, that voice is not only resentful, but also a bit nostalgic, Yang. Oh, it disgusts me." Xiaoyun was also very angry. "I said you two are jealous." Lin Chen was sweating, and his throat was rolling. "Jealous? Sister, am I jealous?" "No, am I?" "No." Lin Chen covered his face, and could only change the subject. "Where are we going to play later? I heard from Xiao Feng that there is a very beautiful place on the planet Kamet." "Don't change the subject," Xiaoyun said sternly. "If you don't explain this matter clearly today, my sister, and I will never let you go." "Hey, husband, don't run." Yelena also shouted hurriedly. "Stop! Come back!